Chapter 359. Naturally, Qin Wushuang was overjoyed when he heard these whistles. He knew that the two palace masters had returned. Could it be that the two palace masters had already killed those elders? Just as Qin Wushuang was thinking, two whistles came closer. Another two perfect stage warriors. Zhuo Tianxi felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Inwardly, he felt even more hopeless when he remembered the words of the other party. Could it be those elders, two human perfect stage warriors, and two spiritual beasts were also at the perfect stage? And that person on the slope was acting mysteriously. He did not know his exact strength. However, he should not be an ordinary warrior. When Zhuo Tianxi thought here, how could he still have the slightest desire to fight? Anyways, I didn't look at the almanac this time. For sure, this trip will be fruitless. I will make plans after I return to the Nine Palace. When Zhuo Tianxi thought here, he mumbled to himself. Suddenly, he rolled the giant blade in his hand and turned it into a ball of yellow light. That yellow light rolled on the ground and disappeared in a flash as if it was the air. Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast were about to catch up when Qin Wushuang gave a low whistle. Let him go. When these two beasts saw that yellow light disappear, they knew that Zhuo Tianxi had used the earth movement technique to leave. However, this technique was performed with the help of tools. Thus, it was extremely fast and the depth of the earth movement was also extraordinary. Although they had great skills, it was extremely unlikely for them to chase after Zhuo Tianxi underground. Qin Wushuang said to Bao Bao, "Bao Bao, you specialize in traveling underground. Look around and see if that Zhuo Tianxi is hiding somewhere nearby." Bao Bao received the order and started to search. Soon, Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi arrived. Qin Wushuang went up to greet them. Just when these two were about to speak, they stopped when they saw Qin Wushuang's hand gesture. Qin Wushuang sent his voice, "Teachers, that Zhuo Tianxi had escaped when he heard your voices. He is extremely cunning. I am worried that he is hiding in the dark and did not go far. Thus, I sent Bao Bao to search around." Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi nodded and also sent their voice, "Those 8 elders. I chased after them, but I only managed to catch up with 6 of them. The other 2 escaped very quickly. They had already passed the border of the Great Luo Empire and entered the Heavenly Lake Empire. When the 2 of us were about to chase after them, we found that there were soldiers lying in ambush on the roads of the Heavenly Lake Empire. They had blocked all the roads leading out of the Great Luo Empire. The second palace master and I were worried that there might be an ambush, so we didn't continue to chase after them." Qin Wushuang's heart sank. There's still an ambush at the border. If I'm not wrong, it's very likely that they're from the Archaic Mysteries sect. Qin Wushuang nodded. In these few days, Zhuo Tianxi was restrained by Lone. He felt extremely uncomfortable along the way and lost his mind. For this battle, the Stargaze Palace has won a complete victory. Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi were overjoyed as they nodded. While they were talking, suddenly Bao Bao crawled out from the ground and said excitedly, "Boss Wushuang, your worries are unnecessary." Zhuo Tianxi fled without a trace, running forward. Now, he is at least a few hundred miles away. Overjoyed, Qin Wushuang nodded, "Okay, Bao Bao, Lone, you two will have to work harder. Hide around the Red Cloud Mountain and observe for 3 to 5 days to prevent that Zhuo Tianxi from making a comeback. Once this guy does not give up and comes back, you two will immediately send out the signal. For a few hundred miles, the Stargaze Palace will sense you as long as you activate your spiritual qi." Bao Bao laughed. "Okay, Senior Lone, what do you think?" The purple flame electric beast twitched his mouth and yelled, "I'm just afraid that guy won't come. It would be the best if he comes back. I still haven't had my fill. Wouldn't it be great if I could destroy a perfect stage?" Bao Bao said with a smile, "There will always be a chance in the future. You are the invincible Senior Lone. When Boss Wushuang attacks the Nine Palace faction, you can do whatever you want." The purple flame electric beast looked forward to it as he laughed. "I really look forward to that day." Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "There will always be a chance." After he had finished speaking, he said to Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi, "2 teachers, we have left the Stargaze Palace for a while. If we don't go back, I am afraid our colleagues will be worried. Zhuo Buchuan nodded. The Nine Palace faction has been defeated, let's go back now. However, Zhuo Tianxi would definitely not let the matter rest after his defeat. For now, the Stargaze Palace's crisis has been solved. However, we still have a long way to go. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang laughed. Head Palace Master, teacher. This time, that Zhuo Tianxi had lost mysteriously. Zhuo Tianxi was very curious about my identity. He did not believe that the Stargaze Palace had the power to attack them. Most likely, his brain is a mess. Zhuo Buchuan's eyes lit up. Oh? Could it be that when we killed Dao Haitang, they did not guess your identity when they saw you shoot the graceful spiritual bow? I also thought about it a moment ago. At that time, Zhao Heng, Gaou, and Zhu Dazhong were the ones who had seen the graceful spiritual bow. At that time, Zhao Heng and Zhu Dazhong were already dead, and Gaou was not there. Thus, they could not be sure about this matter. However, if Gaou had met up with those two elders who had escaped, they could have confirmed it. I only hope that this Zhuo Tianxi did not return to the Archaic Mysteries sect, but went straight to the Nine Palace faction. When he said here, suddenly, Qin Wushuang's eyes moved and an idea emerged in his head. Head Palace Master, teacher, didn't you guys say that there was an ambush at the border? Is it suspected to be the Archaic Mysteries sect? Let's go all out and kill our way to the Heavenly Lake Empire. We will settle that debt with interest. Immediately, this suggestion had received strong support from Bao Bao and the Purple Flame Electric Beast. After a moment of thinking, Zhuo Buchuan felt that this plan would work. He asked Tan Zhongqi, "Second, what do you think?" Tan Zhongqi said in a low voice, "It will work. However, for this matter, it is inappropriate for us two to step out. Wushuang and his two friends must go." Zhuo Buchuan nodded. "Wushuang, are you confident?" Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "For sure, I will make the Archaic Mysteries sect pay with interest." Zhuo Buchuan revealed a determined expression as he revealed his lofty side as a palace master. "Wushuang, no need to show mercy when dealing with the Archaic Mysteries sect. We must let them know the price of betraying the Eastern interests and inviting the wolf into the house." Tan Zhongqi also nodded. The head palace master is right. If the Archaic Mysteries sect had lured the Nine Palace faction here, we would not have escaped this calamity. Thus, no need to show mercy to the Archaic Mysteries sect. Qin Wushuang nodded. "I understand. This was the relationship between countries in the Tian Xian land. If you did not give me a way out, I would not give you a way out. Bao Bao, loan. For sure, you guys would not be willing to wait here. You would be interested to come with me to the Heavenly Lake Empire, right?" Bao Bao laughed. "That's right. Who knows if they will come if we wait here? It would be more exciting to go to them." The Purple Flame Electric Beast cried out, "Let's go, don't let those bastards escape." Qin Wushuang cupped his hands in a salute. "Head Palace Master, teacher, you guys go back to the Stargaze Palace first. I will go meet those guys from the Archaic Mysteries sect." After he had finished speaking, he left quickly with the two spiritual beasts. To increase his speed, Qin Wushuang initiated the Windwalk Talisman and rushed with all his strength. This time, the head palace master had given each of them a Windwalk Talisman when they departed from the Stargaze Palace. Usually, the Windwalk Talisman could only be used 3 times. He had used it once when he departed from the Stargaze Palace. He had used it again when he was rushing to the Red Cloud Mountain. Thus, for the last time, Qin Wushuang was not stingy as he initiated it and rushed towards the border. He had only used the Windwalk Talisman he had acquired from the friendly competition between the 3 Eastern empires. For now, Qin Wushuang did not plan to use it again since it still had 2 more uses. When he arrived at the area of the cliff, Qin Wushuang slowed down his footsteps. With Bao Bao as the vanguard, Qin Wushuang's group had an easier time. After passing through the cliff, Bao Bao scuttled back and said to Qin Wushuang, "Boss Wushuang, the people of the Archaic Mysteries sect have already retreated." Retreated? Qin Wushuang frowned slightly. Could it be that Zhuo Tianxi has already met up with them? Bao Bao shook his head. "I don't know about that. Bao Bao, use your fastest speed to catch up with the Archaic team. Eavesdrop on their movements and whether they have already met up with Zhuo Tianxi." "Okay." Without hesitation, Bao Bao scuttled into the ground at a fast speed. Qin Wushuang and the purple flame electric beast did not slow down as they followed them. They rushed towards the imperial capital of the Heavenly Lake Empire. For sure, the Archaic Mysteries sect had retreated back to their headquarters. They should be able to make it if they rushed over now. After 1,000 miles, suddenly, Bao Bao scuttled out from the nearby trees and said excitedly, "Boss Wushuang, the main force of the Archaic Mysteries sect is rushing towards their headquarters. They are on the way." It seems that Zhuo Tianxi did not meet up with them and returned to the Nine Palace faction directly. The heads of the Archaic Mysteries sect did not know the result of the battle with the Nine Palace faction. It seems that they only received the order to retreat. As a result, the sect masters were all suspicious of each other. They keep guessing. After Qin Wushuang heard his words, he was overjoyed inwardly. Okay, then let's give the Archaic a surprise. The battle with the Nine Palace faction was the best opportunity for the Stargaze Palace to rise. And the stage for the rise of the Stargaze Palace would not be anywhere else. For sure, it would be this vast eastern land. Qin Wushuang knew that defeating the Nine Palace faction was the Stargaze Palace's victory in self-defense. And destroying the Archaic Mysteries sect would be the beginning of the Stargaze Palace's domination of the East. Let the Archaic Mysteries sect become the stepping stone for the rise of the Stargaze Palace. Qin Wushuang had made up his mind. He took Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast to chase after the Archaic team. Inside Qin Wushuang's mind, he already had a blueprint. This blueprint would ensure that the Great Luo Empire would rise to become an upper-ranking empire among the human countries. From then on, they would not have to look at any other countries. "Lone, this time, you will go first." Qin Wushuang laughed leisurely. For anyone from the Archaic Mysteries sect, regardless of their strength, as long as they are upper sky disciples, do not hold back. Hearing Qin Wushuang's instructions, the purple flame electric beast twitched his mouth. "Boss, when have I ever held back? Ha ha, that's not my style." After he had finished speaking, he dashed forward and disappeared into the forest. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 360. In terms of killing power and brutality, the purple flame electric beast that had been suppressed for thousands of years was indeed stronger than the current Bao Bao. However, Bao Bao's agility and flexibility were also advantages that the purple flame electric beast did not possess. Each of the four heads of the Archaic Mysteries sect led a group of people and placed them on each road. They only retreated after receiving Gaou's order. Then, they regrouped and headed back to the Archaic headquarters. Although they did not know what had happened, they knew that it would not be something good since they had suddenly given the order to retreat. Cheng Qingsong, the fourth head, could not help but ask, Head, that Nine Palace faction is too childish. They asked us to set up ambushes at each road and then asked us to retreat. What is the meaning of this?" Now, Gao was also full of anger. His head was full of questions and dark clouds. His instinct as an elite warrior told him that it should not be something good. However, not a single person from the Nine Palace faction had come to meet them. They only sent a retreat signal from afar and asked them to return to the Archaic headquarters to wait for news from the Nine Palace faction. Naturally, Gao was annoyed by the actions of the Nine Palace faction. However, besides obeying, there was nothing else he could do. Currently, the Archaic Mysteries sect was tied to the Nine Palace faction. Regardless of how he felt, this path was chosen by the Celestial Arcanum sect. On the other hand, Bai Gujing, the second head, could not forget about the death of Devil Boy as he said while gritting his teeth, "Perhaps, the Nine Palace faction has already taken down the Stargaze Palace. With the power of those elite warriors, it would be a piece of cake for them to take down the Stargaze Palace. And those 6 advanced stage spiritual beasts from the Nine Palace faction possessed extremely powerful killing power. Of course, they would not let any of them escape the net. This way, we would not need to set up these ambushes." Cheng Qingsong smiled bitterly. "Second head, don't you think it's wishful thinking? Even if the Nine Palace faction is powerful, it would be difficult to say that none of them escaped. And the Stargaze Palace are not idiots. For sure, they have made some arrangements. Since they knew they could not beat them, perhaps they would break up and run away, leaving the 9 palace empty-handed. Gao waved his hand and stopped their discussion. Everyone, don't make random guesses. Logically, with the 9 palace army at the border, the Stargaze would not be lucky. However, this withdrawal of troops was really weird. I am worried that the 9 palace faction has encountered some setbacks. Bai Gujing denied it immediately. Even if others don't know how many treasures the Stargaze Palace has, how could we not know? With the strength of the Stargaze Palace, how could they fight against the 9 palace? Gao sighed. Suddenly, his expression changed. Everyone, be careful. There are enemies invading. His ears twitched and he immediately drew his weapon. He stood straight and shouted, "All disciples, shrink the circle and gather together." Sect Master. Bai Gujing was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly felt a strong murderous aura coming from all directions. What a strong murderous aura! Holding their breaths, the 4 great sect masters were all on high alert. Suddenly, a cloud of mist rose up in front of him. The cloud of mist abruptly turned red. Behind this red cloud, a powerful aura suddenly pushed forward. Everyone, be careful. Before Gao could finish his words, the red cloud suddenly seemed to be blown by the wind. With a whoosh, it rushed forward and actually condensed into a row of true fire, attacking directly. Gao shouted, "This fire is not ordinary, don't fight it." As he spoke, he jumped to the side. Almost at the same time, the purple flame electric beast had already arrived before him like a flash of lightning. With a claw, in the blink of an eye, he had arrived before them from 10 meters away. With a claw, he caught the 5th head of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Without the slightest hesitation, he tore him apart. With a crashing sound, the 5th head, an elite warrior at the advanced stage, did not have the slightest chance to resist as he was torn into 2 halves. This situation was as terrifying as it could get. The purple flame electric beast had gone berserk. After tearing one person apart, he lowered his body and roared twice. With a ferocious expression, like a ferocious tiger dashing into a flock of sheep, he grabbed at the air with his claws. Each time, he would catch a person of the Archaic Mysteries sect. And his movements were always simple and brutal. In a moment, the purple flame electric beast had torn 5 or 6 people apart. When Gao saw the brutal actions of this purple flame electric beast, he knew that this beast was exceptional. Cold sweat emerged from his back. Everyone, don't linger, retreat. Retreat with full force. This time, the Archaic Mysteries sect had sent out all their main force. Including all the heads, elders, wardens, and core disciples, there were more than 100 people. However, under the attack of the purple flame electric beast, these 100 elite warriors were like hundreds of sheep. They did not have the power to fight back and only appeared to be in a panic. With Gao's call, these people of the Archaic Mysteries sect no longer cared to be reserved as they all started to run. They only hated that their parents did not have 2 more legs. When the purple flame electric beast saw the Archaic Mysteries sect running away, he roared to the sky and dashed forward. In one leap, he threw himself at Cheng Qingsong, the 3rd head of the Archaic Mysteries sect. After all, Cheng Qingsong was at the advanced stage. Although he was running away with his back turned, he could feel the danger behind him. Without hesitation, he twisted his body and dived into the ground. The purple flame electric beast flew into a rage as he missed his target. He rolled his eyeballs and twitched the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. Suddenly, he raised his claws and slashed towards the ground like 2 sharp blades that could split the sky and earth. With a crashing sound, the purple flame electric beast had slashed out 2 deep gullies. After the purple flame electric beast had slashed open the crack, he jumped into the gully and propped himself up. Boom, boom. When the purple flame electric beast propped himself up, the ground had completely split into 2 sides. The gully on the ground became bigger and the soil on both sides kept falling and loosening. The purple flame electric beast opened his mouth and spurted out another mouthful of genuine fire under the urging of the red light. Like a red tyrannosaurus, this genuine fire drilled into the ground. The intensity of this genuine fire was incomparable to ordinary flames. As it dived down, instantly, it had roasted the entire ground as if it was boiling water. The soil under the ground also boiled and kept rushing upwards. These few moves were extremely fast. Before that Cheng Qingsong could escape far, his entire body was almost twitching from the roasting of this genuine fire. However, he knew that he must not stop at this moment. Once he stopped, he would be burned to death. Instantly, he dashed forward with all his strength to get out of the attack range of this genuine fire. After a moment of sensing, the purple flame electric beast was flustered and exasperated. Of course, he sensed that although Cheng Qingsong was struggling, he was still getting out of the attack range of the genuine fire step by step. Although the purple flame electric beast was powerful, he did not know how to travel underground. He could only stare helplessly as that Cheng Qingsong walked further and further away. Darn it, this guy is rather crafty. Naturally, the purple flame electric beast was annoyed when he failed to attack and let him escape. While swearing, he raised his head to look forward. However, the other people had taken the chance to escape. Just when he was about to give chase, suddenly, a laugh came from behind him. "Senior Lone, it seems you have encountered some problems. Let me help you vent your anger." The one who spoke was Bao Bao. His body dashed and dived into the ground. The purple flame electric beast was not willing to fall behind. He was about to move and chase after him. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang said, "Lone, don't rush, let them take a breather. This time, we are going to annihilate the Archaic Mysteries sect. Not only must we annihilate them, we must also show off our power and prestige. We cannot let them disappear without a trace." The purple flame electric beast was stunned. "Boss, I am only in charge of tearing people apart, why should we let them take a breather?" Qin Wushuang only smiled and did not speak. This was his strategy. Not only must they annihilate the Archaic Mysteries sect, they must make a great show of it and stir up the entire city. There was only one purpose for doing this, and that was to intimidate and demonstrate their power. To intimidate the East, to demonstrate their power to the Red Dragon Empire and the Nine Palace faction. With the annihilation of the Archaic Mysteries sect, there would be no obstacles for the Stargaze Palace to rule the East. The Dragon and Tiger sect would not have the right to speak. When the Nine Palace faction attacked the Stargaze Palace, the Dragon and Tiger sect did not come to help. It was already decided that the Stargaze Palace would no longer see the Dragon and Tiger sect as an ally. They would not treat them as politely as they did in the past. They would either submit or end up like the Archaic Mysteries sect. For sure, the rise of an upper-ranking empire would require the fall of other empires as stepping stones. And the Heavenly Lake Empire would be the most suitable stepping stone. The Vermilion Empire where the Dragon and Tiger sect resided could only submit. "Boss, are we letting them escape like this?" Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "They will not escape. The monk can escape, but the temple cannot." "What do you mean?" Of course, the purple flame electric beast could not understand the language of Qin Wushuang's former world. "It means that they can escape, but they cannot move the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Besides running back to the mountain gate, where else can they go? Besides, how could I let them escape back to the mountain gate so easily?" Suddenly, Qin Wushuang's expression froze. "Lone, I order you to rush to the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect at full speed. You must arrive before these people. Are you confident?" The purple flame electric beast said proudly, "With the speed of these useless people, it would be too easy for me to get there before them. Only, what would I do when I get there? Should I tear them apart?" "Don't tear them apart yet. To avoid alerting the enemy. It would not be too late for you to tear them apart when the main force of the Archaic Mysteries sect has returned to the mountain gate. Overall, you only have one mission, and that is to not let them escape through the mountain gate. You must stop them at the foot of the mountain path." "No problem, no problem." The purple flame electric beast was extremely confident as he roared, "Bao Bao, can you do it? If you can't, then get out." Before he had finished speaking, a burst of joyful laughter came from underground. "Senior Lone, do you think I am you? When I, Bao Bao, step out, it will be an easy task." Boom. Bao Bao dashed out of the ground and carried a person. It was Cheng Ching Song. However, his chest had already been broken and his entire dantian had been sucked by Bao Bao. The purple flame electric beast spat a few times. Bao Bao, you are so cruel, you sucked his dantian. Bao Bao laughed. Senior Lone, it's alright if other people say it, but you seem to be more cruel than me. Bao Bao chuckled. It's good to suck his dantian. This way, I can awaken the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey and enter the void martial stage sooner. I won't talk nonsense with you, I will go carry out my mission first. In a flash, the purple flame electric beast transformed into a wave of light and dashed out hundreds of meters. P.S. Second update. 3 hours until 6 p.m. Many more votes. Put in more effort. Today, I am going to risk it all. Don't save me, haha. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 361. Rain started to fall from the sky. Now, it was summer. As soon as the rain came, it poured down like a torrential downpour. It was as if a giant hole had appeared in the Milky Way as the flood kept pouring down. Qin Wushuang walked in the heavy rain. His desire for revenge was not extinguished by the rain. On the contrary, it became even more fervent. In his mind, he kept replaying the battle at the mountain gate of the Stargaze Palace. Normally, with Zhao Heng dead and Zhu Dazhong dead, he could have solved that grudge by killing Jiao Yu. However, Qin Wushuang knew that having such thoughts meant being conservative and passive. In the Tian Xian land, being passive meant being beaten. According to his experience, at any time, the passive party would always be in a state of being beaten. For example, when the Baiyu country was invaded by the Great Wu and the West Chu for no reason, for example, this time, the Great Luo Empire had also attracted the vicious wolf, the Nine Palace faction. In this world, it was not a world where if I don't offend people, they will not offend me. If people don't offend me, I will not offend them. If people offend me, I must retaliate with 10 times the power. Only by having a tough attitude could he fight for a clear and bright world. The principles of this world were not spoken with one's mouth, nor through condemnation and protest. They would fight with their fists and fight with their strength. Since the Nine Palace faction had the biggest fist, they did not need anyone's permission to attack the Stargaze Palace. Justice, principles, no one cared about these things and no one dared to question them. It was because in the eyes of the world, the Nine Palace faction was powerful and the Stargaze Palace was tiny. It was natural for the strong to bully the weak. This was the principle that Qin Wushuang had realized. 3 days later, inside a mountain valley, Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao stood leisurely on one side of the valley. Below the valley, the main force of the Archaic Mysteries sect was there. In these 3 days, Qin Wushuang had launched a few sneak attacks. Together with Bao Bao, they had killed a dozen people. After each kill, they did not linger and left. After a few hours, they would catch up and launch another sneak attack. As a result, the Archaic Mysteries sect suffered heavy casualties. After a few ambushes, only 40 to 50 people were left. Although Jiao Yu and Bai Gujing were still around, the backbone of the Archaic Mysteries sect could be said to have lost 70 to 80% of them. At this time, the sky was still drizzling. Jiao Yu coldly said, "Who are you, and what enmity do you have with my Archaic Mysteries sect? Aren't you afraid of harming the peace of the world with such a massacre?" Qin Wushuang said coldly, "Jiao Yu, the Archaic Mysteries sect colluded with the Nine Palace faction and intended to rule the East. We had led the wolf into the house. Have you ever thought about harming the harmony of the world?" Jiao Yu drew a breath of cold air. "You are from the Stargaze Palace?" Qin Wushuang leisurely smiled and said, "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that the 3 Eastern empires should be resolved internally. And your Archaic Mysteries sect is asking a tiger for its skin. By attracting the Nine Palace faction, you are digging your own grave. At this moment, I'm just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens and making your Archaic Arcanum sect disappear from the Eastern region. If the Celestial Arcanum sect is not eliminated, how can the Eastern Territory have a peaceful day?" Gao said angrily, enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Who are you to claim to be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Bao Bao laughed strangely. Old Gao, my boss is an elite warrior from the Xian Yuan Mound. In the Tian Xian land, in the human countries, he is the heavens. Heavens? Gao laughed coldly. It's easy for you to deal with my archaic mysteries sect. Would you dare to go to the tiger's den and fight with the Nine Palace faction? Who doesn't know how to pick a soft persimmon? Qin Wushuang laughed lightly and said with a trace of disdain on the corner of his mouth, Gao, your provocation is not smart. When the Nine Palace faction attacked the Stargaze Palace, your archaic mysteries sect was in charge of setting up ambushes everywhere and killing the fish that escaped the net. This is a good wishful thinking. Only, that Nine Palace faction was exaggerating and could not withstand a single blow. If I didn't destroy the Nine Palace faction, how could I have the time to play hide and seek with your archaic mysteries sect? Inwardly, Gao was shocked as he exchanged a glance with Bai Gujing. Both of them were overwhelmed with shock. Apparently, they were stunned by this shocking news. For a time, they could not distinguish the truth. Bao Bao, tell them what we've been doing recently, Qin Wushuang said with a light smile. Okay. Bao Bao said with a smile, during this time, we first gathered the Nine Palace faction at the Cliff Road and killed 2 advanced stage elders. Then, we killed Zhao Heng and Dao Haitang in the deep forest. Then, we played hide and seek with Zhuo Tianzi for a few days. Then, we killed the other 8 elders of the Nine Palace faction. That's probably the only thing. The muscles on Gao's face twitched as fear and despair filled his eyes. Impossible. The Nine Palace faction is the strongest sect in the human countries. You guys cannot destroy the Nine Palace faction. Impossible. Bao Bao deliberately showed a helpless expression. Boss, Senior Gao doesn't seem to believe it. Qin Wushuang laughed. Just tell him, is it important whether he believes it or not? With a pale expression, Gao exchanged a glance with Bai Gujing. Apparently, these two knew that this person was telling the truth. They glanced at each other. Suddenly, he twisted his body and a wave of light spread out from his entire body. In a flash, the light engulfed the bodies of these two and they disappeared from their original place. These 2 heads of the archaic mysteries sect had abandoned their fellow disciples at the most crucial moment and ran away. Bao Bao was furious, so shameless. Just when he was about to chase after them, Qin Wushuang said with a smile, let them go. Let's take care of the small fishes first, then we will catch these 2 big fishes. Bao Bao knew that Qin Wushuang had his own plans. He nodded and rubbed his palms. Boss, these people are all at the initial and middle stage. I don't have much appetite. How about I transform into the Gold Monkey King and wipe them all out? Qin Wushuang glanced around and said lightly, almost all the elite warriors of the archaic mysteries sect have died. These are all the inferior ones among the small fishes. Anyways, the heavens are virtuous. When he thought here, he glanced around coldly. The archaic mysteries sect destroyed their own future and led the wolf into the house. They should have killed all of them. However, the heavens are virtuous. You guys, destroy your own Dantian and disperse all your power. Then, I will spare your lives. Those people looked at each other in dismay. A few strong-willed people shouted arrogantly, since the ancient times, the archaic mysteries sect has only died standing and never lived kneeling. You want us to destroy our own Dantian, in your dreams. Everyone, let's run separately and see how many of us they can catch. Initially, the others were hesitant. However, upon hearing the roar of their friend, each of them had the same thought. Their blood boiled and the swift and fierce temperament in their bones flared up. All of them nodded. Everyone, run separately. For the archaic mysteries sect, we cannot give up easily. After they had finished, they gave a shout and ran in all directions. Bao Bao laughed coldly. Boss, they did not cherish the chance you gave them. What should we do? Qin Wushuang said, do as you see fit. Bao Bao laughed. All right. There are 42 people in total. I will take responsibility if one is missing. As soon as his words had dropped, his body dashed down the valley at lightning speed. Each time he dashed with his little body, he would bite one to death. And their deaths were all as tragic as before. Their chests were broken and their dantian was destroyed. Naturally, the coverage of Bao Bao's perfect stage spiritual qi was extraordinary. Although each of these disciples of the archaic mysteries sect were at the upper sky realm, there was too much difference between them and Bao Bao. Although they ran in all directions, under Bao Bao's perception, all their efforts appeared to be in vain. Bao Bao's few attacks had cost a dozen of people their lives. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang's body moved. He waved his hand and a wave of blood-red light filled the sky. It formed into a row of tragic attacks and rushed forward. This row of attacks carried an incomparable temperament. As it rushed forward, regardless of the trees or the mountain rocks, they were all shattered into powder. With a rumble, the 6 or 7 people who were fleeing in front were hit by the red light. It was as if they were swallowed by a raging demonic beast. In an instant, they were enveloped by the red light and were smashed into pieces. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Bao Bao laughed. "Boss, such powerful attacks." Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. "Leave the south side to me, you can take care of the rest." Bao Bao laughed. "Alrighty." Currently, Qin Wushuang was holding a long whip. It was much longer and thicker than the snake-shaped soft whip. He shook it in the air and like a long dragon, it appeared to be full of vitality. No wonder it's a weapon at the void martial stage. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was overjoyed. A moment ago, from such a far distance, if he had used the snake-shaped soft whip, he would not have been able to attack from such a far distance. And this Fury Dragon Soul could unleash such powerful temperament with a casual whip. It had unleashed 10 times the power of Qin Wushuang's attack. Since Qin Wushuang's first attack was so successful, he had developed a strong interest in this Fury Dragon Soul. In one leap, he chased after those 7 or 8 people who were running to the south. Now, to chase after these small fries, with Qin Wushuang's strength, of course, he did not need to use the graceful spiritual bow. Once again, he waved the Fury Dragon Soul 3 times and congealed it into 3 spiraling waves of qi. Like 3 tornadoes, it chased after them rapidly. As soon as this spiraling mass of qi rotated in the air, it expanded 10 times and rolled forward at a high speed. It was as thick as 10 buckets. Using a weapon at the void martial stage to deal with a few initial and middle stage martial artists was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Clean and efficient, the 3 spiraling masses of qi rolled all the fleeing archaic disciples inside. That red mass of qi was like a giant millstone that was spinning at a fast speed. With only one grinding motion, it had broken the bones of those archaic disciples and sent their flesh and blood flying everywhere. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. He was already used to such slaughter. It was not because he enjoyed killing, but because he knew the principle of nurturing a tiger would only invite calamity. On the other side, Bao Bao also unleashed his power and chased after them. In a moment, he had killed most of those people. At the same time, he called out, "Boss, I am going to chase to the north. There are still 6 fish that escaped the net. You can follow me later." Qin Wushuang initiated his spiritual perception with all his power and scanned a few times to make sure that no fish had escaped the net. Then, he quickly followed him. The power of the Fury Dragon Soul had surprised Qin Wushuang greatly. Indeed, a weapon at the void martial stage was not something a warrior at the spiritual martial force could imagine. Compared to his snake-shaped soft whip from before, the power of this Fury Dragon Soul was more than 10 times stronger. Thinking back to the battle at the mountain gate of the Stargaze Palace, if he had this Fury Dragon Soul, combined with his current advanced stage strength, most likely he would be able to fight against Zhao Heng even without the graceful spiritual bow. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang felt even more proud. Zhuotianzi, even if you have someone to rely on in the Shen Yuan Mound, if you still want to target the Stargaze Palace, I, Qin Wushuang, will take your life one day. Now, Qin Wushuang had completely thrown away all his worries. So what if it was the Shen Yuan Mound? Zhuotianzi was only at the perfect stage. Even if he had some relatives in the Shen Yuan Mound, it would not change the fact that he did not have any position in the Shen Yuan Mound. Or else, why would he stay in the human countries? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 362. Following a few painful cries, Qin Wushuang knew that Bao Bao had succeeded again. Indeed, Bao Bao shouted from afar, "Boss, how many did you kill?" Qin Wushuang laughed. "In total, I killed 15 in 2 rounds of attacks." Bao Bao laughed. "I don't count well, I think it was 27. How much is it?" 42 exactly. Bao Bao was overjoyed. Then it should be right. He gathered with Bao Bao and Bao Bao laughed. "Boss, where are we going next?" "To the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect," Qin Wushuang said with a determined tone. In the end, the news of the massacre that had happened inside the Heavenly Lake Empire had spread out to all the small and medium-sized countries in the east. As if the news had grown legs, it kept spreading. Although no one knew which evil star the Archaic Mysteries sect had offended to cause such a tragedy. However, everyone knew that the Archaic Mysteries sect had brought this disaster upon themselves. In the east, besides the 3 middle-ranking empires, there were a few lower-ranking empires, many free countries, and subordinate countries. These countries all had their own information and knew the ins and outs of this matter. The Archaic Mysteries sect had led the wolf into their house and lured the 9 Palace faction. A year ago, Zhao Heng, the vice-leader of the 9 Palace faction, had brought the 2 heads of the Archaic Mysteries sect to kill their way to the mountain gate. They had injured Tan Zhongqi. Although the Stargaze Palace had not announced Tan Zhongqi's death, the outside world speculated that he had died. Although the eastern countries did not agree with what the Archaic Mysteries sect had done, they did not dare to get involved in this matter. Regardless of the Archaic Mysteries sect or the 9 Palace faction, they could not offend them. And this time, the 9 Palace faction had come with a ferocious momentum. They had invaded the east and targeted the Stargaze Palace. Everyone in the eastern countries also felt threatened. Yet, no one came to help. Including the Dragon and Tiger sect, which was on par with the Stargaze Palace, they all held the attitude of defending their home. And now, when the Archaic Mysteries sect had encountered such a tragedy, of course, they could not feel any sympathy. On the contrary, they could only take joy in their misfortune and hit them when they were down. Only, while taking joy in their misfortune, they could not help but think, in the end, which powerhouse had slaughtered all the elite disciples of the Archaic Mysteries sect? This strength is truly terrifying. For your information, the Archaic Mysteries sect was one of the 3 strongest powerhouses in the 3 Eastern empires. They had been on par with the Stargaze Palace and the Dragon and Tiger sect for thousands of years. Could it be that after the 9 Palace succeeded in attacking the Stargaze Palace, they turned around and destroyed the Archaic Mysteries sect along the way? At this time, the eastern countries were gathering information everywhere. This was especially so for Dragon Tiger sect. They were deeply uneasy. At this moment, in the Great Hall of the Dragon and Tiger sect, the 5 sect leaders of the Dragon and Tiger sects had all gathered and were nervously discussing the recent changes in the situation. There were 3 leaders in the Dragon sect. They were the Supreme Dragon Head, the Second Dragon Head, and the Third Dragon Head. There were 2 leaders of the Tiger sect, the First Tiger Venerable and the Second Tiger Venerable. Supreme Chief Shi Chenglong's expression was solemn as he read through the reports in a daze. After a long while, he put down the reports and said with a heavy tone, "Everyone, the situation in the east is getting more and more chaotic. Supreme Dragon Head, is there any information from the Great Luo Empire?" Shi Chenglong said with a bitter smile, "There is no news at all. Up to this point, it's still a mystery whether the 9 Palace has entered the Stargaze Palace or not. According to the information, there are no strong movements from a great battle around the Stargaze Palace. Perhaps, the 9 Palace did not even launch their attack." The Second Dragon Head's expression was full of disbelief. "Impossible. It's been a long time since the 9 Palace arrived at the Archaic Mysteries sect. With their style, it's impossible for them to not launch an attack. Could it be that they are plotting something?" Shi Chenglong gave a long sigh. "That's why I said that the situation is getting more and more complicated." However, the First Tiger Venerable said, "Head Dragon, then you said that the Archaic Mysteries sect was attacked. What is going on?" Shi Chenglong said, "The information only shows that the Archaic Mysteries sect suffered heavy casualties. As for who attacked them and which powerhouse attacked them, we still have no clue. However, We are certain that almost all the elite warriors of the Archaic Mysteries sect had been killed. Even the bodies of the 4th sect master and the 5th sect master were found. Besides Gaou and Bai Gujing, almost all the elite warriors of the Archaic Mysteries sect had died. Although the entire Dragon and Tiger sect hated the Archaic Mysteries sect and despised their actions of inviting the wolf into their home, they could not feel any joy when the Archaic Mysteries sect, a major sect that had fought with them for thousands of years, suffered such a calamity all of a sudden. On the contrary, they felt sad for the death of the rabbit. It was not because they had any feelings for the Archaic Mysteries sect. Instead, they felt that since the Archaic Mysteries sect had been destroyed so easily, then would the Dragon and Tiger sect also be as vulnerable as them? This fear of the unknown powerhouse made them unable to feel any joy. Suddenly, the 3rd dragon head spoke. Head dragon, normally, since the Archaic Mysteries sect had attracted the 9 palace, it would make sense if the news of the destruction of the Stargaze Palace had spread. However, how come the Archaic Mysteries sect was destroyed? Say, could it be that the Stargaze Palace is behind all of this? The Stargaze Palace is the one that colluded with the 9 palace. When this shocking theory came out, the other 4 were all shocked. That can't be right. If that's the case, how could Zhao Heng have killed Tan Zhongqi? Isn't it still uncertain whether Tan Zhongqi is dead or not? Besides, since it's a strategy, of course, we must put on a good show. Or else, how could it work? The more that 3rd dragon head thought about it, the more suspicious he felt it was. 3rd dragon head, although Zhuo Buchuan is a smart person, he still has some principles. Of course, he would not collude with the 9 palace. Besides, the Stargaze Palace has the most spots to explore the endless Eastern Sea. There is no reason for them to borrow the power of the 9 palace. Shi Chenglong gave a long sigh. Head dragon, you may know a person's face but not his heart. Sometimes, the more impossible it seems, the more likely it is. The 3rd dragon head insisted on his conspiracy theory. Shi Chenglong gave a long sigh. Let's not be overly suspicious. You 4 stay here and guard the sect. I've decided to go to the Stargaze Palace to see what's going on. Head dragon, how can we do that? At this time, the situation is dangerous. If you go now, wouldn't you be walking into a trap if you bump into the 9 palace? The head tiger was the first to object. Shi Chenglong said with determination, the current situation requires us to take the initiative to deal with it. If we sit here and wait for the news, what if the 9 palace comes with their troops? How can the Dragon and Tiger sect deal with it? Everyone knew that the head dragon had made up his mind when they saw his determination. They could only say, Head dragon, then you must be careful. Shi Chenglong said, I will be careful and will not expose my identity. If the war starts, I will come back quietly and make some arrangements. If it doesn't, I will see the situation and decide whether to visit the Stargaze Palace. That's good. Head dragon, have a safe trip. Have a safe trip. Before the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect, Gaou and Bai Gujing walked out from the deep forest in a panic. They looked at each other with shame. Finally, they had arrived before the mountain gate. As long as they arrived at the mountain gate, everything would take a turn for the better. Inside the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect, there was an archaic formation. Once it was activated, unless it was an elite warrior at the Void Martial stage, no one would be able to break it. Although this time, the Archaic Mysteries sect had suffered great losses, as long as the foundation of the sect was not broken, as long as they still had their inheritance, they would have a chance to rise again. Second, we must not mention this defeat when we return to the sect. It's not a glorious thing for the 2 of us to abandon our sect. Bai Gujing smiled bitterly. Boss, am I, Bai Gujing, someone who does not understand the ways of the world? I am just depressed. Who is that guy that could control 2 spiritual beasts at the perfect stage? Gaou's tone was full of frustration. It doesn't matter who they are. The 9 palace had suffered a complete defeat. What can the Archaic Mysteries sect do? Bai Gujing exclaimed, I was thinking that the Stargaze Palace would not have such devilish power. Gaou said with hatred, the Stargaze Palace, all the disasters started because of them. I would not believe that the Stargaze Palace has such power. This time, It was very likely that many unknown forces were involved in this matter. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that 9 palace for being too high profile. If we had acted according to our plan, how could today's result have occurred? For sure, the 9 palace's imposing manner had caused the dissatisfaction of other powerhouses. That's why this disaster had occurred. According to the Archaic Mysteries sect's plan, they only wanted the 9 palace to help them acquire the exploration rights to the endless Eastern Sea. Then, they would share half of it with the 9 palace. Unexpectedly, the 9 palace's appetite kept growing. In the end, they could not suppress their ambition and tried to invade the entire East to become the #1 powerhouse in the human countries. Unfortunately, after all their scheming, they still failed at the final step. These two ran at full speed, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the mountain path before the mountain gate. Just when they were about to walk up, suddenly, Gaou stopped and his expression became extremely gloomy, as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. He looked up and saw that on the mountain path, a giant spiritual beast was lying lazily on the mountain path before the mountain gate. With a strange expression, it sized them up with a faint smile. That expression was clearly the mischievous and mocking expression of a prey that had delivered itself to its door. It's him. How could Bai Gujing not remember that this vicious beast was their nightmare? It was the beast that had torn the 5th head into half. Gaou smiled bitterly. I was wondering why he was not in those sneak attacks. He had been waiting for a long time before our mountain gate. A trace of viciousness flashed across Bai Gujing's eyes. The mountain gate is right before us, let's go. As long as we make it through and enter the mountain gate, we will have the final say. Gaou felt helpless. How could he not know the benefits of entering the mountain gate? However, with the strength of this vicious beast, even if the two of them worked together, they might not be able to pass this obstacle. This mountain path was narrow and easy to defend. To them, the situation was extremely dangerous. Don't fight with force, let's retreat. Even if we have to take a detour and enter from the back mountain, it's better than fighting with this vicious beast head-on, Gaou instructed calmly. Inwardly, Bai Gujing was shocked. Then, he understood and nodded. Let's go. These two turned around and dashed down the stone steps of the mountain path. The purple flame electric beast laughed. Where are you guys going? I am not chasing you guys. Why are you running so fast? He had learned the human language from Bao Bao. Bao Bao's human language was half-baked. One could imagine how awkward it would be for the purple flame electric beast to speak the human language. Inwardly, Gaou and Bai Gujing cursed. This vicious beast knew the human language. Just as they were running, they heard a cold laugh ahead of them. At the foot of the mountain path, a man and a beast suddenly appeared, blocking their path, completely blocking their path back and forth. Of course, this person was Qin Wushuang. He had brought Bao Bao to cut off Gaou's escape route. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 363. With a somewhat mischievous tone, Qin Wushuang laughed. Head Gaou, how come you are not going in after reaching the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect? Don't tell me that you guys are not going in after passing the gate 3 times. With an ashen face, Gaou exchanged a glance with Bai Gujing. He knew that today's matter was extremely dangerous. If they could not break through this encirclement, most likely these two would die before the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Once these two died, no one would have the power to activate the mountain protection formation of the Archaic Mysteries sect. There would only be one fate waiting for the Archaic Mysteries sect, total annihilation. Gaou was determined as he glanced at the cliff below the mountain path. He knew that regardless of the top or bottom, with their power, it would be difficult to break through any obstacle. Once the enemy closed in on them, they would not even have the chance to escape. Boss. Suddenly, Bai Gujing's tone became much deeper. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Our chance of survival lies below this cliff. Only one of us can live. You escape from the cliff, I will cover you. Inwardly, Gaou was shocked as he looked at Bai Gujing with a complicated gaze. On Bai Gujing's skinny face, his deep eyes carried a wave of determination as if he was facing death. I have made up my mind, I will live and die for the Archaic Mysteries sect. After Devil Boy's death, no one will be able to inherit my bloodline. I only hope you can persevere and not let me down. No matter what, the Archaic Mysteries sect must not fall, never. Gao Yu nodded as a warm current surged in his heart. He said emotionally, "Second, once I enter the mountain gate, I will immediately activate the mountain protection formation. Then, I will rush to the Nine Palace faction and take Gui Yun away. That child, Gui Yun, is the future hope of the Archaic Mysteries sect." Bai Gujing nodded, "Okay, I will count to 3. You will jump down the cliff to escape. I will immediately activate the Sky Ghost mystifying technique. As long as I can hold them back for a few breaths, you can escape with ease." Gao Yu's tiger eyes were filled with tears. "Second, you and I will part today. If we meet again in the underworld, we will not let down the ancestors of the Archaic Mysteries sect." The instant they whispered, Qin Wushuang started to think. He said to Bao Bao, "Bao Bao, if I've guessed correctly, for sure they will jump down from this cliff to fight for a slim chance of survival. You know what to do, right?" There was a trace of pride in Bao Bao's tone. "You are seeking death by competing with me in climbing the cliff. Okay, you'll be in charge of the cliff when the time comes. You don't have to worry about anything happening on the mountain path." Qin Wushuang ordered. Bai Gujing shouted and suddenly waved the magic staff in his hand. A dark cloud came out of the magic staff. Suddenly, the surrounding area was filled with dark clouds and fog. All kinds of strange noises suddenly came out from the fog. They sounded like mournful howls and ghostly cries. For a moment, the entire mountain path seemed to darken. As the chilly wind blew, all kinds of illusory ghostly shadows appeared in the air, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They kept spilling out and spreading to both sides of the mountain path. Qin Wushuang focused his gaze and felt strange inwardly. What kind of demonic technique is this? From his knowledge of this world, there were only different kinds of powerful martial techniques. It seemed that there were no such demonic techniques. Naturally, he felt somewhat curious when he saw Bai Gujing's technique. He shouted in a low voice, "Bao Bao, don't get distracted." Bao Bao jumped down the cliff and gave a long laugh in the air. "Boss, it's as you expected." Qin Wushuang made up his mind and waved the Fury Dragon Soul Whip from his hand. Instantly, the blood-red light shot out and rolled toward that chilly wind. As the shadow of the whip swung, it was as if the giant hand of the blue sky had pushed away 3 or 4 parts of this chilly wind. Qin Wushuang rushed forward and the long whip in his hand had already arrived before Bai Gujing. Bai Gujing laughed nastily, "I'm going to fight it out with you." While he was talking, this Bai Gujing did not dodge. Instead, his body turned into a blurry shadow. He rolled up his magic staff and smashed it toward that whip shadow. Qin Wushuang shouted coldly, "You're overestimating yourself." Bai Gujing withdrew his blurry shadow. In the next moment, the magic staff flew out of his hand and dissipated in the wind. It turned into 10,000 white bones and shot toward Qin Wushuang like sharp battle blades. This came out of the blue, and it was extremely sudden. Qin Wushuang rolled the Fury Dragon Soul Whip in front of his chest and made 3 circles to create layers of defensive spiritual power. The defensive circle continued to expand, and like a bloody mouth, it swallowed all the bones. Although those white bones came at a fast speed, as soon as they entered this defensive circle, it was like an icicle entering a furnace. Instantly, they melted and scattered into ashes and powder. Bai Gujing was shocked. With a leap, he jumped down the cliff. Qin Wushuang shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" The Fury Dragon Soul Whip stretched out. The 30 feet long Fury Dragon Soul Whip instantly became 10 times bigger. Like a long python, it wrapped around Bai Gujing's small body. Qin Wushuang took advantage of the momentum and smashed the Fury Dragon Soul Whip into the left side of the mountain. With a rumble, the mountain wall was smashed into a deep ravine, forming a huge hole. Bai Gujing was spurting out blood. He had no room to resist. Qin Wushuang urged his true power. The power of the deep north had already passed through the Fury Dragon Soul Whip and entered Bai Gujing's body. Bai Gujing only felt as if his dantian was suddenly bitten by a mosquito. Immediately after, he felt an electric shock. All the spiritual power in his body was leaking out at high speed. Bai Gujing was scared out of his wits and cried out in pain. Sect Master Bai, that day, I used this method to kill Zhu Dazhong. Now, I'm using the same method to deal with you. It's just to let you reunite with your fellow sect members. Also, by the way, your disciple Devil Boy was also killed by me. Qin Wushuang's voice sounded leisurely. However, his words almost made Bai Gujing faint. He mumbled, "Who are you? You want to know?" Qin Wushuang asked with a cold smile. "If I don't know who you are, I will not die in peace," Bai Gujing exclaimed. Qin Wushuang nodded and tightened the Fury Dragon Soul Whip to wrap around Bai Gujing's entire body. He could not speak even if he wanted to. Then, he said in a low voice, "Listen well, I am Qin Wushuang from the Stargaze Palace." Suddenly, Bai Gujing's sunken eyes popped out like a dead fish. His throat kept trembling as he wanted to make a sound. However, he could not make a single sound. A pair of withered and skinny arms waved in despair. Slowly, without a sound, Qin Wushuang rolled up Bai Gujing's body and threw it down the cliff. He gave a long sigh. "Since you are a Grandmaster, it's a good place to die under the cliff of the Archaic Mysteries sect." At this moment, Bao Bao gave a long whistle and climbed up from the bottom of the cliff. He said with a joyful voice, "Boss, this guy really knows how to escape. He made me waste a lot of time." Bao Bao carried Gaou in his hand. This time, Bao Bao did not suck Gaou's dantian. Instead, he caught a living person and brought him before Qin Wushuang. He knew that this person was the head of the Archaic Mysteries sect. He must listen to his boss on how to deal with him. Qin Wushuang glanced at Gaou coldly. "Head Gao, how does it feel?" Gaou's face was ashen. "Be straightforward, kill me." Qin Wushuang laughed leisurely. "Kill you? That will happen sooner or later. However, before that, I want you to see how I am going to destroy your Archaic Mysteries sect." Then, he said to Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast, "Let's go." Gaou roared in despair. "What grudge do you have with my Archaic Mysteries sect? You killed my people and want to destroy my sect." "Grudge?" Qin Wushuang kept sneering. "Your Archaic Mysteries sect colluded with the Nine Palace faction and invaded the Stargaze Palace. That is a blood feud. Gaou, when you and Zhao Heng came to the Stargaze Palace to cause trouble, did you ever think that today would come? When you helped the Nine Palace faction build a bridge to attack the Stargaze Palace, did you ever think that today would come?" Gaou's expression changed drastically as his pupils shrank rapidly. "You? Who are you?" Qin Wushuang sealed Gaou's mute acupoint. "Who am I? I am Qin Wushuang from the Stargaze Palace." As if he had been struck by lightning, Gaou opened his mouth and could not speak a word. He looked at Qin Wushuang in panic and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. "Qin Wushuang? Stargaze Palace?" Inwardly, Gaou had countless questions. How is it possible? When did the Stargaze Palace become this enchanting? Although this Qin Wushuang had good strength at the friendly competition, he was only at the middle stage. How did he manage to tame two spiritual beasts at the perfect stage? How did he defeat all those elite warriors from the Nine Palace faction? The purple flame electric beast roared and was the first one to rush to the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Qin Wushuang wrapped Gaou with the Fury Dragon Soul and dragged him behind him as if he was dragging a dead dog. He started to chant with all his genuine qi, "All disciples of the Archaic Mysteries sect, listen well. All 5 heads of the Archaic Mysteries sect have died. All of your elite warriors have been annihilated. Today, I have come to the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect to destroy your mountain gate. Anyone who resists will be killed. Those who are willing to drag out an ignoble existence, gather at the square before the mountain gate in 10 breath. Destroy your own dantian and you will be spared from death. Or else, when the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect is destroyed, it will be the time of your death." From Qin Wushuang's tone, there was not a trace of humanity. When dealing with enemies, Qin Wushuang only had one principle and that was to be ruthless to the end. To forgive the enemy was to abuse himself. Of course, Qin Wushuang understood this principle since he had suffered such a loss once. I will say it again, in 10 breaths, those who have not arrived at the square before the mountain gate will be killed. Again, Qin Wushuang shouted with an indifferent tone, "You too, get ready to destroy their mountain gate." When Jiao Yu heard these words, his entire body twitched and he howled in grief inwardly. Was the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect going to be destroyed? Was the Archaic Mysteries sect that had been passed down for thousands of years going to face a calamity today? Now, Jiao Yu was so regretful that even his intestines had turned green. Now, he knew that he had only himself to blame for all of this disaster. If he had not lured the 9 Palace faction here, even if the Stargaze Palace had risen and dominated the east, they would not have destroyed the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect and destroyed their legacy. The first breath, the second breath, Qin Wushuang counted lightly with an indifferent tone. Inside the Archaic Mysteries sect, it was already a mess. Like ants on a hot pan, they had no clue what to do. Besides being in a panic, they had no sense of propriety. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 364. Before 10 breaths had passed, each of the remaining disciples of the Archaic Mysteries sect had arrived before the square of the mountain gate. Each of them looked at the man and 2 beasts standing on the high ground before the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect. With just one look, they did not dare to look down on them. Qin Wushuang raised the Fury Dragon Soul and displayed Jiao Yu's body before all the disciples of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Open your eyes and look. This person is Jiao Yu, the head of the Archaic Mysteries sect. He colluded with the 9 Palace and led the wolf into the house. Today, I will let him see with his own eyes how I destroy the Archaic Mysteries sect. Lone. Qin Wushuang shouted in a low voice. Here. The purple flame electric beast walked up eagerly. Don't you like to tear things down? I will let you tear down all the big and small palaces of the Archaic Mysteries sect. You decide whether to burn them down or tear them down. The purple flame electric beast was overjoyed as the wildness in his eyes increased dramatically. Roger. Bao Bao said gloomily, Boss, I don't get a share. You just watch from the side. If anyone from the Celestial Arcanum sect dares to make a move, kill that person. Bao Bao laughed. That's more like it. Move. Qin Wushuang's tone did not carry a trace of humanity. When the purple flame electric beast received the order, he let out a loud roar, causing the entire mountain to tremble. His body transformed into a flash of lightning and dashed before the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Like a cannonball, his body crashed forward. 4 spiritual beasts at the perfect stage, the power of their corporeal body was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Instantly, half of the front palace of the Archaic Mysteries sect had collapsed. Using the same method, the purple flame electric beast crashed again and caused the entire front palace to collapse. After it had collapsed, the purple flame electric beast opened his mouth and spat out waves of genuine fire to ignite the ruins of the front palace. Then, the purple flame electric beast continued to bombard the surroundings of the main palace. Every time it attacked, the faces of the Celestial Arcanum sect disciples dimmed. Jiao Yu's face was even more ashen as he closed his eyes in despair. He wanted to curse, but he didn't even have the ability to open his mouth. As for the experts of the Tianji sect, almost all of them had followed Jiao Yu to battle. Therefore, although there were some Xiantian disciples among the disciples who remained in the Tianji sect, they were all ordinary disciples who had not entered the ranks of the core disciples. Therefore, their sense of belonging to the Tianji sect was naturally not as strong as the core disciples. Although they were grieving inwardly, under Bao Bao's covetous gaze, how could they dare to make any abnormal movements? Other than the main palace, all the other palaces had been completely destroyed by the purple flame electric beast. The purple flame electric beast also knew that the main palace must have a sturdy structure. It would take some time to destroy it. Therefore, it chose to finish off the easy ones first before preparing to destroy the main hall. Qin Wushuang suddenly said, Wait. He threw Jiaoyu's body and said to Bao Bao, "Catch him." Bao Bao caught him and Qin Wushuang scuttled to the front of the main palace in a few leaps. He said with a smile, "Let me." The purple flame electric beast stepped aside. "Okay." Qin Wushuang gathered his temperament and jumped suddenly. Like a giant bird soaring into the sky, he opened his arms and stretched them out. He waved the Fury Dragon Soul whip from his hand. Instantly, as if the Fury Dragon Soul had awakened, a wave of dark red spiritual chi attached to the tip of the whip struck down. Like a rainbow, a wave of light slashed down from the middle like a light blade. This slash carried the temperament of a landslide. Boom! Under this attack, the attacking power of a weapon at the void martial stage was undoubtedly revealed. Under this attack, that impregnable main palace started to shake. Then, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the surrounding walls, spreading out continuously. Qin Wushuang's attack was effective and he followed it up with two more. Boom, boom. Debris flew from the roof of the main palace and the walls had started to sink. "I'll leave the rest to you." Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and flew back. "Alrighty." The purple flame electric beast grinned and attacked again. He spat out a row of genuine fire each time he changed directions. Initially, inside and outside the main palace, there were different types of spiritual chi defense that could defend against the fire. However, Qin Wushuang's three whip attacks were attacks from a weapon at the void martial stage. After the three whip attacks, all the spiritual chi defense was destroyed and shattered into pieces. Thus, when the purple flame electric beast's genuine fire burned, it was as if he had ignited dry wood. Whoosh! The fire soared to the sky and instantly, the main palace turned into a sea of fire. Before Qin Wushuang flew back to the mountain gate, he said coldly, "The inheritance of the archaic mysteries sect will cease to exist. If you want to live, destroy your dantian immediately. You will live. Or else, you will be buried with the mountain gate of the archaic mysteries sect." Currently, there were thousands of disciples of the archaic mysteries sect gathered around this square. Although most of them were initial stage disciples, they still had some sense of belonging and identity to the sect. Now, when they saw the destruction of the sect, each of them shed tears like rain. Some righteous people stood out and shouted, "The foundation of the archaic mysteries sect has been destroyed, but our spirit will not perish." Today, the mountain gate has been destroyed. Besides being buried with the sect, I have no other choice. Those who are not afraid of death, live and die with the sect. Those who are afraid of death, destroy your dantian and drag out an ignoble existence. After these people had finished speaking, they lifted their bodies and dashed into the fire without hesitation. How could this genuine fire be ordinary? These disciples did not have high strength. As soon as they dashed in, they were like wax figures and were instantly burned until not even their bones were left. My body can die, but my spirit will not. I am also willing to be buried with the sect. I will also not drag out an ignoble existence. Disciples of the archaic mysteries sect continuously stood out and threw themselves into the blazing fire. Although Qin Wushuang was deeply moved inwardly, he did not stop them. He knew that such righteous people were the loyal followers of the archaic mysteries sect. If such people were to be let go, there would be more trouble in the future. Naturally, Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast would not have any compassion. They stood on the side and sneered as they watched the archaic mysteries sect. Qin Wushuang looked at Jiaoyu and said lightly, "Head Jiao, you have only yourself to blame for everything that has happened to you. If you had won this scheme, I am afraid we would be the ones to be destroyed. And if you had lost, this is the result of you having asked for mercy. I do not want to humiliate you because you are the head of a generation. If you are willing to throw yourself into the blazing fire and be buried with the sect, I can fulfill your wish." Jiaoyu's heart was like dead ashes as he nodded. His expression clearly said, "You win." Qin Wushuang said, "Okay. Lone, throw head Jiao into the fire and refine his body with the genuine fire. The winner takes all. This is the most ideal ending for him." The purple flame electric beast twitched his mouth into a smile. "Deal. It's such a pity to burn him to death. It's better to let Bao Bao swallow him, ha ha." However, He knew that Qin Wushuang did this because he did not want to humiliate this head Gaou. Instantly, he grabbed Gaou's body and threw him into that endless sea of fire. Gaou's entire body was restrained and thrown into the sea of fire. As soon as the fire engulfed his body, it started to burn fiercely. In a moment, the fire soared to the sky and swallowed Gaou's body completely. Qin Wushuang said with a calm expression, "Head Gao, rest in peace. From now on, the chaos in the Tianxian land will have nothing to do with your Archaic Mysteries sect." Another 100 disciples of the Archaic Mysteries sect stood out mournfully and threw themselves into the fire to be buried with their head. For the remaining ones, no one else stood out. Qin Wushuang nodded, "It's still 10 breaths, destroy your own Dantian. From now on, the grudge between me and the Archaic Mysteries sect will disappear. If you hesitate, please enter that sea of fire. I will not go back on my words." In fact, none of these disciples were Upper Sky Realm warriors. However, Qin Wushuang was still cautious and would not allow anyone to become a threat in the future. After 10 breaths, all the disciples had destroyed their own Dantian. As the fire gradually died down, the entire Archaic Mysteries sect had become a piece of scorched earth. And those disciples who had destroyed their own Dantian all ran down the mountain and disappeared without a trace, as if they were afraid that Qin Wushuang would return. Qin Wushuang sighed, "From now on, the name of the Archaic Mysteries sect will disappear from the east." Soon, the news reached the 9 Palace faction. When Zhuo Tianxi received the news, his lips trembled as he felt extremely defeated. As for the 2 elders who managed to escape, they shut themselves in their rooms and refused to come out. "I am Zhuo Tianxi, I would like to see Brother Luo." Outside a secret room in the Lotus Flower Palace of the 9 Palace faction, Zhuo Tianxi said with a humble tone. This was the 9th time he had asked to see Luo Yun. Ever since he had been defeated and returned to the 9 Palace faction, Luo Yun had been in seclusion. No matter how many times he had asked, Luo Yun had ignored him. Zhuo Tianxi was the general of a defeated army, and his strength was not as good as Luo Yun's. Thus, although he had been humiliated, he did not dare to show any anger and still spoke carefully. This time, he did not have much hope. He was an ambitious person, but after experiencing the defeat of the great Luo Empire, he was helpless and did not know what to do. Thus, he wanted to ask Luo Yun for advice. Finally, the door of the secret room slowly opened. Luo Yun walked out with an indifferent expression and said with a mocking tone, "Brother Tianxi, is this the strength of the 9 Palace faction? You don't even know who did this to you, and you were all defeated." Zhuo Tianxi blushed with shame. "Brother Luo, this time we have been schemed against." "Schemed against by who?" Luo Yun asked sarcastically. Zhuo Tianxi could not say anything, but he could only mumble, "Most likely, it is the power of the 9 Raven Temple. Besides them, there is no other powerhouse in the human countries that could make the 9 Palace suffer like this." Luo Yun took a deep breath and asked coldly, "Zhuo Tianxi, it seems that you still don't know enough about the matters of the Tianxian land. Even in the human countries, the sects from the 2 upper-ranking empires may not be the only ones that can defeat the 9 Palace. You only suspect the 9 Raven Temple. Have you ever thought that the Stargaze Palace is the biggest suspect?" Zhuo Tianxi mumbled, "Stargaze Palace. I have investigated the strength of the Stargaze Palace from many sources. I should not have made any mistakes. There is no reason for them to have done it. From my estimation, there were at least 2 or 3 perfect stage humans and 2 perfect stage spiritual beasts that had attacked us." Luo Yun gave a long sigh. In fact, people of the 9 Raven Temple had always been inside the temple. And the people of the Sky Travel Empire had not made a move. Both great empires were under my surveillance. If they had elite warriors that had infiltrated, it would be impossible for them to pass through these tens of thousands of miles and enter the Stargaze Palace. Besides, they would not have enough motive to do so. I don't know how the Stargaze Palace did it. However, I am sure that the powerhouse that made the 9 Palace suffer like this came from the east. Stunned, Zhuo Tianxi could not speak as he felt a sudden shock. After a while, he said, "The east. How could the east have such devilish power? How is it possible? Wouldn't we know when we go take a look?" There was a trace of indifference in Luo Yun's tone. However, within this trace of indifference, there was a wave of anger and a wave of murderous intent. Zhuo Tianxi was overjoyed when he heard these words. Inwardly, he was moved. Could it be that Luo Yun was planning to go? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 365. In a short 3 or 4 days, the news of the destruction of the Archaic Mysteries sect had spread across the entire eastern region. The entire Heavenly Lake Empire had fallen into endless fear. Without the protection of the Archaic Mysteries sect, they knew that the collapse of the Heavenly Lake Empire was not far away. Besides the Archaic Mysteries sect, there were many other sects in the Heavenly Lake Empire. However, it would be difficult for these sects to support a lower-ranking empire, not to mention a middle-ranking empire like the Heavenly Lake Empire. The background of the destruction of the Archaic Mysteries sect had also spread like a plague. The Archaic Mysteries sect had colluded with the Nine Palace faction and led the wolf into the house. Who had destroyed the Archaic Mysteries sect? Under the influence of countless rumors, all the questions pointed to the Great Luo Empire and the Stargaze Palace. On the way back, Qin Wushuang did not waste any time. In less than a day, he had returned to the Stargaze Palace. Currently, the Stargaze Palace had already called back those core disciples. The entire higher-ups were reminiscing about that battle with the Nine Palace faction. When they saw Qin Wushuang had returned, Wei Yi, Zhu Fu and the others all went up to congratulate him. Especially Wei Yi, as he gave a long sigh. Junior brother Qin, from now on, the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace will look up to you. You are our role model. Senior brother Wei, I only encountered some fortuitous opportunities by chance. Qin Wushuang said humbly. Zhao Muji came up and laughed. Even if it was a fortuitous opportunity, it's because you are blessed with great fortune. Junior brother Qin, you really make us, your senior brothers, feel ashamed. Zhuo Buchuan walked over with a smile. You guys, don't belittle yourselves. Wu Shuang was able to obtain such achievements because of his natural fortune and hard work. Each person has their own fortune. You guys only need to train hard and you will have a bright future. Zhao Muji laughed. That's right. Most likely, a talent like junior brother Qin would only appear once every 1,000 years. And someone like me, Zhao Muji, might appear once every 5 years. I don't want to compete. Currently, Qin Wushuang was far ahead of them. Thus, these fellow disciples had become much calmer. Because the competition between them had already ended. Instead of having strange thoughts, it was better to calm down and appreciate Qin Wushuang's monstrous performance. Head Palace Master, on my way back from the Heavenly Lake Empire, I have attracted a lot of attention. However, the outside world seems to have pointed the spearhead of the destruction of the Archaic Mysteries sect to the Stargaze Palace. What should we do next? Qin Wushuang asked. Zhuo Buchuan said, Today, I called everyone here to discuss this matter. To the Stargaze Palace, the destruction of the Archaic Mysteries sect is a rare opportunity. If they seized this opportunity to dominate the East, they would be on par with the other 3 upper-rank great empires and become another upper-rank great empire of the human nations. However, this way, the issue of dealing with the Nine Palace faction and eliminating the Archaic Mysteries sect must be made public. Everyone nodded. The pros and cons of this matter were already very clear. If they were to announce it to the public, for sure the Stargaze Palace would face pressure from the powerhouses behind the Nine Palace. If they did not announce it, it would be difficult for the Stargaze Palace to make a name for themselves. They would not be able to make all the Eastern countries submit willingly if they wanted to take advantage of the victory and unify the East. Tan Zhongqi said, Head Palace Master, I thought about it. Although the Nine Palace faction had lost, they might not know it was done by the Stargaze Palace. However, in the end, this debt will still fall on the Stargaze Palace. Thus, we should be calm and announce it immediately. We will sweep through the East with lightning speed. This idea received the approval of the other palace masters. They also felt that the truth could not be concealed. Since the Stargaze Palace had the power to defeat the Nine Palace, it would not matter even if they admitted it. They would strike while the iron was hot and stabilize the situation in the East. With the East as their base, they would declare themselves as an upper-rank empire. By that time, it would be impossible for the other upper-rank empires to not acknowledge the existence of the Great Luo. Zhuo Buchuan nodded in a low voice and turned to ask Qin Wushuang, "Wushuang, what do you think?" Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "I think it's all right. We will have to face it sooner or later. Instead of waiting passively, we should take the initiative to attack. The facts have proven that the benefits of taking the initiative is much better than taking a beating passively." Immediately, Qin Wushuang's words had won everyone's agreement. Tan Zhongqi laughed, "That's right, to deal with the Nine Palace, if we didn't follow Wushuang's suggestion and let the Nine Palace attack the Stargaze Palace, we would have suffered a lot of casualties even if we could still beat them back. That's right, take the initiative to attack. Head Palace Master, since we already took the initiative, why don't we do it again? When we meet with all the Eastern countries, no one would dare to disobey our orders." Zhong Wuyin's ambition had also swelled. If they could become an upper-rank empire, then the Great Luo would have a completely different position. The entire Eastern situation would fall into the hands of the Stargaze Palace. The benefits of this were self-evident. While they were talking, a core disciple walked in from outside the door and walked before Zhuo Buchuan in a hurry. "Head Palace Master, a report came from the outer palace. The head dragon of the Dragon and Tiger sect is here to visit." Shi Chenglong, Zhuo Buchuan and the other 4 palace masters were all stunned. A trace of a playful smile emerged from the corner of Qin Wushuang's mouth. This Shi Chenglong had come at the right time. He could not have come earlier or later. What did he mean by coming at this time? However, after thinking about it for a while, he was able to grasp Shi Chenglong's mentality more or less. A while ago, the news of the tragedy of the Archaic Mysteries sect had reached the ears of the Dragon and Tiger sect and made them restless. And since there was no news of the Nine Palace invading the Stargaze Palace, it had increased the restlessness of the Dragon and Tiger sect. For sure, this Shi Chenglong had come to scout for information. Tan Zhongqi smiled meaningfully, "Head Palace Master, this Shi Chenglong knows how to pick the time." Zhuo Buchuan chuckled and nodded. "When I went to visit them at the Vermilion Empire, they did not want to listen. Now, they are here to visit, for sure they are fearful. Everyone, do you think we should meet or not?" Initially, the relationship between the Stargaze Palace and the Dragon and Tiger sect was harmonious. However, after Zhuo Buchuan's visit last time, the Dragon and Tiger sect had tried to evade him. Thus, the entire Stargaze Palace was disappointed with the Dragon and Tiger sect. They knew that the Dragon and Tiger sect was not an ally that they could entrust their lives to. "Head Palace Master, what do you think Shi Chenglong is planning by coming at this time?" Tian Zhixing asked. Zhuo Buchuan said, "For sure, Shi Chenglong came to the Great Luo to scout the results of the Nine Palaces invasion. Along the way, he must have learned that the Stargaze Palace is safe and sound. Although he did not know about the Nine Palaces' defeat, he came to visit since the Stargaze Palace is safe. If the Stargaze Palace is in danger, for sure, he would turn around and leave. That's his intention." Qin Wushuang nodded. "Head Palace Master has hit the nail on the head." Tan Zhongqi said coldly, "If that's the case, let's give him the cold shoulder and let him experience the feeling of helplessness and despair." Zhuo Buchuan nodded. "Second, you go see Shi Chenglong. If he wants to talk to you about the current situation, you will talk to him about family matters. If he asks about my whereabouts, you will tell him that I am in solitary training. If he asks about the Archaic Mysteries sect, you will tell him that it was the Stargaze Palace that did it. If he asks about the Nine Palace again, you will play dumb with him. Overall, you must not let him find out anything." Tan Zhongqi smiled mischievously. "I understand. I want him to be in the clouds and be completely confused." "That's right." Zhuo Buchuan said with a smile, "When he is lost, I will appear and lay all my cards on the table. This way, the Dragon and Tiger sect will surrender without a fight. At that time, when the Stargaze Palace joins the Eastern Alliance, no one will dare to disobey." The other 4 palace masters all nodded and praised him. Tan Zhongqi said with a smile. Wei Yi, Wushuang, you two come with me to meet Shi Chenglong. Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi both nodded and followed Tan Zhongqi. Zhuo Buchuan said with a smile. For sure, Shi Chenglong will be surprised when he sees second. Ha ha, since the dragon and tiger sect escaped from danger, we should deal with them this way. Shi Chenglong was arranged to stay in the front palace. Inwardly, although he was feeling somewhat anxious, he had some ideas when he saw the disciples coming and going from the Stargaze Palace with a calm expression as if no disaster had passed. Inwardly, he was feeling somewhat suspicious. He did not understand. Did the Nine Palace faction not come at all, or did they leave? He thought that the Nine Palace were not those kind of people who would leave after coming. If the Nine Palace had come to the Stargaze Palace, they should not have left without doing anything, right? Could it be that the Stargaze Palace has revealed some special trump card and made the Nine Palace retreat? Shi Chenglong's head was full of questions. While he was thinking, a wave of footsteps came from outside the front palace. A dry laugh came from outside the door. Hearing this voice, Shi Chenglong's heart skipped a beat. How could it be him? Of course, he knew that this person was Tan Zhongqi. Didn't this person get injured by Zhao Heng a year ago? According to the rumors, there was no way to heal that level of internal injury. While he was thinking, Zhuo Buchuan had already walked in. Ha 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 ha, head dragon Shi, which wind blew you here? Although Shi Chenglong was feeling suspicious inwardly, he was full of smiles on his face. Palace Master Tan, after 2 years, you are still as healthy as before. It seems that the rumors from the outside are not trustworthy. I am so comforted to see you safe and sound. I am so comforted. Ha ha. Head Shi, to the outside world, I should be a skeleton in the grave, right? Tan Zhongqi waved his hand and welcomed him with enthusiasm. Please sit. Shi Chenglong gave a long sigh. The outside world said that Zhao Heng, the assistant head of the Nine Palace, had injured your Dantian and died. Those were all lies. It caused me to sigh in the past year. Our 3 kingdoms of the East has lost yet another hero. Palace Master Tan, that rumor from the outside world is. It's not a rumor, I am just lucky to not have died. Tan Zhongqi waved his hand. Wei Yi, Wushuang, come and greet Head Shi. Nice to meet you, Head Shi. Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi went up to salute. No need to be so polite. Initially at the Archaic Mysteries sect, I had already experienced your power. Now, it seems that you have improved. Suddenly, Shi Chenglong said with a low tone, unfortunately, in less than 2 years, the Archaic Mysteries sect has become a historical name. Palace Master Tan, have you heard about the destruction of the Archaic Mysteries sect? Tan Zhongqi nodded with a faint smile. Yes, I have. A light flashed across Shi Chenglong's eyes. Do you have any inside information? Tan Zhongqi laughed. There is no inside information, it was done by the Stargaze Palace. As soon as he said these words, Shi Chenglong's heart twitched and his expression became complicated. P.S. There is one more update in the afternoon. Whether it will be 2 or 3 updates at night, it will depend on whether the monthly votes can break 900. It's almost there. We only need a dozen Galaxian warriors to step out and we will achieve this goal. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 366. The Stargaze Palace did it. Of course, Shi Chenglong's expression became complicated as he thought quickly. What did Tan Zhongqi mean by his words? Was it a joke, or an indirect threat? Currently, Tan Zhongqi was facing Shi Chenglong. Whether it was in terms of personal strength or psychological superiority, he had the absolute upper hand. Therefore, he was very relaxed. His expression carried a little smile as he looked at Shi Chenglong. However, he did not explain anything. Inwardly, Shi Chenglong calmed himself down and laughed. Palace Master Tan, that Archaic Mysteries sect is on par with the Stargaze and the Dragon and Tiger sect. It's not an easy task to destroy them in a few days. Could it be that Hall Master Tan is joking with me? Tan Zhongqi only smiled and shook his head slightly. Behind him, Qin Wushuang said leisurely, Head Shi, the Archaic Mysteries sect has led the wolf into the house. They have lured the Nine Palace and tried to invade the Eastern interests. The Stargaze Palace is only enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Stunned inwardly, Shi Chenglong looked at Qin Wushuang again. Inwardly, many thoughts emerged. What was going on today? In the past, Tan Zhongqi did not have the same strength and position as him. He would not be able to act so carefree before him. But today, Tan Zhongqi's expression and eyes were clearly very relaxed. There was no pressure or restraint. Most importantly, it seemed that these two young disciples did not put him, the head of the sect, in their eyes from the playful smile on the corner of their mouth. Qin Wushuang's words were the best proof. After all, Shi Chenglong was the head of the sect. Before he had probed the truth, of course, he would not show his emotions. He said with a smile, "Palace Master Tan, this way, the destruction of the archaic mysteries sect was done by the Stargaze Palace." "Yes, that's right." Tan Zhongqi nodded. After a pause, Shi Chenglong asked again, "At the end of last year, your head Palace Master Zhuo came to visit the Dragon and Tiger sect. He said that the Nine Palace was about to invade. I don't know if it's true or not." Tan Zhongqi laughed. "With the information from the Dragon and Tiger sect, I believe it's needless to say whether it's true or not. Head Zhuo, in the past, I had hoped that the two of us would work together to protect the Eastern interests. Only, due to the fact that your sect is pushing it left and right, the Stargaze Palace has no choice but to support it alone. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on us and the Stargaze Palace did not fall. On the contrary, the archaic mysteries sect that had led the wolf into the house had fallen. Dragon Head Zhuo, don't you think the creation of this world is a little too miraculous?" Shi Chenglong smiled apologetically. "I am slow-witted and do not know what Hall Master Tan is referring to." The archaic mysteries sect schemed to use the Nine Palace to dominate the East and wanted to get rid of the thorn in their side. However, they didn't expect that their wishful thinking would end up with them being the first to be exterminated. "Isn't this fate playing tricks on us?" Shi Chenglong sighed. "The archaic mysteries sect no longer exists." "It really makes one sigh." Tan Zhongqi said with a smile. "Indeed, Head Zhuo is a sentimental person. To the Stargaze Palace, not only do we not feel sad about the destruction of the archaic mysteries sect, we have been looking forward to it. This way, the situation in the East will be clearer." "Isn't that a good thing?" Shi Chenglong said. "For the past 1,000 years, the Eastern region has been dominated by the three kingdoms. Once the situation is out of balance, it would be hard to predict the future. If the balance of power between the three kingdoms is broken, I am afraid it would be easier for the foreign powerhouses to invade." Tan Zhongqi said, "Head Zhuo, your words have the cause and effect reversed. It was because the archaic mysteries sect had attracted the foreign powerhouses that they were exterminated. It was not because of their extermination that the foreign powerhouses invaded." Shi Chenglong shook his head silently and only smiled bitterly. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang said, "In my opinion, not only will the situation in the East not be unpredictable, it will become clearer." Tan Zhongqi could not help but nod in agreement. Shi Chenglong said with surprise, "What do you mean?" Tan Zhongqi said with a smile, "Head Zhuo, you only need to observe and you will know when the time comes." Shi Chenglong said unhappily, "Today, Palace Master Tan's words are not straightforward. I wonder if Head Palace Master Zhuo is at the Stargaze Palace." Tan Zhongqi said leisurely, "When I, Tan Zhongqi, speak, I'm always straightforward to those who are straightforward and not straightforward to those who are not. Do you think you are a straightforward person?" "Of course, I am a straightforward person." Tan Zhongqi said, "I am afraid not. On that day when my head palace master went to the Dragon and Tiger sect, it was not that your sect did not know the situation. Yet, you only wanted to protect yourselves and did not dare to agree to form an alliance to resist the Nine Palace. Just this point alone is enough to make me unhappy. And since then, the relationship between our two families has also not been so straightforward." Shi Chenglong said angrily, "Is it Head Palace Master Zhuo's intention to speak today? Head Palace Master is in solitary training and did not know about your visit. However, if it were any other Palace Master, they would most likely have the same intention." Shi Chenglong said with a cold sneer, I don't believe that head palace master Zhuo would not see the big picture. What is the big picture? Tan Zhongqi asked lightly. The 1,000 years of friendship between our two houses is the big picture. The eastern situation is unpredictable and needs our two houses to discuss the big picture. That is the big picture. Tan Zhongqi could not help but laugh as he shook his head and sighed. Headsher, indeed, the relationship between our two houses is the big picture if we were to form an alliance to resist the Nine Palace. However, now, this big picture is gone. As for the eastern situation, the Stargaze Palace does not plan to discuss it with anyone. However, you only need to worry about the Dragon and Tiger sect. When he said here, suddenly, Tan Zhongqi laughed. Headsher, I would like to ask a presumptuous question. Go ahead. Shi Chenglong said with a gloomy expression. If that Nine Palace invaded your sect, how would you protect yourselves? Shi Chenglong said, the Dragon and Tiger sect does not hold any grudge with the Nine Palace. Why would they invade us? Tan Zhongqi said coldly, this way, the Nine Palace holds a grudge with the Stargaze Palace. Why would they invade the Stargaze Palace? Headsher, from the beginning to the end, you feel that the Nine Palace invaded the Stargaze Palace because of a personal grudge, and not because of the entire East. Thus, you feel that you are at a disadvantage by forming an alliance with the Stargaze Palace, right? Shi Chenglong was left speechless after hearing this. However, Tan Zhongqi's words were a form of strategy. He wanted to weaken Shi Chenglong's temperament. By that time, the head palace master would make the final decision and make the Dragon and Tiger sect cooperate obediently. From that point, the situation of the three empires would end. The Stargaze Palace would become the sole ruler of the East. Suddenly, Tan Zhongqi laughed. Headsher, I was angry and my tone was a bit excessive. Please don't blame me. All the gains and losses in the past are in the past. Let's look forward. Let's do what needs to be done. Once the situation has formed, no one can change it. Shi Chenglong could not understand Tan Zhongqi's words. Vividly, it seemed that Tan Zhongqi was hinting at him and reminding him of something. Inwardly, he was somewhat hesitant. The Stargaze Palace claimed to be responsible for the destruction of the archaic mysteries sect. However, since when did the Stargaze Palace have the power to destroy the archaic mysteries sect? If they truly had the power, wouldn't they also destroy the Dragon and Tiger sect? When he thought here, just when he was about to speak, Tan Zhongqi spoke first. Headsher, my head palace master will be coming out soon. How about you stay for a few days? Shi Chenglong felt that Shuabuchuan was the most reliable person in the Stargaze Palace. At the moment, he nodded. All right, I will wait for head palace master Zhuo to come out. Tan Zhongqi chuckled. Wei Yi, tell them to serve Headsher well and not neglect the guests. Wei Yi laughed. Of course, the Stargaze Palace never neglect guests. I will take my leave. Tan Zhongqi cupped his hands in a salute to Shi Chenglong and walked out with Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi. When he walked out of the door, Tan Zhongqi could not help but smile. Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi also had a smile on their faces. When they saw Shi Chenglong today, he no longer had the temperament of a head. Apparently, the recent confusing situation in the East had deeply tortured the nerves of this Dragon and Tiger sect head. Qin Wushuang walked out of the front palace and planned to return to the Green Cloud Palace. Suddenly, a person rushed in. Qin Wushuang looked and saw that it was Emissary Liu. This Emissary Liu was Qin Wushuang's old friend. Initially, when the old devil Ji Yin went to the Bayou country to cause trouble, it was all thanks to this Emissary Liu. Thus, Qin Wushuang was grateful to this Emissary Liu. Emissary Liu, why are you in such a hurry? Qin Wushuang greeted him with a smile. When Emissary Liu saw Qin Wushuang, he said with joy, Wushuang, I was just looking for you. I didn't expect to see you here. There is a letter here from the imperial capital of the Great Luo Empire. It says that I have to hand it to you personally. A letter. Qin Wushuang took it and opened it. There was only one piece of paper inside. When he opened it, there were a dozen small words. An old friend invites me to meet at the White Cloud Inn in the imperial capital of the Great Luo Empire. See you there. There was only one line of words on this letter. There was no signature or signature. Qin Wushuang took it in his hand. For a moment, he was suspicious. With such graceful handwriting, it should have been written by a woman. He did not know many women, so who could it be? Emissary Liu, who delivered this letter? Emissary Liu smiled bitterly. This letter was delivered with a large number of letters from the imperial capital. Only, this letter was somewhat special. There was a note on the outside saying that it must be opened by Qin Wushuang. I thought that this matter might be urgent, so I came to deliver it myself. Thank you, Emissary Liu. Qin Wushuang expressed his gratitude. Since he had nothing else to do, he would not lose anything regardless of who had invited him. Qin Wushuang thought for a while and thought, could it be that Miss Mu Rong? Who else could it be? However, that Miss Mu Rong saw me wearing a mask. And I did not tell her my real name. Could it be that she had already guessed my identity? With this question in his mind, he wanted to see the truth even more. Immediately, he bid farewell to Emissary Liu and returned to the Stargaze Palace to inform Tan Zhongqi. Then, he rushed towards the imperial capital. The Stargaze Palace was about 100 miles southeast of the imperial capital. Thus, he arrived in a moment. With Qin Wushuang's identity, it was easy to enter and exit the imperial capital of the Great Luo Empire as long as he showed the national scholar plate. After a moment, he found the location of the White Cloud Inn. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 367. Just when he was about to walk in, suddenly, he stopped. He thought, I cannot go up recklessly. The martial arts world is dangerous. What if an enemy came to this place? Wouldn't I have fallen into a trap? While he was hesitating, on the highest floor of the White Cloud restaurant, a bamboo window opened and a head stuck out. She waved at Qin Wushuang, young Master Qin, over here. This voice was sweet and charming with some cuteness. It was Miss Mu Rong's maid, Little Bamboo. Finally, Qin Wushuang felt reassured and walked up. The White Cloud restaurant was the tallest restaurant in the imperial capital. When a banquet was held on the top floor, not only could one see the entire imperial capital, one could also enjoy the beautiful scenery outside the window. Bao Bao had been standing on Qin Wushuang's shoulder. On the other hand, the purple flame electric beast was much more depressed. He could only stay inside Qin Wushuang's storage bag. Bao Bao was also abnormally excited when he heard someone calling him. With a squeak, he scuttled up. He did not take the stairs, but climbed up along the floor. Qin Wushuang shook his head with a smile and walked up the stairs. When he arrived at the top floor, Little Bamboo was already waiting outside. When she saw Qin Wushuang, she sized him up from head to toe. Young Master Qin, is this your true face? Qin Wushuang nodded. Miss Little Bamboo, I trust you have been well since we last met. Little Bamboo chuckled. Nothing is wrong with me, my missy is a little sick. What's wrong with Miss Mu Rong? Could it be she is sick after the long journey? Qin Wushuang asked with concern. Ha ha, my missy has a good body, how could she be sick? Little Bamboo chuckled. She is just worried sick. She worries about the things she should worry about and the things she shouldn't. From inside, Miss Mu Rong scolded lightly. Little Bamboo, you talk too much. Hurry and invite young Master Qin in. Little Bamboo laughed. Okay, but Missy, young Master Qin is much more energetic after taking off his mask. You must be prepared. She pushed open the door and welcomed him with one hand. Young Master Qin, go in. Qin Wushuang nodded with a smile and walked in. This place was like a private room, but also like a balcony. It was very spacious, and it was very convenient for sightseeing from a high place. Miss Mu Rong stood with her hands on the railing. When she saw Qin Wushuang, she smiled and nodded her head. She glanced at Qin Wushuang and said with a smile, Young Master Qin, please forgive me for my presumptuous invitation. Qin Wushuang sighed and said, Miss Mu Rong, please don't say that. Speaking of this matter, it is me who is even more terrified. Back then, in the Nine Raven Imperial capital, I was not allowed to show my face to others with a mask, and that was not very straightforward. Since young mistress already knows my identity today, I have to apologize to young mistress. Miss Murong smiled and said, Qin Gongzi, since I had my own difficulties on that day, it can't be considered rude. Please have a seat. After Qin Wushuang sat down, Xiaozhu came up to pour wine for him with a smile. Just as she was filling the cup to the brim, a furry little animal jumped out from the side and grabbed the cup, raising its head to drink it all. Little Bamboo was stunned. Just as she was about to hit him, that furry little guy was, of course, Bao Bao. He made a face at Little Bamboo happily and passed the wine cup to Little Bamboo, indicating for her to pour another cup. Xiaozhu, don't be rude, this is young Master Qin's spiritual beast. Young Master Murong said lightly. Qin Wushuang said, Bao Bao, don't be rude to a beauty. Bao Bao laughed mischievously. Boss Wushuang, why didn't you prepare a cup for me when you guys were drinking? Xiaozhu scolded. You monkey, you are also learning to drink wine. Bao Bao had a gentle personality and did not get angry. Instead, he argued, can't monkeys drink wine? The monkey wine from my Monkey King mountain is 100 times more delicious than the one here. Miss Murong was stunned, then she seemed to have realized something. So you are Bao Bao. Bao Bao was proud. Yes, I am Bao Bao. Your beautiful sister also knows me, Bao Bao? Oh, by the way, Boss Wushuang called you Miss Murong, could it be? Miss Murong smiled lightly. Yes, my surname is Murong. I also went to the dispersed praying mountain and met the Silver Monkey King. He said you had gone to the human countries. Bao Bao chuckled. This way, we are all acquaintances. Then you guys should treat me to a drink. Miss Murong nodded. Little Zhu, prepare a cup for Bao Bao. Little Zhu pouted her mouth. It's strange that a monkey can drink wine. Despite her words, she did not dare to disobey. She took a cup for Bao Bao and poured him a cup. Bao Bao grabbed it and gulped it down. He smacked his tongue. More. This wine is much stronger than the monkey wine. It has strength and kick, I like it, ha ha. Feeling helpless, Little Zhu could only pour another cup. Miss Murong said, Young Master Qin, that day when we met at the Nine Raven Imperial Capital, it was rare that young Master Qin could recognize the music. Thus, in my heart, I have always regarded you as a close friend. Today, I have come to tell you a major matter. Qin Wushuang immediately said with a serious expression, Please enlighten me, Miss Murong. Miss Murong said, I don't dare to enlighten you. I heard that the Nine Palace faction had invaded the Stargaze Palace. The entire human countries were talking about this matter. I wonder if people from the Nine Palace faction had come? Qin Wushuang did not hide it as he nodded. Yes, they had come. Hearing this answer, Miss Murong showed a worried expression. They had already come? I wonder how the battle went. Since Qin Wushuang knew that Miss Murong was a guest from the Shen Yuan Mound, he did not need to hide it as he gave a long sigh. For now, the Stargaze Palace's crisis has been resolved. Suddenly, Bao Bao said, Miss Murong, the Nine Palace faction was aggressive and we had beaten them away. Ha ha, everyone said that the Nine Palace faction was great, but we had beaten them to a pulp. Besides Suo Tianzi, we had killed all of them. Miss Murong's beautiful face revealed a strange expression. The Nine Palace faction had suffered such heavy losses, how come there were no such rumors in the outside world? Qin Wushuang said in a low voice, perhaps, Suo Tianzi did not want people to know. And for now, the Stargaze Palace has not announced the news of defeating the Nine Palace faction. Thus, although there are many rumors in the outside world, most of them are groundless and groundless. Since Suo Tianzi is not dead, everything is easy. There was a trace of seriousness in Miss Murong's tone. Young Master Qin, that Suo Tianzi is related to a major powerhouse in the Shen Yuan Mound. This powerhouse is one of the top powerhouses in the entire Shen Yuan Mound. Thus, it's good that they did not kill Suo Tianzi. If Suo Tianzi had died, this matter would be somewhat troublesome. Qin Wushuang had heard more than once that Suo Tianzi was related to the Shen Yuan Mound. Zhao Heng's grandson had said it, Li Buyi had said it, and now Miss Murong had also said it. It seemed that it was true. Immediately, he asked, Miss Murong, which major powerhouse is Suo Tianzi's backer? That powerhouse is called the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. In the Shen Yuan Mound, Although they only belong to the second-tier powerhouse, they can call the wind and summon the rain. As a feudal lord, they possess great strength. Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect. Finally, Qin Wushuang had heard the name of this powerhouse. Miss Murong nodded, and inwardly, there was a trace of ripples. Initially, she did not want to mention this name because she loathed it. I just don't know how powerful this Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect is. Qin Wushuang could not help but ask. Miss Murong said with a smile, it's hard to describe their exact strength. If you have the chance to enter the Shen Yuan Mound in the future, you will know. Qin Wushuang nodded, thank you for your guidance. I just don't know what position that Zhuo Tianxi holds in the Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect. Miss Murong said, there are 3 major surnames in the Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect. The first one is the Luo, the second and third are the Tian and Zhuo. Although Zhuo Tianxi is only an offspring of the Zhuo, he is the nephew of an elder of the Luo. Thus, although Zhuo Tianxi's strength is ordinary in the Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect and he does not hold a high position, if something were to happen to him, the Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect would surely get involved. After all, the Nine Palace faction is a representative of the Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect in the human countries. Up to this point, Qin Wushuang had understood everything. Suddenly, Bao Bao said, Sister Murong, although the Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect is powerful, are they as powerful as the Shen Yuan clan? Miss Murong smiled bitterly. Bao Bao, in the Shen Yuan Mound, who is as powerful as the Shen Yuan clan? Even across the entire Tian Shen land, only a few could stand on par with the Shen Yuan clan. I am afraid no one would dare to boast that they are more powerful than the Shen Yuan clan. Bao Bao said, that's good. As long as it's not the Shen Yuan clan, we are not afraid. The Shen Yuan clan is the descendant of the divine clan and we cannot afford to offend them. The Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect is powerful. However, if they bully Boss Wushuang, I will not let them off. As Bao Bao spoke, he grabbed a plate before him. He grabbed the plate with one hand and shoveled the peanuts into his mouth with the other hand. He started to chew with a crunching sound and spoke with an unconcerned tone. Little Bamboo was also amused by his table manners. This little thing has such a big tone. Miss Murong used her eyes to stop Little Bamboo from speaking and said, Bao Bao, in the future, if you achieve great success and awaken the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey, you will not be afraid of the Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect. Only they will be afraid of you. However, now, it's best to not become enemies with the Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect. Bao Bao did not care. I am not afraid of them. Miss Murong nodded and suddenly said, Young Master Qin, I have a question, but I don't know if I can ask. Please ask, Miss Murong. Yes. After a moment of silence, Miss Murong asked, I just don't know, is your ancestral home in the Great Luo Empire? Just when Qin Wushuang was about to nod and say yes, suddenly, he remembered that time when he had returned to the Qin family from the Green Jade Mountain. His father had told him about a secret ancestral instruction of the Qin clan. He said that in a mysterious place, there was a Qin headquarters. At that time, Qin Wushuang did not pay much attention to it. Now, hearing Miss Murong's question, he could not help but connect the dots. Miss Murong, why do you ask? The surname Qin is rather common in the human countries. Thus, it's not easy to find out where my ancestral home is. Miss Murong gave a light sigh. Speaking of the Qin, in the Shen Yuan Mound, there is also a Qin. That Qin clan was not to be underestimated. Compared to the Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect, they are superior, but not inferior. Hearing her words, Qin Wushuang's heartbeat accelerated rapidly. There was also a Qin in the Shen Yuan Mound. Imperceptibly, this positive signal was in line with his father's ancestral instruction. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang could not help but think, could that place mentioned by the ancestral instruction be the Shen Yuan Mound? If that's the case, why would the Qin of the Shen Yuan Mound set up camp in a place like the Bayou country? For a time, countless questions emerged in his mind. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 368. With an indifferent expression, Miss Mu Rong fixed her gaze on Qin Wushuang. However, she did not try to pry into Qin Wushuang's thoughts. Instead, she said with a smile, "Of course, that Qin family did not have any secular powerhouses in the human countries." Qin Wushuang laughed. "There are many Qin family in the Tian Shen land. No wonder Miss Mu Rong has such doubts." Suddenly, Miss Mu Rong said, "However, with young Master Qin's talent, if you enter the Shen Yuan Mound and seek shelter with the Qin family, it would be an ideal choice." Qin Wushuang shook his head resolutely. "Miss Mu Rong, if I am related to the Qin family of the Shen Yuan Mound, it would not matter. If I am not related, I would not want to seek shelter and live under someone else's roof. It's also not something a real man would do in the face of danger." Miss Mu Rong knew that she had misspoken as her face blushed slightly. "It's my fault, please forgive me, young Master Qin. Miss Mu Rong has good intentions." Qin Wushuang smiled freely. While they were talking, suddenly, Miss Mu Rong's expression changed slightly. She stood up abruptly and walked to the railing before the balcony. She looked into the distance and a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes as she looked towards the southwest direction. "Miss Mu Rong, what's wrong?" Bao Bao asked curiously. Just when Miss Mu Rong was about to speak, suddenly, a long whistle came from the southwest direction. As soon as this whistle was initiated, in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have traveled a few dozen miles. The speed was incomparable. And this whistle did not stop. It was as if 100-meter tall wave had swept over from the vast ocean. As soon as this whistle rushed over, the birds in the sky above the imperial capital flew away in a panic. Qin Wushuang's expression changed slightly. "Enemies are invading. Miss Mu Rong, I will take my leave. Bao Bao, let's go." Qin Wushuang cupped his hands in a salute and jumped down from the tall building with Bao Bao. In a moment, they rushed out of the city gate and rushed towards the direction of the Stargaze Palace. Now, that whistle was even closer. As if the sky was collapsing and the earth was rushing towards the mountain gate of the Stargaze Palace, wave after wave of the whistle was overshadowed by the previous one. In a moment, Qin Wushuang had arrived before the mountain gate of the Stargaze Palace. Currently, all 5 palace masters of the Stargaze Palace had gathered before the mountain gate. Even the supreme leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Shi Chenglong, rushed out and stood at a distance. Qin Wushuang rushed to the door and greeted the 5 palace masters. Tan Zhongqi suddenly said, "Wushuang, take out your graceful spiritual bow and give it to the head palace master." It was rare for Tan Zhongqi to give orders to Qin Wushuang directly. However, at this moment, his tone was determined and carried a wave of unquestionable authority. Qin Wushuang knew that the strength of this enemy had most likely surpassed the realm of the spirit martial force. If it weren't for the graceful spiritual bow, most likely the Stargaze Palace would not have any chance of winning. Qin Wushuang nodded and handed the graceful spiritual bow to Zhuo Buchuan. Zhuo Buchuan did not refuse as he took it and put it on his shoulder. Qin Wushuang also let out the purple flame electric beast and instructed, "Bao Bao, Lone, you two pay attention. If the enemy is too strong, everyone will go up together. Don't hold back." The purple flame electric beast had just crawled out and did not know about the changes in the outside world. He laughed evilly. "Is there a strong enemy? Where is he? I will go and tear him apart." However, Bao Bao said, "Senior Lone, I am afraid you cannot tear this enemy apart." Just when the purple flame electric beast was about to speak, that tide-like whistle sounded again like thunder. This long whistle had caused the trees before the mountain gate of the Stargaze Palace to sway. Leaves flew in the air and kept breaking. The purple flame electric beast swore, "Damn, what kind of person is this? Such powerful strength." Qin Wushuang said in a low voice, "Most likely, this person is an elite warrior at the Void Martial stage. Don't attack recklessly. To attack together, you must use strategy." The purple flame electric beast said, "Void Martial stage, darn it, if I hadn't been sealed for 1,000 years, I would not be afraid of him. I could kill him with one slap." Bao Bao did not seem to be afraid as he laughed. "Senior Lone, don't just brag. Tell me honestly, are you scared?" The purple flame electric beast cried out, "Why should I be scared of him? So what if he is at the Void Martial stage? Even if I cannot beat him, he cannot kill me. Just as they were talking, two figures flashed from the bottom of the mountain path and quickly rushed up. Zhuobuchuan shouted, "Stop!" The two figures slowed down at the foot of the mountain. Indeed, one of them was that Suo Tianzi, and the other person appeared to be young and less than 30 years old. The one who spoke first was not Suo Tianzi, but that young man. Of course, this person was Luo Yun of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. He had brought Suo Tianzi to the Stargaze Palace to investigate the truth. Suo Tianzi looked up and saw Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast. His entire body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He said with a stutter, "Indeed, it's the Stargaze Palace." Luo Yun asked coldly, "What clues do you have?" "Those two spiritual beasts are before the mountain gate." From Suo Tianzi's tone, there was a trace of unwillingness, jealousy, and even more hatred. During this time, he had always suspected the Nine Raven Temple. He did not think that the Stargaze Palace had the power to annihilate the entire Nine Palace faction. And at this moment, seeing was believing. Indeed, it was the Stargaze Palace that had caused the Nine Palace faction to suffer. If Luo Yun had not reminded him, he would not have even considered this direction. Hearing his words, Luo Yun laughed coldly. "Now, you should believe my words." Suo Tianzi gritted his teeth and said, "Please, Luo Yun, seek justice for the Nine Palace. If I do not take revenge, the anger in my heart will not be extinguished." Luo Yun shouted, "Follow me." After he had finished speaking, he dashed up the mountain path. Zhuobuchuan raised the graceful spiritual bow high and shouted coldly with the arrow on the bowstring, "Friend, if you do not stay, the bow and arrow will be merciless." Luo Yun laughed coldly, "The bow and arrow will be merciless? Why don't you shoot an arrow at me? If you can hit me, you are the best." However, Suo Tianzi reminded him, "Luo Yun, the Stargaze Palace has a miraculous bow with matchless power. Both Assistant Leader Zhao and Assistant Leader Dao had suffered from this bow. Zhao Heng had the strength of a perfect stage and his Dantian was injured by a middle stage warrior. Luo Yun was stunned. A perfect stage warrior had been injured by a middle stage warrior? This was simply too inconceivable. Although Luo Yun was an elite warrior at the Void Martial stage, he was only at the first stage of the Void Martial stage, the refined Void Martial stage. In the Xian Yuan Mound, there were countless elite warriors at the refined Void Martial stage. It would not be Luo Yun's turn to run amok. Since he had arrived at the human countries, of course, he wanted to show off his power. He wanted to find a place to vent his anger from being ignored by the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Thus, he had initiated his temperament without restraint because he had intended to do so. He wanted to use the Stargaze Palace to vent his anger. However, when he heard that the other party had this spiritual bow, he could not help but feel fearful inwardly. If he could injure an opponent 2 levels above him, then it would be possible for this bow to injure an elite warrior at the refined Void Martial stage. However, since he had spoken his mind, of course he would not stop moving forward. Only, his footsteps had become much heavier. With a flash of his hand, a folding fan appeared. This was his self-defense weapon at the Void Martial stage. If the power of that bow and arrow is really that great, I'll just dodge it. If it is an undeserved reputation, I will show my skills before Suo Tianzi and let him know the difference between an elite warrior at the Void Martial stage and him at the perfect stage. When he thought here, Luo Yun laughed coldly. The Stargaze Palace is only a second-rate sect in the human countries. Yet, you are threatening an elite warrior from the Xian Yuan Mound. It seems that you guys want to destroy your sect. Inwardly, Zhuobuchuan and the others were shocked. Indeed, he was an elite warrior from the Xian Yuan Mound. However, up to this point, regardless of where the enemy had come from, they could only bite the bullet and deal with them. Or else, they would most likely not survive today's disaster. Zhuobuchuan said, "If you are from the Xian Yuan Mound, you should not be so unreasonable. You have lost the demeanor of an elite warrior by force." Luo Yun laughed coldly. "Demeanor of an elite warrior? You think the Stargaze Palace is qualified to talk about demeanor?" Zhuobuchuan said coldly, "If you come within 300 meters, I will not show any mercy with the bow in my hand." This bow is the most precious treasure of the Stargaze Palace. It's not my first time killing an elite warrior at the Void Martial stage. Let's see if you have the strength to block the power of this bow. Luo Yun laughed. Good, let's try it. After he had finished speaking, he continued to walk up without stopping. His steps were not fast, but each step he took was very large. With each step he took, he was closer to the mountain gate by an inch. Fearing the power of the graceful spiritual bow, Zhuo Tianzi also followed behind Luo Yun and moved closer. He swore, Zhuo Buchuan, your Stargaze Palace has killed so many elite warriors of the Nine Palace. As long as I am still alive, I will not rest until I am dead. Today will be the day when the Stargaze Palace will be destroyed. Head Palace Master, he is within 300 meters, shoot him. The other Palace Masters were also enraged by Luo Yun's arrogant attitude as they all shouted. Zhuo Buchuan nodded and took aim. He pulled the bow into a full moon shape and loosened his grip slightly. Instantly, a wave of green light broke through the sky and arrived before Luo Yun's face with a whoosh. Although Luo Yun was in a hurry, he was paying attention to Zhuo Buchuan's movements at all times. Inwardly, he was already on high alert when he heard the shouts of those Palace Masters. When he saw the flash of this green light, his mind was shaken as he was also intimidated by this graceful spiritual bow. Immediately, he lifted his body and dashed to the sky to avoid this exceptional arrow. The remaining power of this arrow shot into the mountain wall ahead of him. With a booming sound, it opened up a giant hole that was a few acres in size. The entire mountain road shook violently. Its might was so great that it was simply shocking to the extreme. Luo Yun turned around in the air and floated down like a falling leaf. He was full of restraining his fear of the graceful spiritual bow. Only one arrow was this powerful. If he were to shoot a series of arrows and seal off all his escape routes, it would not be easy to deal with him. However, since he had witnessed the power of the graceful spiritual bow, the restraining fear inwardly had lessened. However, the anger inside his heart had been completely ignited by Zhuo Buchuan's arrow. He said coldly, "Today, if I do not destroy the Stargaze Palace, I will not return to the Xian Yuan Mound." Everyone in the Stargaze Palace, listen well. If you are not a disciple of the Stargaze Palace, get lost immediately. If you are a disciple of the Stargaze Palace, you can only blame yourself for joining the wrong sect. Next year, today will be the day of your death. As Luo Yun spoke, he initiated his temperament all of a sudden. Suddenly, his figure flashed from the sky and countless illusions appeared. These illusions rushed up to the mountain gate at full speed. P.S. Old Bull has fulfilled his promise. Today, there is a fifth update. I will not disappoint everyone's passionate heart. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 369. Indeed, Luo Yun's divine skill was the shadow clone technique exclusive to elite warriors at the Void Martial stage. These shadow clones all contained Luo Yun's presence. Although they could not do whatever they wanted like the real body, it was easy for them to confuse the enemy in a short time. Especially those at the spiritual martial force who were confused, they were dumbstruck. Zhuo Buchuan held the bow in his hand. For a time, he was dazzled and did not know how to shoot. He only had 2 green jade arrows left, and he must not waste these 2. However, there were at least a dozen shadow clones before him and he did not know where to start. At this moment, the purple flame electric beast gave a loud roar and rushed before the mountain gate. He opened his mouth, roar roar roar. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of spiritual chi and 3 waves of genuine fire formed into 3 rows. As soon as the power of this genuine fire rushed forward, it instantly shattered those shadow clones and turned them into nothingness. Only traces of Luo Yun's remaining presence continued to rise and spread. Luo Yun withdrew his real body and shouted, "This bastard ruined my business." He waved the folding fan in his hand and immediately, a dozen fan-shaped ripples shot out from the front of the fan. Each circle was more ferocious than the previous one and slashed towards the purple flame electric beast like a dense blade. When this fan-shaped attack shot out, it rolled and spun into a spiral light. Its speed increased and appeared to have the power to cut the purple flame electric beast into pieces. The purple flame electric beast did not dare to neglect as he twisted his body and jumped into the air. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of genuine fire. This time, as he urged the fire, it turned into countless fist-sized fireballs and shot towards Luo Yun like a heavy downpour. Furious, Luo Yun waved his fan in the air and 3 green light patterns formed into an umbrella-like shape. It formed circles of invisible defensive walls. Bang, bang, bang. When those fireballs fell on that defensive wall, it seemed to have bounced off an extremely hard material. Instantly, they scattered in all directions. Being an elite warrior at the refined void martial stage, of course, Luo Yun felt humiliated when he was attacked by a perfect stage spiritual beast. He laughed eerily. Bastard, you are seeking death by provoking me. Just as Zhongxian was about to launch an attack, a golden light suddenly flashed before his eyes. A massive golden furred ape darted down from the mountain gate, wielding a massive club in its hands. It smashed down on Zhongxian's head and bellowed, "Brat, take this." Naturally, this giant golden ape was Bao Bao's evolved body. During this time, Bao Bao often transformed into his body and fought with Zhuo Tianzi. The golden monkey bloodline inside his body also kept awakening. On top of that, the power of the divine ivory flower was unleashed every day. As such, its cultivation was increasing day by day. Even in the Shen Yuan Mound, a 10,000-year holy object like the holy ivory flower was a rare treasure, not to mention at the dispersed praying mountain. Thus, after Bao Bao consumed it, once he refined it, its power gradually emerged. Through the details, it strengthened Bao Bao's body by at least 10 times compared to when he had just evolved. When he swung this stick, instantly, Bao Bao's vicious nature as the immemorial spiritual monkey was completely stimulated. After images of the cudgel continuously smashed towards Luo Yun's head. When the purple flame electric beast saw Bao Bao launching an attack, he did not dare to fall behind. He also rushed over and shot a mouthful of genuine fire at Luo Yun's back. Although Luo Yun was exceptional, he still felt somewhat pressured when he was surrounded by these 2 spiritual beasts. He was at the refined void martial stage. Initially, he could easily deal with 2 elite warriors at the perfect stage. In less than 10 rounds, he could kill them. However, when facing these 2 extraordinary spiritual beasts, he realized that it was not as simple as dealing with human perfect stage warriors. Not only did these 2 spiritual beasts possess astonishing attack power that he did not dare to underestimate, their mobility and vicious nature were also incomparable to ordinary spiritual beasts. Especially the giant club of that furred ape, it appeared to be an ordinary move. One could even say that it was simple to the point of being laughable. However, vividly, that cudgel contained a wave of temperament that made his heart tremble. This feeling was as if this cudgel could directly attack his spiritual perception. Inwardly, Luo Yun was shocked. Regardless of how strong an ordinary attack was, it would not make one's spiritual perception tremble. Clearly, such attack carried a wave of evil qi. He didn't know that this was Bao Bao's spiritual monkey presence. Vividly, it could intimidate one's mind when unleashed in this attack. Although the purple flame electric beast did not have the bloodline of the divine clan, before he was sealed, he was at the peak of the perfect stage. He could break into the void martial stage at any moment. Thus, this genuine fire attack also contained endless power. Although Luo Yun was an elite warrior at the refined void martial stage, he did not dare to use his body to experience the taste of the genuine fire. Qin Wushuang approached Shuobuchuan, head palace master. Kill him while he's down. This Luo Yun is powerful, now is the best time to kill him. However, Shuobuchuan hesitated. Indeed, now was the best time to deal with Luo Yun. If he missed this opportunity, it would be almost impossible to deal with an elite warrior at the void martial stage like Luo Yun. However, the problem was that this Luo Yun came from the Shen Yuan Mound. If he killed him, he would indirectly bring the Stargaze Palace into the abyss of eternal damnation. Qin Wushuang knew Shuobuchuan's dilemma. Head palace master, if you are indecisive, you will suffer. If we let this Luo Yun free, He will start a massacre today. How can the Stargaze Palace protect itself? Inwardly, Zhuobuchuan was shocked. Finally, he made up his mind. He took a deep breath and slowly pulled the bow to aim. When Zhuo Tianxi saw this from behind, he immediately reminded him, Luo Yun, Zhuobuchuan is using the bow again. You must be careful of this bastard's sneak attack. Luo Yun was feeling anxious. Hearing Zhuo Tianxi's reminder, he mumbled some words. Suddenly, a wave of light emerged from his body. Following this light, his figure disappeared. Stunned, Bao Bao turned his eyes and searched around. He raised his giant stick high in the air and gave a loud shout. Then, he smashed it 10 meters ahead. Boom! The power of this smash caused clear ripples in the air. As the ripples spread out, one could only hear a strong explosion sound. Bursts of green smoke emerged. Gradually, a figure emerged from the green smoke. Initially, it seemed to be an illusion. Then, it continued to solidify. It was Luo Yun's true body. This Luo Yun was unable to restrain his anger. He never expected that two spiritual beasts at the perfect stage would break through his refined void martial stage moves. Bao Bao laughed. Kid, don't run away. Fight with me for another 300 rounds. Luo Yun said angrily, Stupid monkey, if I don't use some of my skills, do you really think that I, an elite warrior at the void martial stage, am easy to bully? Bao Bao said, Even if you are made of gold, I will still smash you with my stick. The purple flame electric beast behind him did not speak any more words and rushed over like lightning. His entire body congealed into a ball like a cannonball and rolled into a wave of purple light. With a fast speed, he crashed towards Luo Yun. This crash was one of the purple flame electric beast's trump cards. It was a powerful ultimate move called the meteorite crash. The power of this crash was controlled by the purple flame electric beast. The stronger the opponent, the more powerful it would be. With a flash of purple light, the purple flame electric beast's crash arrived before Luo Yun. Indeed, Luo Yun felt extremely depressed. Today, he had arrived with an overbearing aura. Initially, he thought it would be a piece of cake to tear down the Stargaze Palace. Unexpectedly, these two spiritual beasts that had appeared out of nowhere had extraordinary combat power. In his haste, he was at a disadvantage. In a flash, his figure disappeared into the sky. Before the purple flame electric beast's crash had succeeded, he rolled his body in the air and returned to his true form. He crawled before the mountain gate and appeared to be protecting his master loyally. Bao Bao searched around and used his spiritual perception from the spiritual monkey bloodline to scan every corner. He looked down coldly and saw that Luo Yun had dropped to the bottom of the mountain path. What was this guy doing? Instead of advancing, he retreated. Bao Bao did not chase after him. He knew that in terms of true strength, regardless of him or lone, they were far inferior to this person. After all, the difference between the spiritual martial force and the void martial force existed objectively. With a gust of wind, Luo Yun's body dropped to the bottom of the mountain path. With an ashen face, a wave of ruthlessness was written on his face. He laughed out of extreme anger. Good, I didn't expect such a small Stargaze Palace to have two powerful spiritual beasts. It seems that if I don't use some ultimate moves, I will not be able to get rid of you too. After he had finished speaking, a spiritual talisman appeared in Luo Yun's hand. This spiritual talisman was only the size of a palm. However, an extremely strange picture was drawn on it. This picture was of a demonic beast bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its entire body was covered with sharp thorns and its appearance appeared ferocious. Luo Yun gave an eerie smile and threw that spiritual talisman into the sky. Then, he chanted and a wave of indistinct white fog shot out from his palm towards that spiritual talisman. At this moment, suddenly, a wave of yellow light emerged from the sky and shot towards that white fog. Instantly, the yellow light swallowed the white fog and blew it away. Luo Yun's expression changed drastically as he grabbed that spiritual talisman and shouted, "Who dares to ruin my business?" With a flash of yellow light in the sky, countless fragmented yellow lights sparkled like pearls of light. Amidst this light, a light yellow figure appeared. Vividly, She gave off an otherworldly feeling as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. Qin Wushuang's heart tightened. Why had she come? This figure was Miss Mu Rong. Her graceful figure stood against the wind and walked alone on the mountain path. It made people think that she was an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. Your surname is Luo? Miss Mu Rong said lightly. How could Luo Yun not know her strength? When he saw the temperament of this girl, he knew that she was above him in terms of strength. However, since he came from the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he had some confidence. He asked coldly, where did this woman come from, to ruin my business? What kind of business is this? It's not a good thing to summon a demonic beast at the void martial stage, right? Miss Mu Rong said lightly. A demonic beast at the void martial stage? As soon as she said these words, each of those people before the mountain gate was dumbstruck. Even Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast revealed a trace of restraining fear. A demonic beast at the void martial stage combined with this person's strength would be a disaster. Even with Bao Bao, the purple flame electric beast, and Zhuobuchuan and Tan Zhongqi at the perfect stage, it would most likely be useless. And most likely, the power of the graceful spiritual bow would be greatly reduced under the pincer attack of two void martial stage elite warriors. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 370. Luo Yun clearly felt that this girl's temperament was stronger than his as he said with a cold sneer, what relationship do you have with the Stargaze Palace? Are you going to stand up for them? Miss Mu Rong said coldly, what relationship do I have with the Stargaze Palace? You are a disciple of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, could it be you don't know the rules set by each forbidden spiritual zone? Elite warriors above the void martial stage are not allowed to participate in the conflicts of the human countries. Being a disciple of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, you have killed your way to the human countries. Are you not afraid of the wrath of the people? Of course, Luo Yun knew about this rule. Only, this rule had been established 10,000 years ago. The last time this rule was established, it was during the Beast Rebellion of the Shen Yuan Mound. They had attacked the human countries and created the Beast Rebellion disaster recorded in history. After the end of this rebellion, this rule was established. In fact, the goal was to protect the survival rights of the human countries. Only, 10,000 years was too long. Although the rule was still in place, in these 10,000 years, there were still a few incidents that violated the rules. Although it did not lead to a major disaster, in the end, it was left unsettled. Thus, this heavenly Luo Daoist sect was somewhat fearless. After all, to most of the powerhouses in the forbidden spiritual zones, the human countries were of little value. And the Stargaze Palace did not have any backing in the forbidden spiritual zones. Due to this consideration, this Luo Yun had dared to act without restraint. After being berated by Miss Mu Rong, instantly, Luo Yun lost his confidence. He laughed embarrassedly. Miss, I am only investigating the situation, I did not participate directly. Did you see me kill anyone? At this crucial moment, this Luo Yun had acted shamelessly and denied flatly. Instantly, the people of the Stargaze Palace were dumbstruck. Even Mistress Mu Rong did not seem to have expected that Luo Yun would admit defeat. On the contrary, little Bamboo who was behind her chuckled and whispered next to Mistress Mu Rong's ear, Mistress, is he truly someone from the Shen Yuan Mound? How could he be so spineless? Miss Mu Rong shook her head with a bitter smile and said, it's best that you can think this way. One thought is good, and the other is evil. If the heavenly Luo Daoist sect wants to interfere, I will report everything that happened here to the Shen Yuan clan. By that time, let's see how your heavenly Luo Daoist sect will distinguish before the Shen Yuan emperor. Luo Yun's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Miss, I didn't do anything. Don't splash dirty water on my heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Xiaozhu giggled and said, if it wasn't for my miss, wouldn't you have done everything? Luo Yun hurriedly shook his head. No, no, no. Even if I were to make a move, I would at most probe their strength. I definitely wouldn't kill them. I know what I'm doing. Miss Murong naturally didn't believe this nonsense. She said indifferently, "It's best that you didn't do anything. If you did, I would naturally report it truthfully." Luo Yun smiled and said, "That's right, that's right. This is a misunderstanding." He then shouted, "Zhuo Tianzi." Zhuo Tianzi hurried over. "Brother Luo." Since ancient times, for the powerhouses of the Shen Yuan Mound, all elite warriors above the Void Martial stage could not participate in the conflicts of the human countries. Since the Nine Palace cannot defeat the Stargaze Palace, think of a way yourself. Remember, don't drag the heavenly Luo Daoist sect into this. Of course, Zhuo Tianzi knew that Luo Yun was saying these words for the sake of courtesy. He could only nod and agree. Of course, this matter is not over. However, I will never invite the Void Martial stage warriors of the Shen Yuan Mound to help. Miss, Zhuo Tianzi's words are proof. Miss Murong said lightly, "I don't listen to what Zhuo Tianzi has to say. I only want to see what the heavenly Luo Daoist sect does." Luo Yun laughed. "My heavenly Luo Daoist sect will not do anything. Ha, nothing." After he had finished, he said to Zhuo Tianzi, "Since you have destroyed the foundation of the Nine Palace faction, come back with me to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to receive your punishment." Zhuo Tianzi nodded cooperatively, "Yes." Luo Yun waved his hand and took Zhuo Tianzi away. After he had walked a few steps, suddenly, he turned around and said with a smile, "Miss, I haven't asked about your background." However, Xiaozhu said, "Hurry up and leave if you want to go, why are you nagging?" Luo Yun's face sank as he stared at Xiaozhu for a while. Then, he forced a smile, "Miss, I have another question." "Speak." "Yes, this Zhuo Tianzi has always been a figure from the human countries. If he successfully breaks through the spiritual martial force and enters the void martial stage, it would not count as the heavenly Luo Daoist sect breaking the 10,000-year promise, right?" Miss Murong was at a loss for words. Indeed, it would not count. Just as she was thinking about how to speak, Qin Wushuang said, "If Zhuo Tianzi enters the void martial stage, the Stargaze Palace will welcome him." Luo Yun kept sneering, Good, heroes come from the young. This young man is straightforward." Miss Murong withdrew her gaze when she saw Luo Yun and Zhuo Tianzi walking away. Qin Wushuang walked up and cupped his hands in a salute. "Miss Murong is so righteous, the Stargaze Palace is truly grateful." Miss Murong did not put on any airs as she said with a smile, "No need to be so polite, young Master Qin. I only did what I should do when I saw injustice. By doing this, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is destroying the order of the Tian Shen land and causing unnecessary conflicts. However, to the Stargaze Palace, it's a great favor." Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. Zhuo Buchuan walked up and greeted her without losing his manners. "This miss is extraordinary and should be an elite warrior from the Shen Yuan Mound. Since the Stargaze Palace is able to resolve this disaster, we must thank you." "You speak too seriously, Palace Master." Miss Murong returned the courtesy. "I have met young Master Qin once and have some friendship with him. For these little things, I do not deserve your favor." Little Bamboo laughed. "My miss has always been worried about people's danger and hates injustice the most." "Little Bamboo, don't talk too much." Miss Murong scolded lightly. Little Bamboo giggled. "That's right. Okay, then I will not speak anymore." Bao Bao scurried over. "Sister Murong, are you still treating Bao Bao to drinks?" Miss Murong said, "Bao Bao, I will treat you to drinks when you visit the Shen Yuan Mound." Bao Bao scratched his furry head and chuckled. "Okay, it's a deal." Miss Murong nodded and said to the people of the Stargaze Palace, "The heavenly Luo Daoist sect should not come to cause trouble, unless they do not want to stay in the Shen Yuan Mound. Young Master Qin, I will take my leave now." Qin Wushuang immediately said, "Miss Murong, are you not going to be a guest at the Stargaze Palace for a few days?" Miss Murong smiled lightly. "I still have some worldly matters to take care of, I will not disturb you." She turned around and said to Little Bamboo, "Little Bamboo, let's go." Inwardly, Little Bamboo gave a long sigh. Okay. She felt that her miss was strange. When she did not see young Master Qin, she had traveled thousands of miles to see him. Now that she had seen him, she was leaving. After they had left the Stargaze Palace, Little Bamboo could not help but ask, "Miss, we do not have any worldly matters to take care of. You are leaving as soon as you saw young Master Qin?" Miss Murong gave a long sigh. "Little Bamboo, I don't want to implicate the Stargaze Palace." "Miss, you saved them. Why do you say implicate them?" Miss Murong said lightly, "If that guy from the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had gone back and talked about us, the higher-ups of the Luo family would have guessed my identity. I am afraid they would suspect my relationship with the Stargaze Palace. If I stayed, it would cause more trouble for the Stargaze Palace and they would not be able to explain themselves." Little Bamboo nodded thoughtfully. "Miss, I am afraid that guy will stir up trouble when he returns. If they truly want to deal with the Stargaze Palace, even if they are not afraid of elite warriors at the Void Marshal stage, they would have many ways." Miss Murong gave a long sigh. "It would be fine as long as they do not send elite warriors at the Void Marshal stage to participate. Once they do, the balance of power would be broken. The disaster of the human countries would erupt again. I truly hope that such a thing would not happen." Suddenly, Little Bamboo said, "Miss, if you are truly worried, why don't we return to the Shen Yuan Mound and ask the Patriarch to communicate with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect?" Miss Murong scolded lightly. "How can we do that? For sure, Father would be suspicious of why I am suddenly interested in the conflicts of the human countries. This won't work, that won't work. I really don't know what to do." Miss Murong said, "Let nature take its course. I believe that young Master Qin is a person with great fortune. He will have a way to resolve it." Little Bamboo laughed. "Since Miss knows that young Master Qin is a person with great fortune, why did you come from thousands of miles away to deliver the message? There is no need to worry. Girl, you are too talkative." Between their conversation, this master and subordinate had gone far away. Qin Wushuang watched them leave from the mountain gate. Only when their figures had disappeared did he withdraw his gaze. Inwardly, he felt somewhat lost. Suddenly, Bao Bao laughed evilly. "Boss Wushuang, are you reluctant to let senior sister Murong go?" Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. Miss Murong is a refined person. Her zither music was like the sound of nature. After today, I don't know when I will have the opportunity to listen to that exceptional zither music. Bao Bao laughed. "Didn't senior sister Murong say that she wanted me to be a guest at the Shen Yuan Mound? When Boss Wushuang comes with me, wouldn't you have the opportunity to hear it?" While they were talking, Zhuobuchuan and the others walked over and asked about the background of this Miss Murong. Previously, Tan Zhongqi had heard Qin Wushuang mention Miss Murong. He could not help but ask, "Wushuang, the one you met at the imperial capital of the Nine Raven Empire, was it this Miss Murong?" "Yes, it's this Miss Murong." Tan Zhongqi said with a cold tone, "This Miss Murong has a powerful temperament and unfathomable strength. Wushuang, this Miss Murong is not simple." Zhuobuchuan gave a long sigh. "Today, it's all thanks to this Miss Murong. Or else, that Void Marshal stage elite warrior of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not have been easy to deal with." Suddenly, Zhong Wuyin cried out, "Hm? Where is Shi Chenglong? He was here a moment ago, where did he go?" Hearing Zhong Wuyin's shout, the others started to look around in shock. Before that Luo Yun and Zhuo Tianxi had appeared, Shi Chenglong had followed them. How come this old guy disappeared all of a sudden? "Yes, I didn't see how he left." Zhuobuchuan said with a bitter smile, "No need to look for him, Shi Chenglong is already gone. A moment ago, when that elite warrior at the refined Void Marshal stage said that he was not a disciple of the Stargaze Palace, he had already left quietly." Tan Zhongqi also shook his head with a bitter smile. "This Dragon and Tiger sect is cowardly. How could they deserve to be called the Dragon and Tiger sect? Let's just change their name to the Cat and Snake sect. By the way, Head Palace Master, are we still going to follow the original plan?" "Follow the original plan. Use the name of the Stargaze Palace and send out invitations to gather all the eastern countries. Those who do not come will bear the consequences." Finally, Zhuobuchuan had revealed his gentle and refined side. Domineering. Towering. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, Support the original reading. Chapter 371. Regardless of the potential crisis the Stargaze Palace was facing, the original plan must be carried out. Although the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect was one of the top powerhouses in the Xian Yuan Mound, they could not act rashly due to the 10,000-year agreement. They had been warned by Miss Mu Rong that even if there was a follow-up, they could not place the entire Heavenly Luo Daoist sect in a dangerous situation because of this little dispute in the human countries. Currently, the Stargaze Palace had become famous across the world. They had defeated the Nine Palace faction and destroyed the Archaic Mysteries sect. All of these matters had been verified in full detail and spread to every corner of the human countries. Even the Emperor Buddha Palace of the Sky Travel Empire and the Nine Raven Temple of the Nine Raven Empire were surprised. They never thought that a sect from a mere middle-ranking empire could destroy the Nine Palace faction. If the Stargaze Palace could destroy the Nine Palace faction, then regardless of the Nine Raven Temple or the Emperor Buddha Palace, they must treat it seriously. It was because their strength was not much stronger than the Nine Palace faction. In the human countries, the three words Stargaze Palace was like the sun in the middle of the sky. Thus, as soon as the Stargaze Palace sent out the invitation for the Eastern Alliance meeting, all the sects from the 20 or 30 countries, regardless of the middle-ranking empire, lower-ranking empire, free country, or subordinate country, did not dare to neglect the invitation. All of them sent out their strongest disciples to attend the meeting in the grandest manner. In fact, this Stargaze Palace Sect Alliance meeting was only the beginning. The main topic of the Alliance meeting was the entire Eastern plan of the Great Luo Empire. Controlling the East and becoming an upper-ranking empire would be the right thing to do. No one could stop it. Inside the main palace of the Stargaze Palace, all the higher-ups were actively discussing the upcoming Alliance meeting. Everyone, the invitation for the Alliance meeting has been sent out for half a month. There is only half a month left until the meeting. During this time, everyone will be busy. Each of you will perform your own duties and divide your work. Those in charge of receiving guests, those in charge of internal affairs, all of you must bring out all your energy. All of your efforts must ensure that this Alliance meeting will be a perfect success. Zhuo Buchuan stood in the middle of the main palace and said with a serious tone, "Regarding the Alliance meeting, if anyone has any opinions, you can speak your mind. The more people there are, the more ideas there are. As long as it's beneficial, we'll adopt it." Tan Zhongqi was the first to speak. "Lord Hall Master, the other countries are easy to deal with, but I am worried that the Dragon and Tiger sect will change their minds. If Dragon-Tiger sect doesn't cooperate, can we really be ruthless and suppress them?" Zhuo Buchuan muttered to himself in silence. On the contrary, Zhong Wuyin said coldly, "Since the Dragon and Tiger sect is not upholding justice, we should not care about our past relationship. Besides, the winner takes all, this was the law of the Tian Shen land. If the Dragon and Tiger sect had flourished, surely they would not have shown mercy to the Stargaze Palace. Therefore, there was nothing to be cruel about. Let's follow our hearts and do things according to the rules." It was rare for Tan Zhongqi to agree with Zhong Wuyin. He nodded his head. "Head Palace Master, third brother is right. The law of the Heavenly Tao is the law of the jungle. The current Stargaze Palace was destined to not live on equal terms with the Eastern countries. As for the Eastern part of the Alliance, it is probably the will of the heavens. It is the will of the heavens that the situation in the Eastern part of the Alliance will be clearer. The Stargaze Palace will take on this great responsibility." The other Palace Masters also nodded. "That's right, if we don't take it, we will suffer a disaster. Head Palace Master, if the Dragon and Tiger sect objects, we will take them first." Being a hero, of course, Zhuo Buchuan would not make this decision without hardening his heart. He was considering how to deal with the Dragon and Tiger sect. He was considering how to make the Dragon and Tiger sect submit willingly without affecting the reputation and prestige of the Stargaze Palace. After a moment of silence, Zhuo Buchuan opened his mouth to speak. "You all have underestimated Shi Chenglong's slyness. For sure, he will have his own ideas after seeing that scene at the mountain gate of the Stargaze Palace. If the Stargaze Palace does not fall before an elite warrior at the Void Martial stage, He knows better than anyone what to do. The other palace masters all nodded after a moment of thinking. Suddenly, Zhuobuchuan said to Qin Wushuang, "Wushuang, come with me, I have something to ask you alone." Qin Wushuang followed him and walked into the secret room. Zhuobuchuan said, "Wushuang, sit down, let's talk slowly." Qin Wushuang sat down on a stone stool. "Head Palace Master, what can I do for you?" Zhuobuchuan said, "Regarding the matter of destroying the Archaic Mysteries sect, you did it cleanly and cleanly. Only, due to the urgency of the matter, your teacher and I did not expect that you would destroy the entire Archaic Mysteries sect. We forgot to remind you of an extremely important matter." "Head Palace Master, what is it?" Qin Wushuang was somewhat puzzled. Zhuobuchuan gave a light sigh. "This matter is related to the exploration of the endless Eastern Sea. Initially, the exploration of the endless Eastern Sea was controlled by the three great Eastern empires. Without any of them, it could not be carried out. Do you know why?" Qin Wushuang said, "I do know a little about the endless Eastern Sea. As for why the three empires must participate, I don't know." Zhuobuchuan nodded. "It's a long story when talking about this matter. It must be traced back to thousands of years of history. Let's make it short. Between the three empires, there has always been an agreement regarding the exploration of the endless Eastern Sea. This agreement agreed on the number of people to explore every 20 years. The reason for this agreement was because the exit of the endless Eastern Sea had a spiritual chi seal. This giant spiritual chi formation needed the spiritual chi key from the three empires to open the seal. Because of this reason, for thousands of years, the outside powerhouses could not enter the endless Eastern Sea. Finally, Qin Wushuang realized the light. "I see." Suddenly, his heart sank. "Spiritual chi key? Oh no, that Gao was thrown into the raging fire by Lone. I did not see anything like a spiritual chi key. Could it have been burned clean by the fire?" Zhuobuchuan thought for a moment and shook his head. "The spiritual chi key is extremely sturdy. It is a jade sword filled with spiritual chi. It is the length of an arm and should not have been burned into ashes by the fire. I dare say that the spiritual chi key was not destroyed. That thing must still be there." Qin Wushuang was somewhat disappointed. "If I had known about this matter, I would have paid more attention. Now, I am afraid many people have seen the ruins of the Archaic Mysteries sect. I am afraid there is little hope to find it again." Zhuobuchuan gave a long sigh. "From my estimation of Gao's personality, there are only two possibilities. Either, the Archaic Mysteries sect still has a fish that escaped the net. For sure, that spiritual chi key is with that fish. It's because that would be the biggest capital for the Archaic Mysteries sect to rise again. Or, the Archaic Mysteries sect no longer exists and Gao destroyed that spiritual chi key. He would not allow us to get any benefits." This analysis was reasonable and Qin Wushuang agreed. "However," he asked, "Head Palace Master, what should we do? Should we go search again?" Zhuobuchuan said, "This is the main reason why I asked you to come. After the Eastern Alliance meeting, you will be in charge of searching for this matter. Among the young generation of the Stargaze Palace, only you can shoulder such a heavy responsibility." Qin Wushuang knew the importance of exploring the endless Eastern Sea. Instantly, he said, "Okay, I will go." Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "Head Palace Master, since that Gao colluded with the Nine Palace faction, would he have given the spiritual chi key to Zhuotianzi as a favor?" After a moment of thinking, Zhuobuchuan shook his head to deny it. "No, Gao, you must know when to ask a tiger for its skin." If he had given the spiritual chi key to the Nine Palace faction, then what right does the Archaic have to negotiate with them? The Nine Palace faction could completely ignore the Archaic Mysteries sect. "That's right. Then I will go around and see if there are any rumors." Zhuobuchuan said seriously, "This matter is extremely important. If this spiritual key goes missing, we will not be able to escape. If this spiritual chi key is lost, perhaps the endless Eastern Sea will become an eternal mystery and no one will be able to enter it." However, Qin Wushuang asked curiously, "Head Palace Master, although I have never been to that endless Eastern Sea. However, for sure, It would not only have one exit to be called a sea, right? Zhuo Buchuan gave a long sigh. The endless Eastern Sea is adjacent to the three Eastern empires. Along the coastline, thousands of miles are barren with rolling sand and layers of fog. It's already extremely difficult for you to reach the coast of the endless Eastern Sea. Even if you reach the coast, the boundless endless Eastern Sea is not a place where you can go to the sea as you wish. If you take the wrong path, most likely you will face endless tsunamis and waves that could swallow the sky. Indeed, each step is dangerous. Although that one exit is also dangerous, there are historical waterways and historical signs. Along the way, there are some clues to follow and you will not get lost in the vast Eastern Sea. The endless Eastern Sea is also a forbidden spiritual zone. It has the widest area and the most mysterious. Inside, there is a vast world that the human countries cannot understand. Now, Qin Wushuang realized the reason why the three Eastern empires had controlled the East for so many years and were not worried about other countries infiltrating. Since this endless Eastern Sea was so dangerous, it was not surprising that none of the disciples from the three Eastern empires had returned. Wushuang, that spiritual qi key of the archaic mysteries sect, is connected to the Eastern Sea. As long as you get the spiritual qi key, you can start the exploration of the Eastern Sea. Or else, you must not enter the Eastern Sea that stretches for thousands of miles. It's because in history, almost all the human elite warriors that entered the endless Eastern Sea from outside the sea route had died without exception. Qin Wushuang nodded. As long as that spiritual qi key of the archaic mysteries sect still exists, I will find a way to get it. Great. Wushuang, I'm sending you to do this. Firstly, you have superior strength. Secondly, it's because you have great fortune. No one else can compare to you. You should encourage yourself. Zhuo Buchuan encouraged him. I understand. Zhuo Buchuan said with a smile, okay, let's go out. Just when he had walked to the main hall, Tan Zhengqi walked in from outside. With a smile on his face, apparently, he had gone out to take care of something. When he saw Qin Wushuang coming out, he waved his hand. Wushuang, come here. Qin Wushuang walked over. Teacher, what made you so happy? Tan Zhengqi laughed. It's not that I'm happy. A moment ago, Emissary Liu came to us and talked about something. I almost forgot about it. Teacher, what is it? Do you remember when we went to the Jiyin Mountain before you came to the Stargaze Palace? When Qin Wushuang heard the name of the Jiyin Mountain, a trace of haze flashed across his face. Old Devil Jiyin. This was a name that had once made him gnash his teeth in anger. Could it be that this old guy dared to play some tricks? To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 372. When he heard the name of the old devil Ji Yin, Qin Wushuang became silent for a moment and spoke. I was just about to find some time to go to the Jiyin Mountain and settle old scores with him. Teacher, could it be that the old devil Ji Yin has changed his mind? How would he dare to change his mind? Now that 3 years have passed, apparently, he has seen your momentum and knows that he would not be qualified to go against you. Thus, he brought a group of upper sky disciples from the Jiyin Mountain to kneel before the Green Cloud Palace and ask for forgiveness. He also asked me to return his 2 senior disciples. The old devil Ji Yin's move made Qin Wushuang feel troubled. Initially, when Ji Yin had started a massacre at the Eastward town, Qin Wushuang had hated him to the core. Now that 3 years had passed, he wanted to kill the old devil Ji Yin. However, since the Stargaze Palace was holding an Eastern Alliance meeting and the Jiyin sect had come to participate, it would be detrimental to the reputation of the Stargaze Palace if he killed the old devil Ji Yin. Wushuang, with your current position and strength, it would be as easy as turning your hand to kill the old devil Ji Yin. As for the choice, I will let you make it. Tan Zhengqi seemed to be probing him intentionally. Qin Wushuang nodded thoughtfully. Then, he walked towards the Green Cloud Palace. When he arrived at the entrance of the Green Cloud Palace, he saw the old devil Ji Yin and a few of his disciples kneeling before the Green Cloud Palace. Qin Wushuang walked closer and said with a cold sneer, Ji Yin, what are you playing at? Hearing Qin Wushuang's voice, old man Ji Yin trembled inwardly and raised his head to look. Indeed, he saw Qin Wushuang standing before him with an awe-inspiring presence. Compared to 3 years ago, Qin Wushuang was over 20 years old. He had completely changed from the naivety of a young man. Instead, he had become a young man with temperament. Although he was young, vividly, he had the temperament of a grandmaster. In these 3 years, the old devil Ji Yin had stayed at the Ji Yin mountain and did not leave. Initially, he had trained hard to achieve a breakthrough. In the end, he realized that it was a fool's dream to hope to break into the advanced stage in a short time. However, recently, the Stargaze Palace kept sending him surprising news. First, it was Qin Wushuang's death. Then, he suddenly came back to life and displayed his invincible might in the Three Kingdoms exchange competition. Old man Ji Yin's heart was greatly tested by this kind of fluctuating news. Currently, the Stargaze Palace was flourishing and even defeated the Nine Palace faction. As for the Tianji sect of the Heavenly Lake Empire, which old freak Ji Yin wanted to seek refuge in, it was wiped out within a few days. This caused old monster Extreme Yin to be deeply moved. He knew that his many years of ambitions and fantasies were ultimately unrealistic. To become enemies with the Stargaze Palace, there was only one result: death. Thinking of this, old monster Extreme Yin had no choice but to admit that a wise man submits to circumstances. Sometimes, one had to accept one's fate. Qin Wushuang had a good life and was blessed with good fortune. Those who opposed him would not have a good ending. Instead of drowning in hatred, it would be better to know the situation and compromise with the Stargaze Palace. From now on, he would stop the stupid thought of becoming enemies with the Stargaze Palace. When he saw Qin Wushuang standing before him with a majestic aura, the old devil Ji Yin felt deeply moved inwardly. He said in a low voice, Young Master Qin, this time, I have come to admit defeat. From now on, I will not be disloyal. Bao Bao asked curiously, Boss Wushuang, who is this old man? The purple flame electric beast also scrambled out from the side. Yes, why is he kneeling here? Qin Wushuang said with a light smile, This old monster Extreme Yin is also a figure from the great Luo Empire. 3 years ago, he had a grudge with me. What? When the purple flame electric beast heard these words, his expression changed instantly. He has a grudge with you. You have guts. Boss, do you want me to take him apart for you? In these 3 years, Qin Wushuang had become much calmer. He knew that killing was not the way of the king. For this old monster Extreme Yin, with Qin Wushuang's previous attitude of abhorrence, of course, he would have killed him with one sword. However, he had to consider the overall benefit of the Stargaze Palace. If he were to kill old monster Extreme Yin during this alliance meeting, for sure, it would damage the reputation of the Stargaze Palace and cause people to question the sincerity of the alliance. This way, it would show that the Stargaze Palace was not tolerant. Instantly, he waved his hand and stopped the purple flame electric beast's impulse. Lone, don't be in a rush. The purple flame electric beast cried out, Boss, why are you stopping me? For such trash, take him apart. Qin Wushuang said lightly, Extreme Yin, get up first. If you kneel here, it would make it seem like the Green Cloud Palace is bullying you. Old monster Extreme Yin only lowered his head. If young Master Qin does not forgive my sins, I will not get up. Bao Bao laughed, Boss Wushuang, this old man is playing shameless with you. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh, Extreme Yin, it's not hard for me to forgive you. Only, you killed many innocent people in my Eastwood town, how should we settle this debt? After a moment of silence, old monster Extreme Yin said, At that time, I was in the mood for revenge and had lost my mind. I will settle it as young Master Qin says. It will be fine as long as you do not destroy the foundation of the Ji Yin sect. Qin Wushuang said coldly, If your Ji Yin sect is not a sect of the great Luo Empire, it would be reasonable for me to destroy your sect. It's fine if you want to surrender. Now, the Stargaze Palace is in the Eastern Alliance meeting. If you want to show your sincerity, you must do something. Hearing that he did not need to destroy his sect, Old Monster Extreme Yin immediately nodded and said, "Please instruct me. Since the Ji Yin sect is a sect of the Great Luo Empire, of course, we will serve the empire." Good. Qin Wushuang nodded. For this alliance meeting, perhaps many countries and powerhouses will obey on the surface. However, I don't know what they will do secretly. You, Old Man Extreme Yin, will be in charge of asking around and see which ones are sincerely obeying and which ones are just pretending. If you do this well, all past disputes will be written off. Your Ji Yin sect will still be respected in the Great Luo Empire. Old Monster Extreme Yin was overjoyed. This is easy. Many powerhouses know about the grudge between the Ji Yin sect and the Stargaze Palace. No one will doubt me if I do this. Qin Wushuang said with a cold smile, "That's right. Thus, for this matter, you must do it well. Ji Yin, you must cherish this opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, you will not have such a good one again." Naturally, Ji Yin knew the importance of this matter after 3 years of tempering his mind and getting rid of his inner demons. He also knew that Qin Wushuang was extremely powerful. And the 2 perfect stage spiritual beasts that the Stargaze Palace used to defend against the foreign enemies were Qin Wushuang's partners. One could imagine how terrifying Qin Wushuang's strength was. Thus, this time, Ji Yin had pledged his allegiance without any hesitation. "Young Master Qin, please send my regards to your teacher, Mr. Tan." After Old Monster Extreme Yin stood up, he bowed and left with his disciples. When he saw Old Monster Extreme Yin leaving, Bao Bao chuckled, "Boss Wushuang, you had a strong presence a moment ago. I used my spiritual perception to observe this old man and he truly did not have any second thoughts." Qin Wushuang laughed. "Bao Bao, you have this skill?" Bao Bao scratched his head. "Initially, I did not have this skill. However, after I came out from the Monkey King Mountain, I felt that my spiritual perception was getting stronger each day. Unconsciously, I seemed to have this skill." The purple flame electric beast said angrily, "It doesn't matter if he has any second thoughts. I say, we should just take him down if he is an enemy. It will save us the trouble." Bao Bao laughed. "Senior Lone, you have a one-track mind. There is a saying, no discord, no concord. Some friends are made through fighting." Qin Wushuang immediately said, "For this Old Monster Extreme Yin, even if we forgive him, he would not make friends with him. Of course, since this old monster does not have any second thoughts, let the Ji Yin sect stay safe. After all, they are a sect in the Great Luo Empire. If they were destroyed, it would only damage their reputation." Bao Bao said, "Boss Wushuang, in the future, if there is such a situation, you should also let me see. For sure, I can help you judge whether the other party is sincere or not." Suddenly, the purple flame electric beast laughed evilly. "Bao Bao, then tell me, is that Miss Mu Rong sincere or not? I don't think she was just passing by." Bao Bao laughed mischievously and said with a somewhat ambiguous tone, "Sister Mu Rong, I am afraid that Boss Wushuang will beat me if I tell you." "It's all right. Boss cannot beat you without using the graceful spiritual bow." Bao Bao said with a smile, "Then I will tell you." Tell me, tell me." The purple flame electric beast urged him with a gossipy tone. "Ha ha, Miss Mu Rong is indeed very sincere to Boss Wushuang. Passing by is fake, and she came to deliver the message. I think she is also afraid that Boss Wushuang will suffer." Bao Bao said with a mischievous smile. The purple flame electric beast also revealed a mischievous smile. Then, "Bao Bao, why is Miss Mu Rong afraid that Boss will suffer?" These 2 living treasures echoed each other and pretended to be serious. Qin Wushuang said with an annoyed tone, "It's all right for you 2 to make up stories about me, but don't blaspheme a beauty like Miss Qin." "Of course we won't blaspheme her. However, Boss Wushuang, I really think that if Sister Mu Rong does not have a good impression of you, I will bet my head to you." Qin Wushuang said, "Why would I want your head? In that case, it would be strange if your monkey clan did not fight to the death with me." The purple flame electric beast cackled, "Then I will also bet my head." Qin Wushuang rolled his eyes, "Your head is not important to me. Keeping your head is the most important thing to me." Okay, Boss Wushuang, then I will say that Miss Mu Rong hates you. Are you satisfied now?" Bao Bao said the opposite of the truth. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. "Bao Bao, Lone, Miss Mu Rong has a powerful background. We are only friends through music. Currently, I only hope to break through the spiritual martial force and enter the void martial force. Only this way, I will have a brighter future on the path of martial art. Just as Bao Bao was about to speak, suddenly, a call came from outside the Green Cloud Palace. Marquis Wushuang, Marquis Wushuang. For a long time, Qin Wushuang had not heard this title. Without looking back, he knew it was Tong Yaro's little brother, Tong Yang. With a face full of pride, Tong Yang walked over with a grin. Marquis Wushuang, I have walked back and forth a dozen times in this Green Cloud Palace. Finally, I have met you. Brother Tong, it's been a long time. It seems your temperament and strength have improved greatly. Congratulations. Qin Wushuang laughed. Tong Yang's face was full of joy. Then you haven't seen my sister. She is the one that has improved greatly. Tong Yaro. Qin Wushuang laughed. In fact, Tong Yaro was now his junior sister. Ever since she had entered the Green Cloud Palace, he had not met her again. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 373. Of course, it was joyous to see fellow countrymen. Inwardly, Tong Yang also felt warm. Currently, this Marquis Wushuang was the highest person in the Stargaze Palace. Yet, he was still as amiable as before and did not have the slightest arrogance of an elite warrior. Tong Yang was extremely impressed by this point. Indeed, only Qin Wushuang was able to act this carefree and natural. After 3 years of entering the Stargaze Palace, those young men from the Bayou had all become young adults. It was the same for Tong Yang. Tong, how are those old friends from the Bayou doing? Hearing Qin Wushuang's question, Tong Yang's expression became somewhat dim. 2 of those people that came in are no longer alive. Oh! Qin Wushuang was surprised. How could this be? They all died in an accident while training in the mountain. There was a trace of regret in Tong Yang's tone. Now, only me, Simon Xing, He Zichong, and Wn Jinpeng are left. The 2 that died were all offspring of the He family from the royal family of the Bayou. Qin Wushuang had a deep impression of those 2 royal offspring. Inwardly, he also sighed with emotion. Many people thought that once they entered the Stargaze Palace, it was the same as entering the Holy Land for training. They were destined to have a bright future. Unexpectedly, although they had a bright future when training in the Stargaze Palace, the path was also full of twists and turns. With the slightest carelessness, they would lose their life. Regardless of whether it was the process of cultivation, or external expeditions, or carrying out missions, or adventuring, there were risks and opportunities coexisting. Regarding the exploration of the endless Eastern Sea, it was a great opportunity. However, in fact, the death rate was shockingly high. From Zhuo Buchuan's generation to Qin Wushuang's generation. Once every 20 years, they had passed down 5 or 6 times. What was the result? None of the disciples from these 5 or 6 times returned to the Stargaze Palace. All of them had failed. Failure meant death. Marquis Wushuang, my teacher, Shakyamuni Li Hua, always talked about you. You said you went to listen to his lectures, but you didn't even go 10 times. Tong Yang laughed and tried to change the topic. Qin Wushuang sighed and said, "This is my fault. Please apologize to Dharmaraja on my behalf." Ha ha, he was just saying. He also knows that Marquis Wushuang is a busy person. The sect matters are waiting for you to worry about, it's not a problem. Tong Yang said with a chuckle. Qin Wushuang saw that Tong Yang was beaming with joy. He smiled and said, "Brother Tong, did something good happen? You seem to be in a good mood." Ha ha, Marquis Wushuang has good eyes. When I returned this time, my master promised to give me a top-grade primary stage pill. If that's the case, I'll also have the chance to challenge the Xiantian realm like my sister. Your elder sister. Qin Wushuang suddenly remembered that he had given his master a top-grade initial stage pill, and immediately felt happy for Tong Yarrow. Miss Tong Yarrow has advanced to the Xiantian realm? That was truly worthy of celebration. In just 2 short years, it would be a joyous matter when the news spread to the Bayou country. Yes, without a doubt, our Bayou country is the #1 subordinate country. Marquis Wushuang, besides you, the royal Qin mansion already has 2 upper sky warriors. This achievement is enough to make the other subordinate countries blush with shame. Tong Yang sighed. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was moved, 2 upper sky warriors. This way, his father had also broken into the upper sky. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. With the help of that green ice heart fruit, the Qin family was destined to be extraordinary. Breaking into the upper sky was no longer the goal of the Qin family. Qin Wushuang nodded. Brother Tong, during this alliance meeting, the people from the Bayou should find a time to gather. After a while, I will have another mission. After this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again. Tong Yang was overjoyed. Marquis Wushuang, I came here with this intention. Then it's a deal. In 2 days, my sister will also return. Qin Wushuang said, let me know when you set the time. Tong Yang nodded and agreed, okay, it's a deal. During this time, the imperial capital of the Great Luo gradually became lively. All the powerhouses that had come to participate in the Eastern Alliance meeting must first arrive at the imperial capital. They would only enter the Stargaze Palace when the Eastern Alliance meeting had officially started. Qin Wushuang and a group of young disciples received the order to hide in the imperial capital secretly. They would supervise all the powerhouses to prevent trouble and maintain order. Inside one of the inns in the imperial capital, the 5 leaders of the Dragon and Tiger sect had all gathered. Besides them, there were also a group of core disciples. Each of these people of the Dragon and Tiger sect had a solemn expression as if they were facing a great enemy. It was apparent that they did not have much confidence in the current situation. That day, when Shi Chenglong had left the Stargaze Palace secretly, he had carried 2 plans. First, the Stargaze Palace had been destroyed by that elite warrior at the Void Martial stage. The Dragon and Tiger sect would drag out an ignoble existence and act according to the situation. Second, if the Stargaze Palace had made it through, the Dragon and Tiger sect would not be able to compete with them. Now, the second possibility had happened. Head Dragon, now the Stargaze Palace has torn off their hypocritical mask and wants to dominate the East. This alliance meeting is a pretense. I think they want to dominate the East. The third dragon head said angrily. Shi Chenglong gave a long sigh. On that day when I visited the Stargaze Palace, Tan Zhongqi's words contained hidden meanings. He said that the situation in the East is about to become clear. So, the Stargaze Palace already had this ambition. He pushed it away and said that the Dragon and Tiger sect would not be willing to form an alliance with them. From this point, the relationship between the 2 sides would not return to how it was before. *T. Even if we form an alliance with them and beat the 9 Palace, they can still turn against us. At that time, we only need to find another excuse. In the end, their fists are bigger. The second Tiger honored warrior of the Tiger sect also felt deeply dissatisfied. However, at the same time, he also felt powerless. Currently, the situation in the East had clearly turned into a general trend. The Stargaze Palace had taken control of everything. This general trend could no longer be reversed. Since the Dragon and Tiger sect was powerless to turn the tide, it would be even more impossible for the other countries in the East. However, the second dragon head gave a long sigh. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the Stargaze Palace for becoming a nouveau riche all of a sudden. Speaking of which, the friendly competition between the 3 empires happened not too long ago. In a short 2 years, how could the Stargaze Palace have improved so quickly? I always suspect that they have been hiding their strength since the beginning. One after another, everyone made their own guesses. Yet, they had no clue. Shi Chenglong said, everyone, did you realize that the rise of the Stargaze Palace from beginning to end seems to be related to one person? Who? All the heads of the Dragon and Tiger sect asked. Take a guess. Zhuobuchuan? Tan Zhongqi? Shi Chenglong shook his head with a bitter smile. This person is not at the level of a palace master, but a core disciple. His name is Qin Wushuang. Let me ask everyone, 3 years ago, have you ever heard of the name Qin Wushuang? 3 years ago? Everyone thought back and shook their heads. The name Qin Wushuang had left a deep impression on them during the friendly competition between the three empires. However, although that Qin Wushuang had performed well during the friendly competition, he had not reached the demonic level. How could it be related to his performance? Could it be because of that arrow? I heard that the first time the Nine Palace sent Zhao Heng to cause trouble at the Stargaze Palace, he was repelled by Qin Wushuang's arrow and his dantian was injured. A middle stage warrior injured a perfect stage. This is strange. Although Tan Zhongqi's dantian was shattered by Zhao Heng, he is still safe and sound. This is another strange thing. I heard that when Tan Zhongqi was injured, that Qin Wushuang had gone to the Nine Raven Empire and entered the dispersed Praying Mountain to search for the spiritual infant fruit. And according to those two surviving elders, Qin Wushuang had also participated in repelling the Nine Palace. It's another strange thing for a middle-stage disciple to participate in the battle against the Nine Palace. I heard that it was one person and two beasts that destroyed the Archaic Mysteries sect. And this person, according to various sources, is Qin Wushuang. How could a young disciple be this demonic? Everyone, how could all the changes at the Stargaze Palace be unrelated to this Qin Wushuang? After Shi Chenglong's analysis, all these heads nodded thoughtfully. The head tiger said in a low voice, "This Qin Wushuang is this demonic? I wonder, what is his background?" Shi Chenglong said with a bitter smile, "I don't even know how many times I've investigated. This Qin Wushuang is only from a subordinate country under the Great Luo Empire. And in the subordinate country, he was the lowest aristocrat. In the past, he had almost lost his family. However, after he was injured in a duel, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He had risen at an unimaginable speed. This is strange. Could it be that he was possessed by some spiritual deity?" The head tiger said jokingly. Shi Chenglong gave a long sigh. "Everyone, let's get back to the topic. For this alliance meeting, how should the dragon and tiger sect deal with it? Should we submit, or resist? Currently, the Stargaze Palace is strong and they have 4 perfect stage warriors. If the dragon and tiger sect were to resist, we would be the first to stand out and let them treat us as a model. From my point of view, since the Stargaze Palace is strong, we should feign civility and deal with them. Then, we will keep a low profile and increase our strength. When we are strong enough to challenge them, it would not be too late to change the situation in the east." This was the second dragon head's opinion. The third dragon head cried out, "Isn't this a compromise? To be a subordinate to the Stargaze Palace?" The dragon and tiger sect had never done such a cowardly thing. The second dragon head said coldly, "The Archaic Mysteries sect had never done it before. This time, they did it and went to lick the ass of the Nine Palace. What happened? They did not get any benefits. The Nine Palace ignored them and the Stargaze Palace killed them." The third dragon head said angrily, "Second dragon head, are you from the dragon and tiger sect or the Stargaze Palace? Why are you leaning towards the Stargaze Palace?" The second dragon head shook his head with a bitter smile and did not speak a word. He knew that at this moment, everyone was angry. It would be meaningless to argue with each other. On the contrary, it would hurt their friendship. The head tiger immediately tried to mediate the situation. "Third dragon head, I don't think the second dragon head is helping the Stargaze Palace. On the contrary, what he said is the only way out for the dragon and tiger sect." After he had finished speaking, he turned to look at Shi Chenglong and waited for him to make a decision. Shi Chenglong gave a long sigh. "Everyone, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. In the current situation, the Stargaze Palace is the strongest. The general situation in the East is not something the Dragon and Tiger sect can reverse. It would be unwise to go against the Stargaze Palace at this moment. If the Stargaze Palace were to act tyrannical and take the opportunity to suppress the Dragon and Tiger sect, they would be the strongest." Just as they were talking, a core disciple's footsteps came from outside the door. He knocked twice on the door and said, "Supreme Dragon Head, there's a strange guest who wants to see you. He said that if you don't see him, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Shi Chenglong frowned. Someone dared to speak like this? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.defy.com. Chidien.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 374. Feeling displeased, Shi Chenglong stood up and said to everyone, "You guys talk, I will go take a look." Although he was in the Great Luo Empire, in the east, Shi Chenglong was a grandmaster. Currently, in the east, besides a few perfect stage warriors, he was unquestionably the number one. If he had not been distracted by the matters in the east, most likely he would have already reached the perfect stage. He walked out and said to that core disciple, "Who is it?" "I don't know." That person was wearing a big cloak and I could not see his face clearly. He was very mysterious. "I only came to report because I saw that he seemed to have extraordinary strength." Shi Chenglong nodded, "Lead the way." After a moment, they arrived at the opposite side of the inn. That disciple pointed to the corridor. "Head dragon, he is on the balcony over there. That person said he would wait for you there." Shi Chenglong nodded, "You can leave first." After that disciple had left, Shi Chenglong was not in a rush. Instead, he walked closer carefully. He sensed a little and found that there was indeed a person on the balcony. And he did not have any hostility or murderous intent. Immediately, he walked over quickly. Indeed, there was a person standing on the balcony. He was wearing a black cloak and had a tall figure. Yet, he had a natural temperament. When he sensed that Shi Chenglong had appeared behind him, this person spoke lightly. "Head dragon Shi, you don't mind me visiting you like this, right?" After a moment of sensing, Shi Chenglong responded, "If you could take off the cloak and reveal your true face, then I would not mind at all." That person laughed lightly and turned around. "My appearance is somewhat shocking. If it weren't for the cloak, I am afraid I would scare the passers-by. That's why I am dressed like this. I am not pretending to be mysterious. I would like to take a look." Shi Chenglong said lightly. After a moment of hesitation, that person nodded and took off the hood on his head to reveal his face. Indeed, this face was extremely terrifying. Like that scalded wound, his face was full of bumps and scars. Even his facial features were somewhat deformed. The scars on his face were like the skin of that toad. It was extremely ugly and would make one's scalp itch if one looked at it for a long time. Shi Chenglong was surprised. "You seem to have suffered a great injury on your face." "Head dragon Shi, if that's the case, I will put my mask back." Shi Chenglong nodded. "As you wish." That person twitched his mouth and revealed a trace of a strange smile. Then, he put back his mask and said, "Head Shi, this time, your dragon and tiger sect should be under a lot of pressure during the Eastern Alliance meeting with the Stargaze Palace, right?" Shi Chenglong was rather wary as he sized up the person in front of him. "Who are you? Which country in the East, and which sect are they from?" The man chuckled. "The East. I'm not from the East. Dragon Head Shi, you don't have to think too much. I will only ask directly. This Eastern Alliance meeting is the first step to the expansion of the Stargaze Palace's ambition. Does your dragon and tiger sect intend to submit or resist? This matter concerns Dragon Tiger sect. Sir, since you're not from the East, you shouldn't be so concerned about the situation in the East." Shi Chenglong's answer was flawless. The man laughed strangely and said, "Indeed, I don't care about what happens in the East. However, with the development of the situation in the East, the Great Luo Empire will definitely declare themselves as an upper-ranking empire. This way, this matter will have something to do with me." Shi Chenglong said playfully, "Could it be that you're from one of the 3 high-ranking empires? Which powerhouse are you lobbying for? The Emperor Buddha Palace of the Sky Travel Empire? The 9 Raven Temple of the 9 Raven Empire? Or the 9 Palace faction of the Red Dragon Empire?" Dragon Head Shi, you are not straightforward. That person shook his head. "From your answers, I can see why the Dragon and Tiger sect is not the ruler of the East, but the Stargaze Palace." A trace of anger flashed across Shi Chenglong's eyes. Then, he regained his calm and said, "You are taking it for granted that you want to provoke the situation in the East. I will not fall for it." That person laughed. "Provoke? Do I need to provoke you? Dragon Head Shi, if I've guessed correctly, before meeting me, The heads of the Dragon and Tiger sect should have gathered to discuss how to deal with this Eastern Alliance meeting. Shi Chenglong said lightly, since it's the Eastern Alliance meeting, it's all right for the Eastern powerhouses to discuss how to deal with it. No, I am sure that the Dragon and Tiger sect is not willing to accept it. Surely you can see that this time, the Stargaze Palace has great ambitions. They want to rule the East. Since you know this, of course, the Dragon and Tiger sect is not willing to see a powerhouse that used to sit on equal footing with you suddenly climb over your head and act like a tyrant. It's impossible for you not to have such mentality. Dragon Head Shi, it would be too funny if you deny it. However, Shi Chenglong still remained stubborn as he said lightly, there is the so-called saying of how the situation is more important than the person. Even if you feel unwilling, it's only your heart. Of course, the Dragon and Tiger sect knows the principle of adapting to the situation. The rules of the Tian Xian land rise and fall, rise and fall. It's nothing more than that. The Dragon and Tiger sect is not the first to encounter such situation. Of course, we will not take it too hard. Haha, hearing your words, you are rather carefree. However, I don't know if you are truly this calm. I am afraid that after the Stargaze Palace becomes powerful, they will deal with the Dragon and Tiger sect first. The Archaic Mysteries sect is a good example. Now, with the Archaic Mysteries sect gone, only the Dragon and Tiger sect can threaten the Stargaze Palace. How could we allow others to sleep beside our bed? For this principle, Dragon Head Shi should know better than me. Shi Chenglong fell into silence. These words had spoken to the bottom of his heart. Inwardly, he was most afraid that the Stargaze Palace would kill the Dragon and Tiger sect just like how they had dealt with the Archaic Mysteries sect. If they wanted the Dragon and Tiger sect to submit temporarily, they could do it. He was most afraid that the Stargaze Palace would become too ambitious and would not tolerate the Dragon and Tiger sect in the East. That person seemed to have expected Shi Chenglong's reaction as he laughed again. Adapting to the situation is the truth. I am afraid that even if you adapt to the situation will not tolerate you. Shi Chenglong shook his head. Even if the Great Luo Empire wants to dominate the East and become an upper-ranking empire, what about it? Around the Sky Travel Empire, the Nine Raven and the Red Dragon Empire, there are middle-ranking empires. They can also get along well. In the Tian Xian land, they do not only want to kill everyone. Even the slave tribes have space to live. The Tian Xian land embraces everything. Or else, the human countries would not have existed in the Tian Xian land. That person clapped his hands and laughed. I must say that Dragon Head Shi knows how to comfort himself. If the Great Luo Empire had always been an upper-ranking empire, they would have tolerated you guys. Unfortunately, for a new upper-ranking empire to rise, they would need some stepping stones. I personally think that across the entire East, the Dragon and Tiger sect would be the stepping stones. Tell me, who else would be more suitable than you guys? Shi Chenglong refuted. Regarding stepping stones, I don't believe it even more. The rise of the Stargaze Palace is inevitable. The so-called stepping stones would be the Nine Palace and the Archaic Mysteries sect. With these two stepping stones, the Stargaze Palace would be able to reach their desired position. The Dragon and Tiger sect has always maintained a good relationship with the Stargaze Palace. We would not fall to the step of stepping stones. That person laughed leisurely. Good, since Dragon Head Shi is so optimistic. Then I have thought too much. I will take my leave now. Only, I don't know if I should ask one question. Please speak. Shi Chenglong said lightly. Okay, during the Alliance meeting, if the first thing that the Stargaze Palace asked you to hand over the spiritual key to open the endless Eastern Sea, what would you do? Like a heavy hammer, these words smashed Shi Chenglong's chest. This person knew about the spiritual key. For your information, the secret regarding the spiritual key in the East was an extremely important secret. Basically, besides the higher-ups, no outsiders would know about it. Outsiders knew that the three Eastern empires were guarding the exit and had set up a barrier. However, the outside world knew nothing about the exact nature of the barrier. This person knew about the exact details of the barrier and even knew about the spiritual key. This person was not simple. Could you be someone from the Nine Palace? At this moment, Shi Chenglong could only think this way. It was because after thinking about it, most likely only people from the Nine Palace knew about this secret. And for sure, the one that had sold this secret was the destroyed Archaic Mysteries sect. That person laughed. Don't ask me who I am. Do you have the confidence to answer my question? Shi Chenglong said with surprise. You know about the spiritual key, yet you are still hiding your identity. With your actions, I don't think we need to talk anymore. That person said, if you want to leave, you can leave immediately. It would be rude of me to stop you. To tell you the truth, I do have a clever plan to teach you how to deal with it. Shi Chenglong said, what clever plan? It's simple. If the Stargaze Palace wants the Dragon and Tiger sect to hand over the spiritual key, you will have no choice but to hand it over to protect yourself. At that time, at most, you can bargain with the Stargaze Palace for some small benefits. My clever plan will allow the Dragon and Tiger sect to not hand over the spiritual key. Of course, Shi Chenglong would not believe that this person had such good intentions. That person laughed. I know you feel disdain. However, my plan will work. The 3 Eastern Empires have 3 spiritual keys. One for you, one for the Stargaze Palace, and one for the Archaic Mysteries sect. For the Archaic Mysteries sect, I heard that the Stargaze Palace did not get it. If the Stargaze Palace asks for the spiritual key, you can answer that when the Stargaze Palace gets the spiritual key from the Archaic Mysteries sect, the Dragon and Tiger sect will hand it over. This way, the Stargaze Palace will have nothing to say. Shi Chenglong rolled his eyes and thought that this was indeed an excuse. The Stargaze Palace did not get the spiritual key from the Archaic Mysteries sect. However, Shi Chenglong did not believe it. The Stargaze Palace even destroyed the Archaic Mysteries sect. How could they not get the spiritual key? That person said with a cold sneer, it's true. If there is any falsehood in this information, may the heavens and earth destroy me. Shi Chenglong finally believed him after hearing his vicious oath. He said in a low voice, I wonder, where is the spiritual key from the Archaic Mysteries sect? That person said, for this matter, I do have some clues. Overall, it is not in the hands of the Stargaze Palace. When the spiritual key can show itself, of course, it will show itself. As long as the Dragon and Tiger sect controls the spiritual key, the Stargaze Palace will never succeed in their ambition to open the endless Eastern Sea alone. Headshire, you should know the importance of this matter, right? If the Stargaze Palace controls the exploration rights of the endless Eastern Sea alone, from then on, the Dragon and Tiger sect will never rise again in the East. It will be enough if they can successfully explore it once. Inwardly, Shi Chenglong knew that these words were true. Instantly, he became hesitant. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 375. That person laughed. Headshire, just wait and see. It's easy to meet in the East. The Great Luo Empire wants to become an upper-ranking empire, but I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. How could it be that easy? In the human countries, how many years have the 3 upper-ranking empires lasted? Shi Chenglong said with surprise. What do you mean? What do I mean? You will know when the time comes. Ha ha ha. After that person had finished speaking, he ignored Shi Chenglong's suspicious face and walked past him towards the inn. Shi Chenglong felt disappointed and frustrated as his heart became even more confused. This person seemed to be talking without thinking, but from time to time, he would say a few words that sounded very serious, so Shi Chenglong had no choice but to believe him. Just when Shi Chenglong walked out of the balcony with suspicion, a golden figure suddenly crawled out from the balcony. A thoughtful expression appeared on his little furry head. Suddenly, he tilted his head and rolled his eyes. No, I must tell this news to Boss Wushuang. Indeed, this little thing was Bao Bao. Initially, Bao Bao had received Qin Wushuang's order to monitor each and every movement of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Bao Bao's concealment skills were top-notch. He had concealed himself at the inn where the Dragon and Tiger sect was staying. From beginning to end, he had grasped all movements of the sect. Of course, Bao Bao would not let go of Shi Chenglong's visit to this mysterious person. From beginning to end, he had heard everything clearly. He twisted his body and disappeared from the balcony. Currently, Qin Wushuang was at one of the restaurants and gathering with his fellow countrymen from the Bayou country. Currently, the atmosphere was thick. Tong Yang was especially lively. Everyone, our martial arts students from the Bayou country, are truly proud and elated. Now, in the Great Luo Empire, when the other subordinate countries heard the name of the Bayou country, they would no longer bully us like they did in the past. To be honest, all of this is not because of us, but because of Marquis Wushuang. Do you all agree with my words? Simon Xing and the others all clapped their hands and laughed. Tong Yang, you are right. Without Wushuang, how could we have the superior position in the sect? Wen Jinpeng and He Zichong both nodded. Now, they naturally already had a feeling of looking up at Qin Wushuang. Thinking back to the competition during the martial arts student exam, everything seemed like a dream. Thinking back, it had only been 3 years. However, so many changes had occurred in these 3 years. However, Qin Wushuang said, "Everyone, here, only the disciples of the Bayou country are here. It's okay to speak these words. However, you must not speak these words at the sect. It would be disadvantageous to our Bayou if someone with bad intentions heard it." Tong Yarrow had a steady personality as she nodded. Marquis Wushuang is right. Tong Yang laughed. Sister, why are you still calling him Marquis Wushuang? You and Marquis Wushuang are both disciples of the same teacher at the Green Cloud Palace. You should call each other senior and junior brothers. Tong Yarrow was startled. She glanced at Qin Wushuang and smiled without saying anything. Inwardly, she also felt somewhat strange. In terms of age, she was 2 or 3 years older than Qin Wushuang. However, Qin Wushuang had entered the sect earlier than her. Logically, she should call Qin Wushuang senior brother. However, Tong Yarrow felt that she could not say the word senior brother. However, Qin Wushuang helped her out. Tong, you are making trouble. Tong Yang laughed. Marquis Wushuang, I am speaking the truth. Now, you guys are from the same sect. According to the rules, my sister should call you senior brother. The others all laughed and the atmosphere became lively. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang moved his feet and Bao Bao crawled out. He jumped onto Qin Wushuang's shoulder and whispered, Boss Wushuang, something happened. Immediately, he whispered a few words into his ear. Qin Wushuang's expression changed slightly. Something like this happened? Bao Bao nodded. It's true. Boss Wushuang, that person's face is ugly. However, he is very eloquent. Shi Chenglong was fooled by him and lost his soul. After a moment of silence, Qin Wushuang stood up. Everyone, there is an emergency and I need to take care of it. Today's gathering will end here. Let's meet again in the future, how about it? When these people heard that Qin Wushuang was leaving, they were somewhat disappointed. However, they also knew that Qin Wushuang carried a heavy responsibility. At the moment, they all nodded and bid farewell to Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang cupped his hands in a salute and walked outside. While he walked, he let out the purple flame electric beast and instructed, You two, go to the inn and hide on the left and right. If that person escapes, you are in charge of sniping him. Remember, capture him alive. However, before this, I will go and probe the situation. Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast knew the importance of this matter. They both nodded and disappeared into the sky. Qin Wushuang walked directly towards the Inn of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Using Bao Bao's information, Qin Wushuang soon found the room where that strange guest was staying. Qin Wushuang put on a mask and walked over. He knocked on the door and a low shout came from inside. Who is it? Qin Wushuang sent his voice. Disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect, invites you to discuss some matters. That person laughed coldly. What? Shi Chenglong has thought it through. Qin Wushuang gave a casual yes. Just as that person was about to open the door, he suddenly stopped. Suddenly, a sense of alertness emerged in his head. No, I seem to have heard this person's voice somewhere before. A sense of alertness emerged from the heart of that strange guest as he could not help but stop his footsteps. Where have I heard it before? Where? He thought quickly and suddenly, he remembered someone and was shocked. It's him, Qin Wushuang, disciple of the Stargaze Palace. When he thought here, this person's chest heaved up and down rapidly. Instantly, a monstrous hatred rushed to his head. He gripped the weapon on his waist lightly and wanted to go out and kill Qin Wushuang. No. That strange guest immediately restrained this impulse. I must not do this. That Qin Wushuang was able to destroy my archaic mysteries sect. Even my teacher and those heads were not his opponents. Although I have entered the advanced stage, I am not as strong as my teacher and the others. This Qin Wushuang also has a beast as his companion. I must not fight him. When he thought here, this person calmed himself down and slowly opened the door. He wanted to see what tricks this Qin Wushuang was playing. How could he claim to be a disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect? When he opened the door, he saw an unfamiliar face. It was completely different from the Qin Wushuang he had met at the friendly competition. Although this person was somewhat astonished, he immediately understood. This Qin Wushuang is wearing a mask, he is indeed cunning. He said calmly, "Where is Headsha? Take me to him." Although he knew that this person was Qin Wushuang, he did not expose him. Instead, he beat him at his own game. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Please follow me." After he had finished speaking, he walked downstairs. That person walked to the corridor and said, "Isn't Headsha inside the inn? Why did he go downstairs?" Qin Wushuang said leisurely, "Headsha changed his mind and decided to go to a safe place. There are many eyes and ears here." Inwardly, that person's heart jumped and he cursed inwardly. Since this Qin Wushuang had spoken like this, did he know that he had met Shi Chenglong? Could it be that Shi Chenglong had sold him out this quickly? Darn it. Inwardly, this strange guest cursed Shi Chenglong's 8 generations of ancestors. Initially, he thought that as long as Shi Chenglong had some brains and backbone, he would not have sold out the content of their conversation. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, disciples of the Stargaze Palace had come to their door. Without a doubt, Shi Chenglong had exposed him. Or else, how could he have been exposed this quickly? He never thought that Bao Bao had eavesdropped on the entire conversation between him and Shi Chenglong. "What, you were quite bold earlier and spoke with a big tone. Why are you shrinking back now?" Qin Wushuang asked lightly. That person said with a stern voice, "You are not a disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect." "Oh." Qin Wushuang laughed leisurely. "How do you know?" That person said, "This time, the Dragon and Tiger sect sent 10 disciples. I have paid attention to them and there is no such person like you." "Who are you?" Qin Wushuang laughed. "Who am I? Won't you know if you come with me?" That person said with shame, "I don't know your background, forgive me for not being able to follow you." Qin Wushuang said coldly, "You are not going?" "No." That person shook his head, "Unless you tell me who you are." Qin Wushuang laughed, "Since you are not going, let's talk here. How about it on that balcony? You don't even have the courage to talk to me, right?" Inwardly, this person was somewhat nervous. However, he also knew that he had to hold on. Or else, once his true identity was exposed, he would fall into the trap. It would not matter if he died here. However, there would be no hope for the inheritance of the archaic mysteries sect. When he thought here, this person threw away all distracting thoughts and walked towards that balcony with Qin Wushuang. "Speak, what do you want to talk about?" That person said lightly, "I don't want to talk nonsense. I just want to know who you are. What kind of evil intentions did you have when you advised Headsha? If you cannot answer me, don't even think about leaving this inn today." Qin Wushuang said with a light tone, yet his temperament was extremely cold. He deliberately activated his temperament and covered the entire inn with his temperament. This way, it would be impossible for Shi Chenglong and the others to pretend to not know anything. That person said with a cold sneer, "Are you trying to force me to confess?" "No, I just want to let you know your situation. Either you speak the truth, or you die. It's that simple." That person laughed madly. "Die? You dare to kill me? Give me a reason not to." Qin Wushuang said lightly, "First, my identity is unknown. If the Stargaze Palace wants to dominate the East, you must face some powerhouses in the human countries. If you dare to offend these powerhouses, you will not be able to continue your path of domination. Second, if you kill me, the truth about that spiritual key of the archaic mysteries sect will never be revealed. There was a trace of wildness in this person's tone. Apparently, he was taking a risk. He also knew that in today's situation, if his identity was exposed, he would die for sure. Apart from using some favorable conditions to deal with them, he had no other choice. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 376. Qin Wushuang did not speak. Instead, he sized this person from head to toe. I heard that behind your hood, you have an extremely ugly face, right? That person said proudly, if you want to guess my background from my face, I advise you to give up. No. Qin Wushuang laughed, I don't plan to know your background. Even if you have a great background, to me, you are trying to sow discord between the Stargaze and the Dragon and Tiger sect within the Great Luo Empire. You want to destroy this Eastern Alliance meeting. This is a capital offense. Although that person was nervous, he laughed madly. Such big words. Are you not afraid that the 9 Palace, 9 Raven Temple, and the Emperor Buddha Palace will join forces to attack you? Qin Wushuang asked with a cold sneer, do you think you have the power to make the 3 upper-ranking empires join forces to attack the Stargaze Palace for you? Ha, that might not be the case. These 3 upper-ranking empires do not wish to see a rising Great Luo. They do not wish to see a powerful Great Luo. If we add some benefits, most likely they will join forces. Qin Wushuang let out a carefree laugh. Even so, I still decided to kill you. As he spoke, he shook the long whip in his hand. Indeed, it was the Fury Dragon Soul. As soon as this void martial stage weapon was shaken out, the entire inn was suppressed by this aura. It was filled with a sense of oppression and suffocation. Qin Wushuang said leisurely, Headsha, and all the heads of the Dragon and Tiger sect, you guys have been watching for a long time. If you want to watch the show, come out. Shi Chenglong and the others were stunned and inwardly, they felt apprehensive. Shi Chenglong even recognized Qin Wushuang's voice as he said to the others, this kid is Qin Wushuang from the Stargaze Palace. Those leaders who had never heard Qin Wushuang's voice and had never seen Qin Wushuang were all shocked. Wasn't this Qin Wushuang a disciple of the younger generation? How could he have such powerful temperament? Headsha, you two were chatting happily earlier. This person has been bewitching you for a long time. Now that he refuses to admit it, I want you to be the witness. Qin Wushuang smiled. With that said, Shi Chenglong and the others couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Shi Chenglong laughed out loud, I was wondering who it was. So it's nephew Qin Wushuang. Nephew's aura is strong, it seems like your skills have improved. As he spoke, he laughed heartily as he walked out of the inn and onto the balcony. Qin Wushuang nodded from afar, Dragon Headsha, it's inconvenient for me to salute you now. Please forgive me. Shi Chenglong smiled and said, you're welcome. Nephew Wushuang, this person is deceiving the public with his lies. Earlier, he came to me and said a lot of frightening words to incite the Dragon and Tiger sect to cause trouble. However, a certain someone didn't believe his nonsense. He ignored it. At this moment, Cheng Long was extremely cunning. When he saw the development of the situation, he knew that the Stargaze Palace had eavesdropped on their conversation. Thus, he decided to add insult to injury and protect the Dragon and Tiger sect. A moment ago, when he was talking to this person, he had already left some leeway. Thus, from those words, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction towards the Stargaze Palace. Thus, from his point of view, it was easy to disassociate the Dragon and Tiger sect. After all, a moment ago, he did not speak a single bad word about the Stargaze Palace and did not show any intention of getting along well with them. Thinking about it now, he felt somewhat fortunate. Qin Wushuang knew that Shi Chenglong was in a hurry to disassociate himself from the Dragon and Tiger sect. Instantly, he laughed. Dragon Headsha is an understanding person. For this point, the Stargaze Palace knows very well. Only, no matter how frightening this guy is, We need you to expose him. This way, the Stargaze Palace can execute the law justifiably and let him die without any complaints. Currently, Shi Chenglong only wanted to protect himself. Instantly, he spoke the contents of that person's conversation in full detail. Qin Wushuang had heard most of these contents from Bao Bao. Now, when he listened to it again, he found some new information. It was the part where Bao Bao did not tell him everything. Did you hear that? Dragon Head Shi is an elite warrior. He would not wrongly accuse you, right? The man spat and said angrily, a master of a generation? How could he deserve to be called an elite warrior? Cowardly and willing to compromise. I am afraid that even so, the Stargaze Palace would not let go of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Ha ha ha. Shi Chenglong, do you think you can get on the good side of the Stargaze Palace by betraying me? Shi Chenglong showed an embarrassed expression. Of course, he did not betray him. However, he could not deny it before Qin Wushuang. Or else, it would appear that the Dragon and Tiger sect did not report the information. However, in the end, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Shi Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, Humph, for this matter, I planned to tell Headshua during the alliance meeting. However, since Junior Wushuang has rushed here, I think you exposed yourself. You can't blame anyone. That person was surprised. You didn't betray me. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, this is to say, if you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. If I wanted to know your each and every move, why would I need others to tell on you? That person's body trembled slightly. If Shi Chenglong did not betray him, then it would be terrifying if Qin Wushuang knew about this matter. The information-gathering ability of the Stargaze Palace was this powerful. Humph, Qin Wushuang, are you Qin Wushuang from the Stargaze Palace? In fact, this person recognized Qin Wushuang. However, at this moment, he was pretending to be a fool. In fact, it was his scheme to prevent his identity from being exposed. Qin Wushuang laughed coldly, so what if I am? However, Shi Chenglong laughed, Junior Wushuang, your original face is much more handsome than this. Why wear a mask? Ha ha, Headshua, of course I should show my original face when dealing with honest people. However, when dealing with such despicable people, I will show my mask. Shi Chenglong laughed heartily. Nephew, you are truly wise. That person thought quickly, since Shi Chenglong is so cunning, it seems he does not have the backbone to resist the Stargaze Palace. Now, I must protect my life. Even if I have to sell the spiritual key to the Nine Raven and the Sky Travel Empire, I will form an alliance to conquer the Stargaze Palace. I will not let them have a good life. This person was Luo Guiyun, the direct disciple of Gaou, the head of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Initially, he had been sent to the Nine Palace to further his studies. Besides Luo Guiyun, the other disciples had returned to the Archaic Mysteries sect with Gaou. At that time, Luo Guiyun was at the crucial moment of breaking into the advanced stage. Thus, he did not return to the team and escaped death. After the Archaic Mysteries sect had been destroyed, Luo Guiyun had escaped from the Nine Palace immediately. He returned to the Archaic Mysteries sect and took the spiritual key. He was the head disciple of Gaou and knew the location of the spiritual key. Fortunately, that spiritual key was not hidden in those palaces of the Archaic Mysteries sect. It was hidden in a mysterious and hidden place behind the mountain. In fact, Gaou had designed it this way because he was worried that some elite warrior would break into the Archaic Mysteries sect and steal the spiritual key. Because of this design, it allowed Luo Guiyun to take the spiritual key with ease when he returned. However, after Luo Guiyun had taken the spiritual key, he had planned to bring it to the Great Luo Empire and destroy the Eastern Alliance. Suddenly, he thought that it would be disadvantageous to bring it with him. Thus, he put the spiritual key back to its original place. And he, Luo Guiyun, had come to the Great Luo Empire alone. Initially, he wanted to trick the Dragon and Tiger sect into rebelling against the Stargaze Palace. Then, he would hook up with the people of the Nine Raven Temple and the Emperor Buddha Palace to persuade them to attack the Stargaze Palace together and suppress the rise of the Great Luo Empire in the East. Even if he had to use the spiritual key as a stepping stone, he would not hesitate. Only, as soon as he had laid out his wishful thinking, he had encountered a major setback. In the first step, he had encountered a problem at the Great Luo Empire as he was surrounded by Qin Wushuang. He could not escape. Humph, if you want to condemn someone, why worry about the pretext? Even so, it was only a few jokes between me and Hedsha to test him. Could it be that the Stargaze Palace can kill people at will with just a few words? Luo Guiyun swore to deny it. Qin Wushuang laughed. A joke? Hedsha, do you think he is joking? Shi Chenglong said with determination. No, not at all. This person harbors evil intentions. I am afraid that he not only wants to provoke the situation in the East, but also wants to stir up the entire human countries. Or else, why would he talk about the 3 upper-ranking empires? That person said with a cold sneer, Shi Chenglong, I have learned about your poor moral character. Shi Chenglong said lightly, do you think someone like you is worthy to talk about moral character? Qin Wushuang nodded and said, enough with the nonsense. Mister, if you have nothing else to say, then surrender. He rolled the Fury Dragon Soul and was about to make a move. That person waved his hand. Hold on. Stop with the nonsense. Qin Wushuang did not stop. He initiated the Fury Dragon Soul and rolled it toward that person. That person was leaning against the balcony. Suddenly, his entire body fell down. He did not hesitate to jump off the building to escape. With a cold sneer, Qin Wushuang shook the whip and chased after him with his body dancing in the air. At this moment, suddenly, a roar came from the street. A flash of lightning shot to the sky and pounced toward Luo Guiyun's falling body. As the light faded, the purple flame electric beast had already grabbed Luo Guiyun in his hand. Just as he was about to tear him in half, Qin Wushuang shouted, keep him alive. Now, the purple flame electric beast remembered Qin Wushuang's previous instructions and stopped. Qin Wushuang walked closer and restrained this person's entire body. He said with a cold sneer, since you are here, don't think about leaving. After he had finished speaking, he cupped his hands in a salute. Hedsha, please send my regards to the other heads. When Shi Chenglong saw Qin Wushuang's skills and that spiritual beast's lightning-fast moves, he felt disappointed and upset. When he heard Qin Wushuang's greeting, he nodded embarrassedly, okay. A young disciple from the Stargaze Palace was this exceptional. Especially that spiritual beast, it was as fast as lightning. With such power, even if Qin Wushuang cooperated with his 2 spiritual beast friends, it was enough to sweep away the East. Head Dragon, indeed, this Qin Wushuang is exceptional. Behind him, the voice of the head tiger sighed. The other leaders also remained silent. As they watched Qin Wushuang's leaving figure, their eyes were filled with melancholy and envy. Deep inside the corner of their eyes, some unwillingness and helplessness flashed. With such a demonic disciple, the Stargaze Palace should prosper. How could the dragon and tiger sect fight against him? When the Stargaze Palace rises, the Great Luo Empire will rise. There was a hint of bitterness in Shi Chenglong's voice, but there was also a hint of warning in it. From now on, we will not have any other thoughts. All of our actions will be for the survival of Dragon Tiger sect. Even if we have to compromise and endure humiliation, we will still do it. Everyone, do you have any objections? When the other leaders saw Qin Wushuang's power, they finally had a clear understanding of the power of the Stargaze Palace. All of them nodded coldly and did not make any more strange sounds. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 377. The instant after Qin Wushuang had taken away Luo Guiyun, 2 figures walked out from one of the street corners below the inn. They looked at Qin Wushuang's back coldly and one of them said, "Third, we are too late." The other person also nodded coldly. Yes, second, this person was taken away by the Stargaze Palace and all clues have been cut off. Let's not get involved in this muddy water, right? No, let's not. One does not get up early if there are no benefit. That guy claimed to have a clue about the spiritual key and asked us to meet here. Before we even met, he was taken away by the Stargaze Palace. It's clear that he is an idiot and not someone we can scheme against. The Nine Raven Temple does not need to get involved in this trivial matter. In the Xian Yuan Mound, a forbidden spiritual zone, we don't need to scheme against that endless Eastern Sea. Yes, let's go back. Regarding how to deal with the Eastern situation, the head divinity chief should make the decision. Yes, let's go. Indeed, these two were the two divinity chiefs of the Nine Raven Temple. The divinity chiefs were the highest leaders of the Nine Raven Temple. The Nine Raven Temple had 5 divinity chiefs and each of them were at the perfect stage. Thus, the Nine Raven Temple was the strongest and the most mysterious among the upper-ranking empire. Only, the Nine Raven Temple had always given people the feeling of being mysterious and standing aloof from worldly affairs. Thus, in the human countries, despite having a high position, they had always had a good reputation. They also gave people the impression that they were kind and low-key existences. For these two, one was the second divinity chief and the other was the third. Initially, they had come here together to inquire about the situation and to see if there was any information about the spiritual key. If they could get that spiritual key from the Archaic Mysteries sect, they could make a deal with the Stargaze Palace. The reason why the Nine Raven Temple sent someone here was because before Luo Guyun left for the Great Luo Empire, he had sent 2 secret letters. One to the Nine Raven Temple, and the other to the Emperor Buddha Palace of the Sky Travel Empire. Not long after the 2 divinity chiefs of the Nine Raven Temple had left, people from the Emperor Buddha Palace of the Sky Travel Empire also left quietly. They had made the same choice as the 2 divinity chiefs of the Nine Raven Temple. They did not plan to go against the Stargaze Palace at this moment. The rise of the Stargaze Palace was already apparent. The Nine Palace was such a powerful powerhouse, yet they had almost been destroyed by an unknown Stargaze Palace. This way, it seemed that this Stargaze Palace was not an opponent to be underestimated. Qin Wushuang grabbed that Luo Guyun and rushed back to the Stargaze Palace at a fast speed. He felt that there was something fishy about this person's identity. He needed to investigate this person's true identity together with the other Hall Masters. Furthermore, from this person's tone, it seemed like he had some clues about the Tianji sect's spiritual key. Regardless of whether it was true or not, this was a signal that he could not let go of. When they returned to the Stargaze Palace, the 5 palace masters immediately gathered together after receiving the report. Qin Wushuang threw this person aside. "Palace masters, this is the person who bewitched Shi Chenglong. Disciple is bold enough to capture this person." Tan Zhongqi laughed. "Wushuang, nicely done. This move of yours isn't as simple as just capturing a person. I'm sure that the people from Dragon Tiger sect are also in a daze right now." "Haha." Qin Wushuang saw that this person had pulled off his cloak and mask to reveal a hideous and twisted face. When Zhuo Buchuan and the others saw this face, they all frowned. This face was too twisted and ugly. Qin Wushuang said coldly, "Mister, before the 5 palace masters, it's better to be smart. Don't play any tricks." That Luo Guyun said with a hoarse voice, "Kill me if you want. You will regret it if you kill me, ha ha ha." Zhong Wuyin said with a cold sneer, "Do you think that the Stargaze Palace doesn't know how to kill a single person?" Luo Guyun said viciously, "Yes, who said you don't? The Stargaze Palace killed the 9 Palace and the Archaic Mysteries sect. Who doesn't know that you are the number 1 in the world? It's good that you know." Luo Guyun said with a cold sneer, "Then make your move. I am not afraid." Qin Wushuang laughed, "If you think you can save your life by provoking us, then you are naive. Palace masters, in the end, who is this person? Do you recognize him?" Suddenly, Zhuo Buchuan stopped and started to look around this person's face. Then, he turned his body around and started to look carefully from the back. After he had finished looking, he took a few steps back and looked from afar. Then, he frowned slightly. "For sure, we know this person." As soon as he said these words, not only was Tan Zhongqi and the others surprised, even Qin Wushuang could not help but look at him a few more times. Inwardly, Luo Guyun felt even colder. Of course, He recognized this Shuabuchuan and knew that this person was extremely powerful. If he recognized him, then it would not be good. Luo Guiyun had a strong will. To hide his identity and completely destroy it, he did not hesitate to burn his face and create this ghostly appearance to confuse others. Only, if he did not communicate with him face to face, no one would notice his actions. However, now that he had become a prisoner and was being looked at from left to right, in the eyes of an elite warrior like Shuabuchuan, it was easy to reveal some flaws. Shuabuchuan was only probing with his words. As soon as he said these words, he stared at Luo Guiyun and suddenly, he laughed. As I expected, for sure, we know this person. As soon as I said those words, his muscles had clearly tightened. The back of his ears twitched slightly and his pores expanded slightly. It showed that he was somewhat nervous after hearing my words. The words of the head palace master had received Qin Wushuang's approval. Head palace master is right. A moment ago, I also observed this person and he did have these reactions. It seems that this person had purposely destroyed his face to prevent us from recognizing him. This kind of thought and courage is rare. The other palace masters all laughed. With this analysis, they had a much clearer direction. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Wushuang, in your heart, do you have any ideas? Qin Wushuang said leisurely, after the head palace master's reminder, I think that this person should be a surviving member of the Archaic or the Nine Palace faction. It's most likely the Archaic. The other palace masters all nodded. Tan Zhongqi and Zhuobuchuan looked at each other and smiled. Inwardly, they already had a lot of guesses after they had a direction. Only, they did not say it out loud. Zhuobuchuan waved his hand, don't be in a rush to guess. Wushuang, from the words this person had said to Shi Chenglong, does it mean that he has confidence in that spiritual key of the Archaic? Qin Wushuang nodded and said, that's right. Zhuobuchuan lifted the tip of his foot and released this person's sealed body. He said lightly, Wushuang, when you went to annihilate the Archaic, do you remember who was the most exceptional person among the young generation? Among the young generation of the Archaic, one was Luo Guiyun, the other was Devil Boy. I had already killed Devil Boy, and the last one was Luo Guiyun. Luo Guiyun. When Qin Wushuang said here, he lowered his tone and started to size this person before him. Suddenly, he laughed. I suddenly remembered that when I went to annihilate the Archaic, among all the core disciples, Luo Guiyun was not there. I still found it strange. When Luo Guiyun heard their words, he knew that he could not keep his identity. With a face as pale as ash, he initiated his power and was about to commit suicide by destroying his dantian. Zhuobuchuan pointed again with the tip of his foot and sealed his body to prevent him from moving. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Such a big fish that escaped the net. This way, for sure, he knows the whereabouts of that spiritual key of the Archaic. The other palace masters all nodded. That's right, it seems that it's up to him to find that spiritual key. However, Zhuobuchuan laughed. Wushuang, this guy also taught Shi Chenglong how to deal with us asking for the spiritual key? Qin Wushuang laughed. That's right, he taught the Dragon and Tiger sect that to take the spiritual key of the Dragon and Tiger sect, the Stargaze must first find that key of the Archaic. Zhuobuchuan said, good, then we will use this opportunity to ask the Dragon and Tiger sect. Let's see how Shi Chenglong answers. The other palace masters all laughed. Indeed, nothing could be better than using this opportunity to checkmate the Dragon and Tiger sect. At that time, if the Dragon and Tiger sect did not hand it over, it would mean that they had been bewitched by this person and wanted to make things difficult for them. However, if they did, they would not be satisfied. In the end, they would have to hand it over. Qin Wushuang grabbed that Luo Guiyun and said, Luo Guiyun, on that day at the friendly competition, it should also be you who had ambushed me at the cliff, right? Luo Guiyun said with a cold sneer, it was me, so what? If I had known about today's matter, I would not have been worried about exposing my identity. I should have shot you off the cliff. Qin Wushuang said coldly, unfortunately, you did not have such decisiveness. This is called one careless move, and you have lost the whole game. Do you want to die quickly, or suffer some pain before dying? Luo Guiyun said proudly, since I have fallen into your hands, you can decide how to die. Don't even think about making me hand over the spiritual key. Do you think we can't find it if you don't tell us? Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will find it. In the worst case, we will spend some effort. Qin Wushuang said with a cold sneer. Inwardly, Luo Guiyun's heart skipped a beat. That spiritual key was at the back of the mountain. If they truly dug 3 feet into the ground, they would find it. However, his tone was relaxed and carefree. Then you can go and dig and see. Suddenly, Bao Bao jumped up and sealed all of Luo Guiyun's 5 senses. He could not hear, see, or smell anything. Then, he said to Qin Wushuang, "Boss Wushuang, I know a secret technique called the soul-scouring technique. It can enter the other party's mind and investigate their consciousness. Does no one in the Stargaze Palace know how to use this technique?" Qin Wushuang looked at the 5 palace masters with suspicion. These palace masters all shook their heads slightly to show that they did not know how to use it. However, Bao Bao said, "For sure, someone from the Red Maple human clan of the Dispersed Praying Mountain knows this technique. Besides, I heard that the 9 Raven Temple shares a close relationship with the Red Maple human clan. Perhaps, someone from the 9 Raven Temple knows this secret technique." 9 Raven Temple? Zhuobuchuan frowned. Qin Wushuang said, "Palace Masters, in this case, I will go to the 9 Raven Temple and see if I can ask for this secret technique." Zhuobuchuan gave a long sigh. "For the Stargaze Palace and the Great Luo Empire to rise, I am afraid we must deal with the 9 Raven Temple. I think it will work." Hearing Zhuobuchuan's words, the other palace masters all nodded to show their agreement. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 378. However, Tan Zhongqi said, "Head Palace Master, I feel that we don't have to go to this 9 Raven Temple. With the Eastern Alliance meeting at hand, this matter is of utmost importance. Wushuang holds a special meaning to the Stargaze Palace. Even if we are to go to the 9 Raven Temple, we should wait until the situation is settled." Tan Zhongqi's suggestion made Zhuobuchuan feel deeply reassured as he nodded. "Second is right. Let's finish the Eastern Alliance meeting first. If the Eastern Alliance meeting succeeds, the Great Luo will become an upper-ranking empire soon. By that time, regardless of the 9 Raven Temple or the Emperor Buddha Palace, they will send representatives to participate. By that time, we will communicate with the people of the 9 Raven Temple. If the Great Luo wanted to become an upper-ranking empire, they must gain the recognition of the 9 Raven and the Sky Travel Empire. To gain the recognition of these 2 empires, they must communicate with each other. After reaching this consensus, the Stargaze Palace locked up Luo Guiyun temporarily. Finally, the Eastern Alliance meeting had begun. Outside the giant square of the Stargaze Palace, hundreds of representatives and powerhouses from all the Eastern countries had gathered together. Each powerhouse had sent out all their elite warriors. Thus, the entire Stargaze Palace was bustling with noise and peace. From the palace masters to the ordinary disciples, each of them was brimming with joy as they enjoyed the joy and happiness of being the host. For the Stargaze Palace, the 5 palace masters, the 8 elders, the 16 elders, the core disciples, and the palace emissaries all stood at prominent positions. Zhuobuchuan looked at the guests from all directions and said, "Everyone, the Stargaze Palace is grateful to all the Eastern powerhouses for coming to support us. For this invitation, if we have offended you in any way, please forgive us." Most of these powerhouses wanted to curry favor with the Stargaze Palace as they all said, "Palace Master Zhuo, it's a great thing for the East to have the Stargaze Palace form an alliance. Yes, we should have formed an alliance a long time ago. Yes, forming an alliance is the best way for the East to protect themselves. Of course, for this alliance, we must choose a leader. I think the Stargaze Palace is the most suitable." Beneath the stage, all the powerhouses discussed spiritedly. Some of these people were sincere, and some were not. However, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect to the Stargaze Palace even if it came from the bottom of their heart or if they were just putting on a show. These people were all cunning. During this time, The situation in the eastern region was surging like a storm. The Stargaze Palace had become famous as they had defeated the Nine Palace and killed the archaic Mysteries sect. All of these thunderous methods indicated the rise of the Stargaze Palace. And the recent series of activities from the Stargaze Palace had vividly indicated that the second step after the rise of the Stargaze Palace was to dominate the East. Dominating the East didn't have much of an impact on most of the forces here. Thus, they were not worried about the Stargaze Palace dominating the East. Initially, the three upper-ranking empires controlled the East. To them, it would not be a problem if the Stargaze Palace controlled the East. In fact, if a powerful force controlled the East, it could at least maintain the competitiveness of the East and drive the development of other forces in the East. Thus, among these powerhouses, 60 to 70% hoped that the Stargaze Palace could achieve their ambition of dominating the East. And if they could use the opportunity to build a good relationship with the Stargaze Palace and get some benefits from the leftovers in the East, it would be better than when the three middle-ranking empires controlled the East together. If one were to compare the East to a giant biscuit, after the three empires ate it, there would be almost nothing left for the others. And if this giant biscuit was given to an empire to eat, some leftovers would still fall out. In the end, it would depend on how they fought for the leftovers. In the worst case, it would be the same as before and they would get nothing. The remaining 30 to 40% either shared a border with the Great Luo Empire and were worried about them, or had a conflict of interest with the Great Luo Empire or held grudges with them in the past. The other type was the Vermilion Empire represented by the Dragon and Tiger sect. Initially, they were on par with the Stargaze Palace. Inwardly, they could not accept the fact that they had to submit to the Stargaze Palace. Zhuo Buchuan's words caused a flurry of discussion below. When everyone's discussion had gradually stopped, Zhuo Buchuan opened his mouth to speak. Everyone, this time, I invited everyone here to report some of the things that had happened in the East in recent years. After he had finished speaking, he turned around and said to Tan Zhongqi, "Second, you speak." Tan Zhongqi nodded and walked to the front. "Everyone, I believe that in the eyes of many of you, not long ago, I was a dead man. That's right, a year ago, Zhao Heng of the Nine Palace had indeed shattered my dantian before the mountain gate of the Stargaze Palace. I was on the verge of death." Tan Zhongqi was full of energy as he urged the temperament of the perfect stage with his words. Instantly, his imposing manner had suppressed all the discussions. Everyone's gaze shot towards Tan Zhongqi at the same time. Their attention was completely focused on Tan Zhongqi. Many people here had heard the rumors about Tan Zhongqi. However, they did not know the exact truth. Now, when they saw Tan Zhongqi speaking himself, of course, they were extremely curious and wanted to hear the truth. Tan Zhongqi said lightly, "If it weren't for the fact that I was not destined to die, I would have been separated by life and death from everyone. Everyone, among you, how many of you are stronger than me?" Tan Zhongqi's question caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. They thought that Tan Zhongqi was going to show off his power. Instantly, many people held their breath. Tan Zhongqi laughed casually, "I only broke into the perfect stage not long ago. I am only talking about the time when I was injured by Zhao Heng. Even with my strength at that time, in the East, no more than 3 people would dare to say that they could beat me, right? Counting from that time, only the number 1 elite warriors of the Archaic and the Dragon and Tiger sect could beat Tan Zhongqi. Indeed, there would not be more than 3 of them." Everyone nodded. However, Tan Zhongqi said, "Even so, that Zhao Heng still injured me easily and sent me to the gates of hell. Everyone, with my strength and position in the East, under that situation, I still could not guarantee my safety. Let me ask you, if such a thing happened to any of you, ask yourself, do you think you could survive?" Tan Zhongqi's words were sharp. After he had asked these questions, his gaze also became sharp as he looked around. These people could not avoid his gaze even if they wanted to. "Palace Master Tan, you were injured. If it were us, for sure we would have lost our lives." "Yes, for sure, there is no doubt about it." Since someone had spoken, naturally, the others all expressed their stance and agreed with Tan Zhongqi. Tan Zhongqi did not interrupt when he saw everyone's atmosphere had become lively. He nodded when everyone had finished speaking and said, "Everyone, I did not mean to show off my power by saying these things. I only wanted to tell everyone that although the East seems vast and has many countries, it is not the truth. However, in the human countries, it does not hold a high position. A true powerhouse would come and cause trouble as they wished without any hesitation. Why is that?" Suddenly, Tan Zhongqi's voice rose. "Without a doubt, they dared to bully us because they saw that although the East is vast, it is a plate of loose sand. There is no cohesive force and no strong powerhouse as a guarantee. In the western part of the human countries, there is the Sky Travel Empire. The entire northern area is covered by the Nine Raven Empire. The Red Dragon Empire controls the southwest and the south. Only the East does not have a strong alliance and a strong center. The foreign powerhouses can come and go as they please. They can do whatever they want." Inwardly, Qin Wushuang smiled. He knew that after beating around the bush for so long, his teacher had finally revealed the main point. The East lacked a strong center. Now, the most suitable candidate for this center had already appeared. Tan Zhongqi's words caused many people to nod in agreement. This time, it was not as simple as flattery. Many people were thinking deeply about Tan Zhongqi's analysis and felt that the situation was indeed as he had said. Only the East lacked a strong axis. These people were all smart. After analyzing up to this point, they understood the intention of the Stargaze Palace for this alliance meeting. It seemed that for this alliance meeting, the Stargaze Palace had planned everything thoroughly. Smart people knew what to do this time. Since the general trend had been set, if they opposed it, they would be going against the Stargaze Palace. It would only bring harm and no benefits. At this time, suddenly, old devil Ji Yin in the crowd saw Qin Wushuang looking at him with a faint smile. Inwardly, he trembled and instantly understood something. He cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Tan's words have really enlightened me. It seems that the East also needs a strong alliance, a strong center. Everyone, am I right?" Many people knew about the grudge between old devil Ji Yin and Tan Zhongqi. Now, when they saw old devil Ji Yin was openly agreeing with Tan Zhongqi's words, 8 out of 10 people were suspicious. They felt that this old devil Ji Yin had changed his personality. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and nodded slightly to show that he was satisfied with old devil Ji Yin's words. When old devil Ji Yin received this hint, he became even more motivated. "Everyone, you all know that I once had some small conflicts with Palace Master Tan. During that time, I always felt wronged. I even had the thought of leaving the Great Luo Empire to develop. However, I thought about it again. Leaving one's home is cheap. If I leave the Great Luo Empire to develop and leave my own land, it would be like a fallen leaf leaving its roots. What good result could there be? In the end, we are people of the Great Luo Empire, people of the East. If we leave the East, we are nothing. Thus, a strong East is not only beneficial to the Ji Yin sect, but to everyone. Thus, I have decided to let go of all previous grudges and fully support the Eastern Alliance. Everyone, let's work together and choose a strong leader to lead the East to glory." Instantly, Ji Yin's words had won a wave of cheers. Even Tan Zhongqi did not expect that this old devil Ji Yin had such an understanding of the big picture. Qin Wushuang only smiled. Inwardly, he thought that if he used this old devil Ji Yin well, he would be a useful person. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 379. With old devil Ji Yin being the first one to step out to fan the flames and build up the atmosphere, many other powerhouses that wanted to curry favor with the Stargaze Palace also stepped out to encourage the alliance. In this way, many of the forces that were originally a little hesitant, seeing that the general trend had been set, could not be reserved even if they wanted to. They could only go with the flow, as if they had supported the alliance from the beginning, and began to advocate for the alliance. Initially, the Dragon and Tiger sect still held some hope that other powerhouses would step out to question the alliance. However, it seemed that before absolute power, any fantasy would be unrealistic. With a smile on his face, Tan Zhongqi looked at the Dragon and Tiger sect, friends of the Dragon and Tiger sect. In the past, the Eastern powerhouses only looked at the Stargaze, the Dragon and Tiger sect, and the Archaic Mysteries sect. Now, the Archaic Mysteries sect has invited the wolf into the house and has been punished by the heavens. Now, to build the Eastern Alliance, your opinion is crucial. Headsher, why don't you say something? In fact, Shi Chenglong was feeling depressed inwardly. However, they were already prepared for the worst. Hearing Tan Zhongqi's question, Shi Chenglong said, to any of the Eastern countries, the Eastern Alliance is not a bad thing. Of course, the Dragon and Tiger sect agrees. Only, after this alliance, we need to think carefully about how to establish the order, how to execute it, and how to distribute it. Tan Zhongqi glanced at Zhuobuchuan and walked to the back. Zhuobuchuan walked forward and laughed. Everyone, after the alliance, the Eastern countries should solve their internal matters. If the Eastern powerhouses were to have conflicts with the foreign powerhouses, of course, all the Eastern countries must unite and face the outside world. Otherwise, this alliance meeting will undoubtedly be useless. Hearing Zhuobuchuan's words, all the other powerhouses were overjoyed. Initially, they were worried that the alliance would cause everyone to lose their autonomy. Now, it seemed that although the Stargaze Palace had the ambition to rule the East, they were not interested in interfering with the internal affairs of each country. As long as they did not interfere with each other, it would be a great thing for them to form an alliance and face the outside world. Zhuobuchuan said, everyone, the Stargaze Palace has discussed this matter privately. The East has a vast territory and is close to the endless Eastern Sea. We also have a unique terrain. If we use it well, we can become the top existence in the human countries of the Tian Xian land. We do not seek to invade and oppress others. At least, we must ensure that no one bullies us. What Dragon Headsher said just now was very good. Order, execution, and distribution are all very serious topics. The intention of the Stargaze Palace is clear. Since we are all powerhouses of the Tian Xian land, we should follow the rules of the land. Everyone had a share, and the strong were respected. The Tian Xian land was all-inclusive and did not completely forbid the existence of weak powerhouses. However, on the strong side of the law, certainly, there would be stronger existences. Therefore, the situation in the East is the same. Everyone has the right to live, but everything depends on strength. Speak with strength. These words were clear at a glance. Great Hall Master Zhuo is right. The more power you have, the more power you enjoy. If that's the case, then it's easy to establish order. Zhuobuchuan nodded. Thus, I think that everyone should get a share of all the benefits in the East. However, as for how much could be distributed and how it should be distributed, everyone's strength would speak for themselves. It was the same for the exploration of the endless Eastern Sea. The stronger you are, the more talented you are, the more opportunities you will have. The right to explore the endless Eastern Sea? These forces were all stunned. In the past, the exploration rights of the endless Eastern Sea was a game for the three middle-ranking empires. It had nothing to do with the other powerhouses. However, Zhuobuchuan's tone seemed to want to spread this exploration opportunity. Of course, this made everyone feel as if they had been injected with chicken blood as they became excited. They looked at Zhuobuchuan seriously and wanted to hear his next words. Zhuobuchuan said with a smile, I believe that all the powerhouses here yearn for the exploration rights of the endless Eastern Sea. After much discussion, the Stargaze Palace feels that such opportunity should be opened to all the powerhouses in the East. Of course, whether you can get it, it would depend on your strength and luck. Headsher, what does the Dragon and Tiger sect think? Inwardly, Shi Chenglong whispered. He knew that the Stargaze Palace was being generous because they wanted to buy people's hearts. Perhaps, the next step would be to ask for the spiritual key from the Dragon and Tiger sect. I am extremely impressed by your foresight, Head Palace Master Zhuo. Of course, I will not object. Of course, I will support you 100%. Zhuobuchuan said with a smile, good. As for how to distribute the exploration rights and the spots, we will discuss it at length. As he spoke, suddenly, Zhuobuchuan took out an object from his chest. Indeed, it was a jade sword. As soon as Shi Chenglong saw this sword, his heart sank. This was the spiritual key. Zhuo Buchuan put that spiritual key forward. Everyone, the Stargaze Palace is willing to offer this spiritual key to open the entrance to the endless Eastern Sea. It is our first gift to the Eastern Alliance. Regardless of who will be the leader of the Eastern Alliance, our spiritual key will be in his hands. As soon as he said these words, Qin Wushuang also laughed inwardly. Naturally, the head palace master was pretending to be generous. Without a doubt, this spiritual key would belong to the Stargaze Palace in the end. Since the Stargaze Palace was hosting the Eastern Alliance, how could they let the seat of the leader fall to someone else? This move was to give the Dragon and Tiger sect a way out and let them offer the spiritual key. Suddenly, the old devil Ji Yin laughed. Head Palace Master Zhuo has such magnanimity. I wonder if the heads of the Dragon and Tiger sect will offer this spiritual key. Everyone will wait and see, ha ha. Inwardly, Shi Chenglong cursed the old devil Ji Yin for being shameless. Inwardly, he only cried out bitterly. However, at this critical juncture, how could he refuse? Zhuo Buchuan smiled calmly and did not speak a word as he looked at Shi Chenglong. Shi Chenglong laughed dryly. Since head palace master Zhuo is so righteous, how could the Dragon and Tiger sect be stingy with a spiritual key? Only, since the archaic mysteries sect was destroyed, their spiritual key is missing. With one less key, we cannot open the entrance to the endless Eastern Sea. This is a big problem. However, Zhuo Buchuan laughed. Headsha, leave this matter to the Stargaze Palace. Inwardly, Shi Chenglong was shocked. Hearing Zhuo Buchuan's confident tone and everyone from the other powerhouses were watching his performance, he had to offer that spiritual key no matter how unwilling he was. When the other heads of the Dragon and Tiger sect saw Shi Chenglong put down the spiritual key, each of them revealed a solemn expression. They felt as if their flesh had been cut off. Only, under the general situation, if they did not hand it over, not only would they offend the public, they would also offend the Stargaze Palace. They would not know what kind of revenge they would receive in the future. With the archaic mysteries sect as an example, they would not dare to take the risk. Zhuo Buchuan looked at the two spiritual keys with a smile. 2 of the 3 spiritual keys have been gathered. For the other one, the Stargaze Palace will find it. The day when the 3 spiritual keys are gathered will be the day when the endless Eastern Sea opens. And now, there was only one most important topic left. Who would lead the Eastern Alliance? For this candidate, we need to gather the wisdom of the masses and recommend a powerhouse that everyone supports. As soon as he had finished speaking, someone shouted from below the stage, "Is there even a need to choose? Currently, in the East, there is no more suitable candidate than the Stargaze Palace. Yes, to defeat the 9 Palace and destroy the archaic mysteries sect, with such strength, there is no need to choose. No one will agree if we choose any other powerhouse. Support the Stargaze Palace. The Stargaze Palace will be the alliance leader. The Stargaze Palace will lead the East to glory." Waves of voices rose and fell in succession. It was almost a one-sided call. At the scene, according to the division of powerhouses, only the Dragon and Tiger sect was qualified to compete for the position of the alliance leader. However, under the current temperament of the Stargaze Palace, even a powerful sect like the Dragon and Tiger sect had to lower their heads. Currently, they did not have the qualifications or the courage. Facing these waves of calls, all the heads of the Dragon and Tiger sect felt extremely desolate. They knew that the balance of power between the 3 Eastern empires was gone forever. From now on, there would only be one powerhouse in the East. That would be the Stargaze Palace. No one would dare to disobey the orders of the Stargaze Palace. From now on, the Dragon and Tiger sect could only be a second-rate sect in the East. Old man Ji Yin laughed strangely. Palace Master Zhuo, everyone's eyes are clear. Currently, in the East, besides the Stargaze Palace, no other powerhouse is capable of leading the entire East. Indeed, the Stargaze Palace will not decline their responsibility. Head Palace Master Zhuo, please don't decline to prevent everyone from being disappointed. Zhuo Buchuan said with a smile, everyone is wrong. We still need to vote for the position of the alliance leader. Old man Ji Yin said as if he was trying to please him, vote for what? He stood up and shouted, "Those who are against the Stargaze Palace becoming the alliance leader, step forward." For a time, there was complete silence as no one dared to move half a step. Old man Ji Yin laughed strangely. "Head Palace Master Zhuo, did you see that? Everyone has passed." Zhuo Buchuan shook his head and said, "This is child's play." Old man Ji Yin scratched his head and rolled his eyes as he said, "Okay, those who support the Stargaze Palace becoming the alliance leader, please raise your hand. Let Head Palace Master Zhuo see everyone's passion." With that, swish, 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 everyone raised their hands in unison. Only the Dragon and Tiger sect was still somewhat hesitant. Zhuo Buchuan looked at the Dragon and Tiger sect unintentionally. Tan Zhengqi also seemed to unintentionally take 2 steps forward and stood next to Zhuo Buchuan. Inwardly, all the leaders of the Dragon and Tiger sect could only obey despite their unwillingness. Shi Chenglong took a step forward and cupped his hands in a salute. "Head Palace Master Zhuo, everyone in the Stargaze Palace is in agreement. Of course, us old friends will support you unconditionally. There's no need to raise our hands to support these clichés, ha ha." His last laugh sounded like a laugh. However, inwardly, he felt more miserable than crying. Zhuo Buchuan gave a long sigh. "I feel somewhat ashamed that Headsha is so generous." Old man Ji Yin laughed strangely. "Head Palace Master Zhuo, it's another unanimous vote. I think the Stargaze Palace should not decline. Everyone hopes to have a powerful alliance leader to protect the East and make the East even more prosperous. Of course, under the leadership of the new alliance leader, everyone can gain more benefits than before. That would be even better." All the other palace masters of the Stargaze Palace nodded and said to Zhuo Buchuan, "Head Palace Master, it's rare for everyone to show such sincerity. I think the Stargaze Palace should face the difficulties and take on this heavy responsibility." Zhuo Buchuan gave a long sigh and nodded. "Okay, if the Stargaze Palace continues to decline, it would not be straightforward enough. Since everyone supports the Stargaze Palace will not disappoint everyone. All hail the alliance leader, all hail the Stargaze Palace." For a time, congratulatory words rolled in endlessly. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.